what could go wrong.
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Giants baseball rained out today due to rain.
Damn it!
It's dirty work again. I mean, now what?
Full disclosure, guys. We had nothing planned today.
Full disclosure, I did zero homework. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, dude, tomorrow's a chill day. And even if they're going to play 5, like, we'll have a little bit. We'll have some fun. We got some stuff to talk about. Steve Kerr's update and all that. But I was like, I didn't get it. I was like, I did not.
Yeah, I know that sometimes we kind of have this show come across and we don't prepare. We do. For today...
I mean, we'll
just kind of go where it goes.
It's kind of the bit of the show that we prepare it in such depth regularly.
Yeah.
Like, we do know where the show's going every day. You do such a great job mapping the show out and deciding where we're going to go and what we're going to do.
Yeah, I got nothing today. I'm blank on my rundown.
My rundown says 2:02 show intro, time to put the show to bed. That's what it says to me. And it mentions the Giants score from yesterday. It says, oh, thanks, Derek. You put it 7-0.
7-0.
Oh,
did you forget?
Yeah, I thought it was 6. Thank goodness you wrote that down. We'll get into that, the 7.
Yeah.
How they got the 7th run yesterday. But yeah, dude, like there's an organized chaos to the actual show. Like when we plan the show out and it's mapped out and we know where it's going, we're going to have some fun. And I think there's a lot of stuff that just happens naturally because we bring so much of our daily lives into the show.
Well, really mine and Tim's, but yes.
I mean, dude, like anytime the grab bag lands in my lap.
True.
I could tell everybody later about the woman, May, who I ran into on the street yesterday.
It was an actual grab bag situation.
Yeah. It's unfortunate Greg had already given us the grab bag. So
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, 808 KNBR showing up and not doing homework.
Oh, I
do it all the time. It was a regular thing for me.
Did you ever get written up for not doing your homework?
No, like we didn't have
like the punishment should be a 0 for not doing the homework.
Yeah, like I accepted this when I decided to not do this. What used to piss me off too is when I would like actually try to get homework done, or I would like work hard on it, and then you forget one thing. You're like, dude, I worked hard. No, I'm mad that I didn't do the thing that I didn't want to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like being mad that you're late for work that you don't want to go to.
Oh God, yeah.
Like you wake up pissed off that you're late for the place that you don't want to be.
So you guys,
I never got written up for it, but yeah, you did too many of those. You get like a parent teacher conference or like one of those. My school was big on like if you got a bad grade in middle school, like you got a D on a paper or something. And I think everybody did. You had to take the test home and get it like signed by your parents.
Yes, I remember that.
So that's just when I got really good at forging.
Well, did you have the thing?
Signatures, dude.
Okay,
that's what it forced me to do is grow up fast with the forging. You know?
Okay, did you ever have it where if you failed a test, you had the opportunity to retake the test and only get a 75, but your parents had to sign it as well?
Oh no, never any of that.
Okay, I had that opportunity plenty of times.
Where they gave you a second crack at the test.
They said you failed so poorly, you want to do it over again? And the best you can get is a 75.
My favorite was the teacher would be like, all right, I'll let you retake the test, but it's going to be a different test with all different questions covering the same material. I'm like, that's not a retake of the test.
No,
that's
it's not.
You're just testing me again on other. You're giving me the B questions now?
Yeah.
Now I got to take it again with other stuff?
No, I don't like that at all. And honestly, what I suggested or what I just brought up with the whole thing of retaking the test and getting a 75, that's not how real life works. You don't get to redo tests.
Yeah.
I'll gladly take it.
I think I told you, Tom and I had this discussion at one point about how Tom, didn't he pull off a thing where he like stole a test? Remember that? He like hid in the closet of a classroom? Dude, do you remember the story, Tim?
No.
Tom told us a whole story one time because we were talking about like things you got away with in high school or how you like, dude, when I was in junior college, I had a dude take a whole semester of tests for me for a stats class, and I was going to fail and I was not going to be able to transfer.
Did you pay him?
Dude, this guy was blind. He was one of my buddies. The teacher was blind. Legitimately, like, could not see. Did not know who anybody was. The thickest coke, like, really could not, like, was legally blind.
Wow.
And so I was like, he's asking for it. You know? I was like, really? I can't go major in broadcasting because of this stats class that I'm not using. You know what I mean? That I don't need, but it's a transfer thing or whatever. What do they call it? Like your general education when you start college. You got to do like a bunch of more math and history and humanities stuff. But Tom told us a story about, I think, when he was in high school. I can't remember the whole detail, but I think he went into a classroom and like swiped a test. like the answer key or something like that. And then he
without telling anybody, just took it?
Well, I think he did something where he got a hold of one, and then I think he gave it to a guy in the class, and Tom got caught because the guy gave it out to a bunch of other people. And I think the guy got everybody got 100. He was like, how's everybody, you know what I mean? Like, don't, you can't do that.
But Tom was the only one? That sucks.
No, I think a bunch of them got caught for it.
Everybody else got 100 except Tom was the one caught with the test.
I think that's how the teacher caught them. I don't know if Tom didn't get it. But I think that at one point, like you said, the teacher walked in and he hid in a closet or something. I'm like, dude, you're
Tom
6'9",
yeah, seriously.
How do you hide? That's insane.
What's that gigantic shadow coming out of the coat room?
That's
Good
insane.
Lord.
59.
I was also really bad in middle school at being the kid. And I'm sure there are parents out there who deal with this still. Being the kid who 8 o'clock night before, you're like, oh, dude, Mom, I forgot I had this 3-month-long science project that's due.
Can you do that for me?
With a poster.
Bart Simpson?
My parents
would
would never do it. No, my parents would never have done it for me.
Me neither.
They would have chewed me out.
Absolutely.
And made me half-ass do it all night. That happened once, yeah.
So wait,
what do you mean, Derek? You need a poster board now?
No. No, God. I can't do that right now. I'm game planning for the Broncos.
What are you talking about? I've got to jump on the treadmill and...
Yeah, no.
And game plan for the Broncos.
No chance in hell my father would ever help me out in a situation
Raiders are 3
like
and 5. What are you talking about? I've got things to do.
We got things to do. I got to see how we stop Terrell Davis.
I've got to see if Aaron Brooks can get the job done this weekend against Kansas City.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, he did not.
No, he did not, dude.
He gets sacked 7 times.
Aaron Brooks did just enough to lose you a game. I felt like he was always in a lot of games late, and then you'd throw a pick or take a sack or fumble.
With the Raiders, he was abysmal.
Yeah, he wasn't good with this.
And don't get me started on Andrew Walter.
Who do you Andrew Walter? Who do you have with the Saints? Marcus
Joe
Colston?
Horn. No, he had Joe Horn.
Joe Horn.
He had Deuce McAllister.
Yeah, Deuce was sick.
No, did
he have aging Shockey at that point? Remember Shockey went to the Saints after the Giants?
Shockey was with your boy Breeze.
He was there with Breeze.
Yeah.
He's not my boy.
Oh, come on.
Shockey was my boy.
Shockey was cool. Shockey was cool with the Giants.
I was having a conversation about Jeremy Shockey last night, actually. Yesterday with somebody. I was texting with somebody about Jeremy Shockey. I can't remember why. Anyway, we were talking about how he came from that. Was it the 2000 Miami Hurricanes team, or what team was that?
He was on the 2000 team.
That's the team that had Sean.
No, it was a 2001 team that was unbelievable. They won the national championship, and they lost. He wasn't part of this team, but the 2002 team was almost going to beat Ohio State, and then out of nowhere,
who did they beat in 01? Did they beat Nebraska?
I think it was Nebraska. They just killed them.
Yeah, and they
all the superstars. There was guys on that team that didn't even play.
Dude, that's one of the most
potent,
the NFL. That's one of the most potent, NFL teams, if not the most potent, in terms of talent that went to the NFL and then were Hall of Fame caliber.
Are we talking potent on and off the field?
I mean, where do you want to go?
7th floor.
Where do you want to go?
Have you heard that song?
No.
Oh, they came out with a song back in the day.
Oh, the Miami Hurricanes?
Oh, yeah. Greg Olson, third leg Greg. It's a whole line in there.
And they stole my nickname. That's what they used to call me.
Yes.
Like a kickstand.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dude, but they had Sean Taylor.
Yeah, Sean Taylor.
Dude, their backfield was Willis McGahee, Clinton Portis, and Gore.
Yes.
They had
Santana Moss.
Did they have John Vilma?
They had
Shockey. Did they have Freeney or somebody like that, too?
No, Freeney went to Syracuse.
They had Wilfork, that's who it was?
Vince Wilfork, I think got drafted later on. But he might have been on that team. They had Tim's guy, Najee Davenport. Yeah. He was on that Miami Hurricanes team.
Watch out for the hamper.
Yeah, watch out for the hamper.
Here we go. I'm trying to go. Oh, dude, they had Ed Reed.
Yeah, Ed Reed.
Yeah, Andre Johnson was a receiver on that team as well.
Team was stacked.
Roscoe Parrish. Najee Davenport, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore, Jarrett Payton.
And of course,
Walter Payton's son, Jarrett Payton.
And of course, Ken Dorsey.
And of course, Ken Dorsey.
49ers legend.
For future, number 7, I believe.
Yes.
Dude, they had Kellen Winslow Jr. and Shockey were their 2 tight ends.
Yeah, Kellen Winslow, I think famously was he didn't care if someone got injured during a game. He's like, hey, we're glad he is out here. I don't give a damn. Trying to kill me, too.
Bryant McKinney on the O-line.
Brian McKinney was a good tackle.
Vince Wilfork on the D-line. Santonio Thomas. They had John Vilma, DJ Williams.
No, that team was stacked, man.
Yeah, they were insane. Oh, dude, I forgot they had Ed. Here's their secondary. Dude, they had Ed Reed, Antrell Roll, Mike Rumph.
Roll was great, too.
Sean Taylor, Philip Buchanan, and then, that was...
Oh, Philip Buchanan.
Dude, they averaged 42.7 points a game. They allowed 9.8 points a game. 17 from the roster were selected in the first round of the draft, with 38 from that team in total being drafted.
Yeah.
That's alarming.
No, stacked team. They dominated college football. That's who was their guy? Who's their head coach? It was when, God, what's his name? The guy with the Browns. He left Miami to go coach the Browns, and then...
Larry Coker?
Larry Coker filled in. He was the old guy. Kind of like the Marlins situation you talked about yesterday, where the Marlins fired their manager during the season, and they had like a 73-year-old coach win the World Series for them.
I
and
thought
then
Coker was the coach then, though, in 01. You said he filled in.
Well, okay, so it was, what's his name?
Butch Davis.
Butch Davis left to go to the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, he was there before the 01
Yes.
team. So basically, yeah, you're right. It was like a he took over basically the team from Davis. I got you. And then they won the national championship.
And then Larry Coker filled in, and all the players on the team were like, hey, listen, we're a loaded team. We don't need anybody to come in here and change things. Let's just have an adult in the room.
It's like a Seaford situation.
And he literally
almost.
let them do whatever they want. Like that team did so much off the field. It was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm an old man.
He's like Switzer
I'm
at Oklahoma.
confused.
Yeah, he's like Switzer.
As long as we go undefeated, who gives a damn?
Yeah, do your thing. Dude, Dorsey, the future 49er. That was tough days for the Niners.
So have you seen both the U 30 for 30s? There's part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, because it starts, don't forget, with future 49ers head coach Dennis Erickson is kind of the guy who lays the foundation before Jimmy Johnson comes in.
No, yeah, and so that early
Jimmy was there in the 80s and in the late 80s, right?
Yeah. So the early 80s.
It starts in like the 70s with Miami.
It starts with 70s with, I'm forgetting everybody's name right now, but the guy with the mustache, he was the first great coach for them. You know what I'm talking about?
Tom Selleck?
No. I'll figure it out later on. But
what kind of mustache was it?
It was like
Raleigh Fingers?
a Raleigh Fingers mustache.
Yeah?
It was like a Swedish chef from the Muppets. Swore.
Like he looks like he makes cocktails that he lights on fire first?
Yeah.
Right. He's wearing suspenders.
And then Jimmy Johnson came in, and then they dominated.
He's giving you like mist of flavors over the top of your drink?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So then I remember there's one player, I forget his name, in the original 30 for 30 for the U, but there's one player, and they asked him, like, so were you kind of worried about that national championship game? And you guys won the first one, then you lost. The third one, though, were you a little nervous about that? He goes, no, man, I'm not nervous at all. I was more nervous about dividing my women up at the end of the night. It's like, Jesus. Good Lord.
Dude. You're in college.
That's the way it was.
Like 20 years old?
Yeah, it was, who else? Steve Walsh, I think, was the quarterback, and he later became the backup quarterback to Troy Aikman, but he was the quarterback for Miami, and that's when Jimmy Johnson brought him in. But he tells a story in the documentary how he's walking around campus, and he sees his teammates robbing people. And he's like, oh, what are you guys up to? He goes, oh, we're just going around campuses. We're going to dorms, stealing things.
Like burglarizing it? Like they're just breaking into dorms and taking stuff?
And Steve Walsh is like, well, have a good night, guys. Like, they just went on his merry way.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was the U back then.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that was a way to run a football team for a long time.
Snellenberger was the original head coach of the Miami Hurricanes.
Oh, okay, in like the 70s?
Yes.
Like when they first started blowing up.
I think when they won their first national championship, and then Jimmy Johnson came in.
Erickson. What a weird hire after Mooch, huh?
Well, it was supposed to be Jim Mora Jr.
I remember that was who I remember being a kid and wanting Jim Mora Jr. Then he got the Falcons job.
Well, he might have left somewhere else first. He didn't get the gig. I forget where he went after the 49ers.
Might have been an OC somewhere first, then took the Falcons.
Yeah,
job, right?
well, he was defensive coordinator, but then
Yeah,
and then he went to the Falcons. Remember his undoing with the Falcons was he was a big Washington Huskies guy, and that job became open, and he did a local radio interview where Jim Mora Jr. said, "I will gladly take that job," and he's being facetious and joking around, but. Then Arthur Blank heard that. And he's like,
Blank, you.
Yeah, he's like, you want that job so much? Go ahead, take it.
Speaking of mustache, it wasn't a mustache like Blank. Blank's got that pencil stash going.
Oh, he's got that.
He looks like what's his name from the Addams Family?
Gomez?
Yeah, he's got like the Gomez. Doesn't he have like the thin Gomez stash, right on top?
A little bit.
He shaves it down and pencils it in.
Yeah, 100%.
Really dark. Yeah.
No, he was rocking that proudly back in the day.
Does he not rock that anymore? Blank?
I haven't seen Blank with a mustache in quite some time.
Did they go Jim Mora to Mike White? Is that what they went after? They have somebody in between.
The Falcons?
Yeah.
No, they brought in, who's my guy with
Mora was there from 04 to 06.
Who's my guy with the Razorbacks? Bobby Petrino. Remember he took the gig?
Yeah, that's right.
And then Michael Vick went to jail, and then he left, and he's doing like pig suey by Monday, and all the players are like, where the hell did Bobby Petrino go? He left for the Arkansas Razorbacks job.
Yeah, it's wild. And then Mora he's at Colorado State now, Jim Mora Jr. But he was did he go to UCLA at one point?
Yeah, he was head coach of UCLA. I'm forgetting where he bounced around after the Falcons.
I'm trying to find his... What he did after the Niners. Yeah, he was Niners DB's coach 97-98, and then under Mooch 99 to 03, he was the DC.
Right, yeah.
And then he goes Falcons. No, then he became the Falcons head coach.
Right after the Niners?
From 04 to 06. Yeah, so I remember thinking that because he might have taken that job, and I remember thinking,
so damn, he stuck around.
I wanted that guy.
So he stuck around with Erickson, even though he didn't get the job in 03?
Yeah, he must have been there.
Good for him.
Yeah, in 03.
That's tough.
And then 04 to, because Mooch was up till 02, right?
Can you imagine like Jim Mora Jr. being like, hey, Jim Schwartz, hey, Tough S, buddy. I had to deal with that too.
Yeah, right. Big deal, dude. You got Falcons 04 to 06. Then that's right. Then he went Seahawks 07 and 8. He was the DB's coach, and assistant head coach. Then he was in Seattle for 09 doing something. Then UCLA, UConn, and now Colorado State. So didn't think we were going down the Jim Mora Jr. or 2001 Miami Hurricanes.
We'll see where the show takes us today, man.
Okay, so the 05 Trojans team, USC, that would be my other team where I'm like, that was a sick roster.
Right.
Because I loved that team. I mean, I didn't love that they won it all. I was happy that they won the year before, I think, and then Leinart came back. And I was stoked. I mean, that's my favorite college football game ever. The 05 National Championship, Texas.
That one's great. That's number 2 for me.
What's
Number
your
1 is I want to say Fiesta Bowl, 2006, between Oklahoma and Boise State.
That's an incredible game. The Statue of Liberty play?
Statue of Liberty play where the running back, I want to say Ian Johnson, proposed to his girlfriend at the end.
Still faked out by those plays.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
God, yeah. Unbelievable.
There was another game I watched. I remember it was when Colin Kaepernick, they played Boise. I want to say it was in Nevada.
Oh, yeah, on
Colin
Saturday
Kaepernick,
night.
It was
I
like a
remember that
double
game.
overtime game. They were both kickers were missing kicks, and Kaepernick just kept getting it done. And that was like my first introduction to him in college. And it was one of his
he was
last
great.
games.
He was unbelievable that night.
Yeah, dude, the 05 team, I mean, Matt Leinart was incredible.
My guy Michael Huff at safety.
Michael Huff, dude, Reggie Bush was great. The difference in those two teams, though, is the Hurricanes 01 team was like one of the greatest teams ever assembled in college. And then all those guys, like I told you, 38 dudes from that roster were drafted, but also how many of them were Hall of Famers or Hall of Fame caliber? It's Portis McGahee and Gore in the backfield. It's Vince Wilfork. It's Kellen Winslow Jr.'s on that team. Sean Taylor, Ed Reed. I mean, how many Hall of Famers are there? That's incredible. How many guys they had? This team had a lot of guys that got drafted and were elite in college and then did not live up to it in the
All
NFL.
of them, dude. I mean, there's an argument to be made. Obviously, Vince Young and Matt Leinart were busts. I think it said the same thing. Not bust, but like Reggie Bush did definitely not live up to expectations. And funny enough, today's the 20-year anniversary of Reggie Bush getting drafted.
Wow. I mean, I was so excited for him in the NFL. And I couldn't, I mean, I was a kid, but for the life of me, it was like, why wouldn't the Texans take this guy? Better move to take Mario Williams, right?
Dude, I remember that. I
couldn't believe they weren't going to take him.
The news broke. He signed the contract before
That's right.
he even was officially announced that he was the first overall pick. People were like, who? And then Reggie Bush was taken with the Saints. Reggie Bush would have been a better player in today's NFL.
Yeah, for sure, as a pass catcher.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he'd have been really, really good in today's game. But, dude, his lateral movement was so incredible how he could change directions.
The Fresno State game is unbelievable. Where they were
he
down.
runs up the sideline and then he comes
he had
the
a
other
punt
way
return.
around.
I think they had like a 55-yard, like a touchdown run. So Reggie Bush, an all-time collegiate athlete. And then, of course, we know what happened with him getting the Heisman taken away, which I thought was ridiculous.
Well, he gave it back, I think.
They took it from him.
I mean, basically, they kind of made him give it. I remember after then the NIL started, he tweeted, "Can I get my Heisman back?"
Yeah,
now?
which is fair.
I mean, dude, that's one thing that I will never, ever. I mean, everybody hates this about college sports. That's why I've always thought you can't be a fan of college sports and character. Dude, they went to him in like San Diego, and they're like, "We'll give you money and put your mom in a new house."
Yeah.
And he's playing
Who's
with
gonna
Alex
say
Smith.
no to that?
What 17-year-old kid's not going to do that and go play for Pete Carroll? Right? So he does that. He breaks all their records. He makes them all this money, leads them to national championships and appearances when only two teams go, BCS title game, right?
Yep.
He's the biggest college football player USC has had. I mean, the biggest running back maybe since Davis, right?
Right.
Excuse me, not Davis. After OJ, Eric.
Marcus Allen.
Marcus Allen. Excuse me, I don't know why I was saying Eric. Marcus Allen. I mean, he was electric for them. He was incredible there.
Speaking of USC running backs and OJ.
But then they rip all of his jerseys down, take everything out, and they rip him from the record books, and they act like he did something wrong.
I know.
By the way, that's something I always said. OJ had his Heisman when he died. Reggie did not.
So, OJ.
Does not.
I went to go see my pops yesterday, watch the Sabres and Bruins game.
I'm glad you're here, Derek. I was hoping to talk some juice.
Well, we did talk juice, but he was very upset that the Sabres lost that game in overtime.
Dude,
yesterday.
that pop was he's sweating out Sabres playoff games. I love this, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's in.
So I told him, I was like, hey, me and Copes were talking about the new Bill Stadium and should OJ Simpson be on the Hall of Fame. And
So hold on, we should set up the story.
Yeah,
this was in like the grab bag or on the dial or something a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, what did I do, man?
I'm not sure why I compared the two because they're nothing alike, the dial and the bag.
No, of course not.
I think it was on the dial. The Buffalo Bills are going to open their new stadium next year, right? This season?
This stadium,
coming season, I mean.
Or sorry, this season, yeah.
The 26th season. And they have a wall of fame from Orchard Park, from their previous stadium, that they're moving over to the new stadium.
Yeah.
But they said, like, it's dumb because they've already done the inductions of this wall of fame.
Mm-hmm.
But they said, like, the unveiling of the first portion of it will only be, and they put out like 7 players, coaches, whatever it was. Yeah. But noticeably not on the list was OJ Simpson, the greatest Bill in Bill history until Josh Allen.
At the new stadium,
and Jim Kelly. You know
but
what I mean?
he was there on the old stadium. So
we were discussing should it be on the wall, and Derek was like, you got to separate the art from the artist. Derek said, he's like, just
I got some blowback for that
Derek
one.
said, just because he was accused of murder. We were like, accused.
But he was on the Wall of Fame originally, and the new stadium, I think there's a case to be made. So I bring this up to my father. I tell him my stance on it. I said it on the show, and he goes, you said this on the air? And I said, yes. And then he goes, well, you know my feeling about him. I go, yeah, I know. Everyone knows your feeling about him. He goes, I love him as a player, but no, Derek, the new stadium, you can't have OJ.
Yeah, dude, I was like,
damn, my own father doesn't agree with me on this one?
No,
his favorite player of all time?
I love that Derek did this somewhere deep in the depths of his heart. He was doing this to impress his dad. You know what I mean? He wanted to get patted on the back.
And even after that, he said, Derek, despite all of that, I'm still not going to watch the DVD you gave me years ago.
Derek, somewhere in his heart, Derek was like, I'm doing this for my dad.
He's like, no.
I have to get his approval.
That's the wrong answer.
And be impressed. And he was like, you've disappointed me again.
Nordberg shouldn't be on the Wall of Fame.
What are you talking about? He's a great running back. But Derek, he murdered people. Yes. What's the matter with you? Can't be on the Wall of Fame at the new stadium.
All right, so in
lieu of that, play there.
So in lieu of that, I guess OJ should not be on the Wall of Fame.
No, dude, you can't take it back now, dude. Dude, some things are temporary, but Derek's love for juice, that's forever.
Love?
Yeah, or defense of juice.
I just say appreciation as a running back, not a murderer.
I don't know, man. This is your hill to die on. You know what I mean? Or juices. You have something for it? We have audio, Tim? We have audio of Greg's response to Derek about thinking Juice should be on the Wall of Fame.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
It's dirty work, inexplicably, on a Wednesday. We weren't supposed to be. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Not even supposed to be here
Shout
today.
out clerks, dude.
Okay, I'm producing on the fly here.
Well, hold on. Why don't you get your thoughts together? I'll tell everybody what's going on.
Okay.
The Giants game has been postponed. We started pregame. Originally, the game got moved up 30 minutes to 3:10. We got the RAF weather report, which actually told us it was going to rain around first pitch, and we were like, no, it's not, RAF. They're going to play. They're going to get in 5 or 6. We'll be all right. No, they didn't. We went through pregame, went through Diamond Notes, went through Around the Park, and then they announced the game has been postponed. Not delayed, postponed until tomorrow. So they will play a doubleheader in Philadelphia tomorrow, just as the Lord intended. Good old-fashioned doubleheader back-to-back. We'll give you the details on that in just a minute, which means dirty work back on, unprepared, didn't do any homework. I'm not saying I'm mailing it in, but I don't have. I don't know
by the seat of our pants.
Where we're going right now. They gave us like minutes, and they're like, by the way, you guys are back on. So what's the details?
Not even supposed to be here today.
Thank you to keep that around. What's the detail with the games tomorrow?
So tomorrow we're gonna have pregame at 9:15. 9:15 pregame for the Giants and the Phillies. First pitch at 9:35.
9:15 a.m. 9:35. 9:15 pregame?
9:15 pregame, and then first pitch at 9:35.
Gotcha. It'll be an abbreviated pregame for game one. It'll start
starting with the Tony V show.
It'll start with today's V show.
And I'm sure Murph is going to ask for your Diamond Notes.
Tony V. Well, he doesn't have to do Diamond Notes if they're starting with V.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Oh, wow, he missed out on that. Anyway,
award-winning.
Okay, then pregame, a full pregame tomorrow at 1:35. First pitch at 2:35. 2:35.
1:35 pregame. Oof. That's a Greg Silver special, if you ask me.
You have to come in just for that?
Look, dude, it's none of my business. It's none of my business.
I think we can ask around.
Let me ask you this. 2:35 first pitch?
Yes. Do we have a show tomorrow?
Oof. You want to flip for it?
Come on.
Whoever has to do, what if they get off and it's like 5:15?
Then I think
5:30.
Then I think Larry Krueger has a hour and 45-minute show of Niners Nightly.
Niners Nightly plus 30. Larry's probably just talking anyway. Just turn on the mic. You know what I mean? He's probably already going. He's probably just sitting
somewhere.
Larry's just sitting in there by himself talking about the Niners to nobody at his. Like, Larry, the computer's not even on. I just turn it on and I'm going.
It's not even plugged in.
I'm ready to go.
He's Larry Krueger.
I like that, dude. 408 says if there's no itinerary, let's talk best cartoon princesses. We kind of did that.
We did it already.
Cinderella. Yeah, I know that's where you were going. It's the Cinderella. We had a lot of other stuff to get into, dude. Plenty of other stuff to get into because we mentioned Reggie Bush. We could segue this way. Reggie Bush dated Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian's other ex, Ray J, in the news yesterday.
What are you going, Jeff Goldblum here?
We're going Jeff Goldblum. Well, dude, that's how it was posted.
Yeah.
It was like Kim Kardashian's ex, Ray J. I believe it's Brandy's brother, correct?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Kobe's prom date.
And somehow Kevin Bacon comes into this play as well.
Does he?
No, I'm kidding. Because like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Oh, we can get there easy, dude, with Bacon. For sure, dude. We can find somebody easy to match with Bacon. Anyway, Ray J put out a wild statement yesterday. He went Wilt Chamberlain on us.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying it.
I don't know. We'll talk about this. Ray J, with his number of intimate partners, exceeding the number of 10,000 that Wilt Chamberlain claimed to have bedded.
Okay, we do have guests today. So Sam Amick's going to join us at 3:50.
Nice. Amick in about a half hour at 3:50.
And Rich Aurelia thought he was off today too. Not anymore. He's going to join us at 4:50.
Yeah, sucker. Got him. Got him. Rich Aurelia joins us at 4:50 today. We'll talk some ball with Richie. By the way, you see Dalton Rushing making more news too?
Who? Sorry?
Dalton Rushing.
Oh, for what?
Well, the other day, the guy we all hate from the Dodgers, the catcher, who said F him when Jung Hoo Lee got hurt.
I remember.
And then claimed he never said that. And I was like, and Richie said the same thing. Well, if you didn't say that, then what did you say?
It's pretty clear what you said. But anyway, who cares?
So the other day, like 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago, they're playing the Cubs. And he throws out the catcher, Amaya. There's like a ball in the dirt, and the catcher takes off from first base. And Amaya's a huskier dude.
Yeah.
Slides into second, and Rushing throws him out. Nico Horner standing at the plate. And Dalton Rushing, you can pretty clearly see him say, after he throws him out at second, fat F. But you know me, I love an alliteration.
Yeah,
it's a funny line.
Fun. Especially that one.
But Nico Horner, they have a zoom in on his face, and he's like, the hell, dude? So then they asked him about it, and Nico Horner said, yeah, that's exactly what he said. And he said, I was so taken aback by it.
Is he denying it?
No, they didn't ask Rushing. They asked Nico Horner because he was standing at the plate.
Right.
And he was like, yeah, that's what he said, and I really feel bad because I should have had my teammates back. I should have said something like, he said, I was so
caught. It's a bad look on his part,
well,
too.
He said, I was so caught off guard by it. He was like, nobody ever comments things like that.
But you never know when you're on camera and that stuff's going to like pop up. So like for Nico Horner, it's
no, he didn't, like nothing happened. He steps out of the box when the throw goes down and he hears him say it and you see him kind of look back like, what the hell's going on? Like, what did you do?
Yeah.
And then he just gets back in the box and hits, but they asked him after the game, is that what Rushing said? And he was like, yeah. And he's like, and I feel bad because I should have done something. He doesn't look bad. He's just like, I should have said something about it then because I don't know why. I got to have my teammates back and we didn't know that was going to be public, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, Rushing is making more and more news. Tough deal.
Maybe just after
quiet, and then yesterday, I don't know if he got tossed, but he got into a whole thing with the umpire because he called time.
Yeah.
And then the umpire, I guess he looked right at the umpire in the video, and the umpire kind of like nods back at him. And then the umpire claims he never gave him time, and so he called him out on strike 3 for not being in the box on time. It was like an automatic strike 3 for not getting in the box. Then he lost his mind. Roberts came out. I don't know if he got tossed or not, but the umpire screwed him, and I was kind of like, you're just kind of a D, so nobody feels bad for you.
It sounds like that. He's got all this Zapruder film on him with like what he says during games.
It's a month in, and there's like 5 incidents with this guy.
Yes, he does sound like a jackass.
Yeah, he's a jackass. His mom's name's Melissa, by the way. Adam Copeland.
And she's a looker.
Yeah.
I've seen a photo.
559 says, I just said my name, by the way. Adam Copeland.
Derek Papa.
559 says, good job silencing the right F, Copes. I had to think about it for a minute.
Yeah. When you say fat F.
Because I almost said F.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't, though. Anyway, we're here. I don't even know, like, are we supposed to go to break or we just talk for 4 straight?
We can go to break now.
Okay, we can go to break now.
All right. It's that type of show today.
It's that type of show today. We didn't even think we'd be here today.
Oh, man.
And yet here we are. It's dirty work, doing the dirtiest of work on a Wednesday afternoon. No Giants baseball. Giants baseball rained out due to rain. It'll be back tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch. An abbreviated pregame starting at 9:15. Murph and Marcus will take you right up to that. And then the second game starts at 2:35.
2:35 first pitch.
2:35 first pitch, and maybe we'll luck out. Maybe the first one goes long. You know what I mean?
I hope so.
I don't know.
I don't want to talk about
Sam Amick joins us at 3:50. Rich Aurelia at 4:50. Is that right?
Yes.
Got him both.
And we'll see if Bags joins us as well.
We'll see if we can get Bags as well. If not, it's just us talking about whatever there is out there, including Ray J's claim of 12,500 women and saying, I've only got enough energy for 1,000 more.
Oh, come on now.
That's incredible. We'll get into that.
Come on, tough it out, Ray J.
Probably all day long. It's dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball rained out today in Philadelphia. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch, and then 2:35 first pitch.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
Are you a Clerks guy?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah, Clerks is great.
Clerks 2, I like a little bit better.
Yeah, it's different. I like the trilogy of Clerks, Mallrats, and Chasing Amy, though. I'm down with, they're all in the same universe.
Yes, they
overlap,
are.
Yeah.
Mallrats
good. You get some Affleck
the
and Mallrats.
VUSQ universe, I think it's called, with Kevin Smith.
Yeah. And then you get Dogma.
Dogma's a great movie.
Pretty good. What's it? Chris Rock is the 13th apostle, but he wasn't mentioned in the Bible because he was black.
It is in yes.
Rufus or something.
It is in Alanis Morissette, Jesus in the end. Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, dude. Sorry, don't give it all away, man. Yeah, I don't think Gibson was liking that one. I don't think Gibson got down with Dogma.
Highly controversial when it came out.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. Things used to ruffle people a different way. They still do.
Yes. So I've seen, Coach.
Anyway, we're going to talk to Sam Amick of The Athletic. Covers the NBA. He joins us at 3:50 today. Rich Aurelia joins us at 4:50. We'll talk some Giants ball with Richie after they lost 7-0 last night. Did they get 3 hits yesterday?
2 hits.
2 hits? Oof. Dude, like I said this a couple weeks ago, and I still think it's true. I'm calling them the Jekyll and Hyde Giants. Like, even though they won those 2 out of 3, they still got shut out. They've been shut out now, I think, in 3 of their last 8, even though they'd won 6 of 9 going into the game yesterday. Now 6 of their last 10.
59.
They've won 6 of 10 now. But I think they've been shut out in 3 of their last 8 or 9 games, something like that. Like in the losses, they look really bad. In the wins, occasionally they'll put it together. Like we saw that in the Dodger series. They didn't score big, but they hit the big home run at the end of that game with Patrick Bailey. And they also, early in the game against Yamamoto, took advantage of mistakes, which is something other teams have been doing to them all year. And it was nice to see them have a couple of comeback wins against the Marlins. It was good. They let it get away from them in that first one. Ugly game. Like when they lose again, they've lost pretty big. It hasn't been a lot of like nail biter, except for that one on the Saturday in Washington. There hasn't been a lot of like.
That's about it, man.
There hasn't. That's what I mean, right? There hasn't been a lot of like close games. They've protected leads when they get the lead to the bullpen, and they've started to prove they can come back against teams if they go down early, like 3 or 4 runs. We've seen that a couple of times, but for the most part, when they win good, and when they lose as bad as they did yesterday. They're still near the bottom in the league or at the bottom in a lot of major categories.
No, absolutely. And like they don't have like any like, you know, like not even like good wins, not even like moral victories, but like, all right, they played well, but they lost. Like it's really feast or famine with this offense. And last night was pretty much what we saw for, you know, a good deal of when the season started here. But the offense is turning it on a little bit. It's just when they don't score, they really don't score, and it turns ugly, like Matt Chapman having a golden sombrero last night with 4 strikeouts on his birthday. That sucks. But yeah, I mean, I guess the promising thing with the Giants are Casey Schmidt's hitting, and Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting, and Elio Ramos is hitting, and then you're just waiting for the guys that should hit to actually hit and be the guys that we know they're capable of being. And also, Lana Root being pretty good right now, along with
really
Robbie Ray.
Really good.
Yes, and once Logan Webb becomes the guy that we know he's capable of being,
I'm not worried about him at all, honestly. Like I'm not.
Are you worried about Devers though?
Yeah, dude, for sure. Like it's inexplicable what's happened. Like there's no way. By the way, in my mind, I say there's no way in my mind. I can't believe or wrap my head around or bring myself to believe that the Red Sox, like, they knew something was coming, so they got rid of him. That's not how they've operated. They've operated in a way that is, because remember, they got rid of him and then they badmouthed him. Right? So it wasn't like, oh, we think he's on a decline and we just think this is a strategic move. They wanted out of the money. They refused to pay Mookie Betts, and they've got a track record of this, the Red Sox, by the way. I'm waiting for the Alex Cora hit piece, because it's coming.
Yeah, probably.
They fired Dave Dombrowski after they won the World Series, right?
Right.
They move on from him, and then they kind of badmouth him and said whatever team control he wanted. He goes to Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Then they fired Cora, of course, the first time, but that was because of the cheating scandal, and they kind of had to, and then they brought him back immediately.
They
after
always
Ron
wanted to
Rennie.
bring him back, yeah.
They wanted to bring him back, and they did so immediately. The Astros didn't with Hinch because they had Dusty, and Dusty won.
Yeah.
Right? Dusty took him and won. Just continue to do what Hinch was
I still
doing.
have a problem with Hinch getting fired for that, but
I do too. And I also have a problem with it all being on like Carlos Beltran's plate. Like he was the one inactive player, and so they were like, oh, he was the vet who taught all of us that.
Yeah.
Because remember, I think he was hired as the Mets manager.
Oh, I remember the press conference and everything.
And then they took it away, and I'm like, oh my God, like that's incredible. Then Rojas got the job. So they did that with Mookie Betts. They traded Mookie, and then all the stories came out. He was asking for $450. What a crazy thing to ask for. Like, dude, he'd won a World Series for you.
Right.
And then he got like $325 or $3 something from the Dodgers, $350. So he did get a huge contract. They were never going to pay it. They refused to pay Xander Bogaerts, and he got a massive deal, and he's hitting pretty well for the Padres. So, like, they've done this a few times and then badmouth the player after they left. I'm waiting for the Alex Cora hit piece. The Devers thing to me is inexplicable because I don't think this was like a move the Red Sox made thinking we're smarter than everybody else. We know he's going to decline.
No.
He was an under 30-year-old player with a track record of like a decade where he'd always had an OPS over 800, 2 seasons over 900. He'd always had years where I don't think he'd had any season where he'd hit fewer than like 25 or 30 home runs, 25 or something like that. He'd driven in 80 like every season of his career. So I'm perplexed. Now, maybe this is something where it's the first month of the season and he goes on a tear for the next 5, and then he's just that guy again. Because I do think it's going to come in bunches for him. What's weird, though, is that he struck out in almost a third of his at-bats as a Giant. And, like, he's been a strikeout guy, but when he got here last year, he was walking a lot, too. And now he's not doing anything. Glenn Kuiper was talking about this to us on the talkback before we thought we were going to have a Giants game on pregame. And he said, like, teams aren't afraid of the Giants' big hitters right now. Like, pitchers are coming right at them.
Right.
And none of that can be said more true than with Raffael Devers, who's swinging through pitches that are like middle, fastballs that are middle, pitches that he normally does tons of damage on it. When you're not proving that you can protect the meaty part of the zone in your swing, they're just going to come at you with stuff. And, I mean, this has been bad to worse for him. So, like, I don't really buy into the notion that he should be DHing and focusing on hitting. If anything, that's too much focus on it, right? If anything, to me, I'm like, his whole career, he's been a play the field.
And he has a bit of bad first baseman.
No, he's not like super athletic.
No, the play last night with Molly where he threw across from first to third.
Yeah. I mean, the guy was a third baseman until last year, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, by the way, the Red Sox also didn't bring back Bregman. Like,
right, yeah.
They dump all
They
dump all their good players, and then they're like, Cora, get out of here. I think Breslow's just trying to save his ass. He sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah,
he's
probably.
had three seasons out of the playoffs. And if they fired a dude after winning a World Series, like, what are they doing with Breslow? So
yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned. I still think he's a great player, and obviously, I would not, double think that or overthink that trade that happened a year ago. But yeah, it's alarming what's going on with him. And as we talked about before the season started, we did the roundtable. If the Giants are going to have success this season, it needs to be because Raffael Devers is an NL MVP candidate. But right now, I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't think anything's going to happen with him and his future with the team, but it's alarming. It's alarming that he's not the guy from Boston right now. And as long as Casey Schmidt and these other guys keep hitting, that's fine. But eventually you want to see Raffael Devers be the guy that he's capable of being.
Yeah, I mean, that we've seen. Because, again, everything he's doing now is below or behind his career averages, which is why, like, I heard Kruk. I don't know if that was today. Yeah, he was on today, I guess.
Yeah, it was today, yeah.
But I saw like, a clip that was played, or the clip for our like YouTube channel or our Twitter or whatever it is, like our digital page. And Kruk was talking about it. He's perplexed by it. Like, he doesn't understand it. And when Kruk is like, dude, I just don't get it. It sort of seems like how Steph Curry felt last season, I guess 2 seasons ago now, before they traded for Jimmy Butler, when they couldn't score. They were scoring like 90.
Yeah.
And every game, they're like, how come he can't score? What's going on? He's just like, I don't have an answer for you. Nobody's good around me. That's the problem. Why are you asking me? Ask them why they can't score. I'm Steph Curry,
Yeah.
But there's no answer right now. And it's problematic because other guys around him aren't hitting either.
No.
Jung-Hoo Lee, by the way, interestingly enough, was dropped into the 7-hole today.
Yeah.
After being the leadoff guy yesterday. And it wasn't just a lefty-lefty thing, but I thought that was interesting, moving him down that far.
A little interesting than have Elian Ramos lead off.
Stack righties at the top maybe was the hope. And I think Ramos, like, he does work at bats, but I like when he jumps on early pitches.
Yeah, and he led off against lefties quite a bit last year. This is the first time that it would happen today, but I'm assuming it's going to be the same lineup tomorrow. So yeah,
at least for game one, you would assume, unless somebody sleeps wrong. You know what I mean?
No,
somebody wakes up.
That could always be the case.
I slept wrong.
707 on the text line says, I think I saw a story that Devers is dodging reporters. Yeah, I think that was something that Andrew Baggerly wrote and it got aggregated. He did speak to reporters today before the game, so I don't care about that stuff. If you're not playing well, I understand not speaking to the media. It's not a big deal with me.
By the way, Devers is also, in general, we should note this, like that's been a thing, like and by the way, when you're not hitting, that's part of your job. Or when you're not performing and you're paid like this, you do have to answer for that. Like I'm a believer in that.
I personally don't care.
You don't have to talk every day. I mean, like I don't care per se. Like what's he going to tell me?
Right.
What's he going to say? You know what I mean? Like,
I really wish I was.
You guys don't think I'm trying to hit home runs?
Yeah.
You guys don't think I'm trying to hit, dude, it's like 320 down the lane. You think I'm going to do that?
Right.
You think I'm trying to mash for us? I'm trying to win. It's frustrating, and I don't know that there's going to be a lot of answers given, or maybe some insight into his psyche. I think we'd all be fine to hear that. And when you're a star on the team like this, you're paid the way you are, it does come with the territory. But it should be noted, he is not a guy who is front-facing anyway. He is not a dude who, if he's hitting 40 homers, is going to be out in the media going, hey, what's good? Like, he's not all smiles when it's good and upset when it's bad. He doesn't want to be, like, I think he's fine being what he is, the face of a team or whatever, but he's not a big, like, endorsement guy. He's not a guy who wants to be doing tons of media. He's not doing a bunch of interviews. Like, that's just not who Raffael Devers is. He's all about baseball. He hit his way off the island in the Dominican, and this is all he ever wanted to do was hit home runs in the big leagues, and he's done that until he became a San Francisco Giant. So it's frustrating. I don't, the ducking reporters thing, I don't know. I'm not there for that, but I will say it's not like he's a guy who wants to do a bunch of talking even when it's going right.
Right. I mean, but I'm still, I don't know, I wouldn't say I'm confident, but I still think that he could be, he's capable of being the guy we saw with Boston. It just like at this point, it's like, wow, we've seen a large sample size. I don't know how many games it is, but over 100 right now, where Raffael Devers has had moments as a Giant, but for the most part, I want to say it's a failure, but it's been a disappointment. So, yeah, as soon as he starts being the guy that we know he's capable of being, then I don't think the Giants are going to go in the direction that we hope that we want them to be as far as an improving team.
His career OPS is 848. So his career coming to the Giants, career OPS was 859. As a Giant in, I guess it's 119 games now.
Yeah.
His OPS is 743. And he's had 515 plate appearances, 449 at-bats, and he's struck out 153 times in the 449 at-bats.
Damn.
So 62 walks. He's got 6 walks this year. It's a tough deal.
No, very tough deal.
Very tough deal. I mean, he struck out a lot last year, and he strikes out a lot anyway. That's been his thing. But he's at 37 strikeouts to 6 walks right now and a 548 OPS. So, again, I don't really know. He was going to be in the 5-hole today. I don't really think the whole let him DH and figure out the hitting thing. That's like he's been a hitter his whole career and a fielder. So that's not something to me that, if anything, I feel like you press more when you do that. At least let him go do something positive in the field, right?
Right.
And make a difference. Craziest thing to me is that Luis Arraez note that I've had in the last 2 days in the game notes. He's gone 67 consecutive plate appearances entering today without a strikeout.
Damn.
I mean, he's the best player.
What?
People were like, I don't know about this guy on a 1-year deal for not that much money. He's like one of the best hitters in the game. He's playing elite. That play yesterday.
Right.
He's playing fantastic defense.
No, unbelievable play yesterday.
He's not striking out.
The backhand catch and flip to Willie Adames, great play.
It's the problem is they have guys who have put up numbers in their careers that make you think like, if they all did what their career numbers said they would do, this would be a pretty good lineup, and you'd know where everybody hit. You'd be like, you could bat Arraez leadoff, could hit Willie 2 if you wanted, or Devers 2 and Chapin 3 and Adames. Like, you have guys who, based on their baseball cards, lead you to believe, this could be a pretty good lineup or a stacked lineup. And then they put on the black and orange and the purple sometimes on Tuesdays, and they don't get it done. I'm like, I don't know what happened, man. What happened to us? What happened to us?
Same old, honestly.
Well, that's the problem. That's why the frustration is bubbled over, not just, and I sort of think it's the same way Niner fans who are angry about the draft feel.
Yeah.
Because the Niner fans who are mad about the draft, like, it's not, I think I hear you, and I'm like, it's not just this draft. It's that it's like, dude, we're clamoring for this bowl, and it feels like we've been so close for so long, and it just doesn't get done. And then you're like, well, we got a chance to get real talent that's going to help, and you're not really sure. And in the last few years, it hasn't really helped, and injuries keep coming. And so everybody, like I said with the Giants, when things don't go right, everybody starts coming up with their own idea. You start turning on each other. The frustration with the Giants isn't just about this last month. It's about the last, 5 years building to now. And you're like, how is this still happening this long in, this far in, right? This many managers, these regime changes. Like, how is this still a problem? So
right.
I think that's, I sort of correlate those frustrations with Niner fans who were that pissed about the draft. Because it's like, yeah, it's the draft, but it's really the what the draft means to the hopes of what Niner fans are so desperate for.
I totally understand that. I think that it's
like
a little.
The Browns are used to shame in the draft.
Of course.
The Browns we blow this every year.
Of course, but it's a little ridiculous to say that they reached on guys.
No, I'm not. That's a different debate. I'm more talking about the anger.
But that's part of it, and I understand that goes into the debate because you're going off of past failures when it comes to the draft. But you have no idea what this draft class.
Yeah,
and honestly, as we've said numerous times, this draft class sucked. That's why Kyle Shanahan traded down twice. He didn't like most of these guys. I know that we liked Omar Cooper Jr. and Chase Bissanis. He did not. And maybe it's crazy to have your position coaches decide your players in rounds 4 and 5. That may be nuts. But if Kyle keeps winning, who gives a damn? And I know that you need players to beat the Seahawks and you need younger players to beat the Rams. But until we know that Deshaun Stribling is not a good player, let's hold off on that one before we start saying that there was a bad draft pick or a reach in the second round at 33.
My buddy Matt texted me yesterday. He said, "So how'd you think we did in the draft?" And I said, "I don't know."
No one knows.
I don't know.
That's the truth.
Ask me in October, dude. All right. You said it might be a little crazy. I'll show you crazy, Derek.
All right.
Let's go to the phone lines. It's our guy Robert in San Mateo. What's up, Robert? You got something crazy for me?
Oh yeah, dude. How you doing, man?
What's up, Robert?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to call and talk about, I've been following this guy's career since he started. His name's, Brandon Nimmo, the guy on the Mets.
Yep.
Yeah, I really think that I don't know why the Giants didn't pursue him. Was he, too expensive for us to go out of? I just wanted to know why we didn't pursue someone like him. I feel like he would have been a good option for us. I'll take my answer off the air. I appreciate you guys and love you very much.
Appreciate the call. Thanks so much.
Love you too.
Dude, first of all, I had to do homework now, man. You came in, you're like, got a question for you.
Giving us work during this. Come on.
By the way, I think he was traded from the Mets to the Rangers for Marcus Semien.
That sounds right.
Why didn't the Giants sign him?
I don't know. We're bringing up Brandon Nimmo right now?
I don't know. Yeah. He does seem like a guy that would be good.
Yeah.
Agreed. Why didn't they? I don't know if they offered him. I remember when he was a free agent, maybe 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That he was mentioned as a guy that would be a good fit for the Giants, as that type of player. He hits for a lot of power. I don't think he's a San Francisco type of guy, is what I would say. You guys can look that up yourselves.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I think he's I don't think he's like a big New York Met type of guy. I think he's more of a Texas Ranger type of guy.
Yeah, I remember the story.
I think
now,
I think he was happy to be traded. I think he might have asked for the trade.
Sounds about right.
There might have been something around there.
Sounds
I can't remember
right.
exactly, but he did sign a big deal. I don't know. He's hitting 290 on the year. Yeah, he's a good player. It would have, if you want to name good players to me that would be good fits for the Giants, I can think of some too. I don't know why they didn't sign him. I don't know if they made him an offer. There's a lot of guys like that, but
no, definitely.
Neither here nor there. They got Devers, they got Adames, who are both good players. Chapman's a good player. I like the Chapman signing.
It should have been good enough.
I still like Chapman, but those three guys are not carrying the lineup, and it sort of feels like those three guys should be able to carry the lineup.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, Nimmo got hurt today, so pulled a hammy, dude. Oof. Those things linger.
Bad timing by that caller.
Bad timing, wrong team.
What about this guy?
What about this guy on the Mets? He's not on the Mets. Well, how about him? He got hurt today. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we're going to catch up with Sam Amick.
Yeah, at 3:50, yes.
Of The Athletic. That's in a few minutes.
Yes.
Sam Amick joins us on a day that we didn't think we'd be here. Giants got rained out today due to rain. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch, and then 2:35 second first pitch right here on The Sports Leader.
Not even supposed to be here today.
We'll be with you until 6 o'clock tonight. Also, Rich Aurelia joins us at 4:50. I actually saw him. He was doing
TV.
Yeah, dude, I want to talk rain delay with Rich. Because you didn't have a ton of them as a Giant. You know what I mean? It doesn't rain in the Bay, but you end up in other cities. I remember talking to Taylor Rogers the offseason the Giants first got him. I was talking to him one time, at a fan fest before we did some event. And he and Lamont Wade were talking about how when they were in Minnesota together, they had so many rain delays,
right?
Especially this time of year, and before you get into the summertime, and they had their own basketball hoops set up in a hallway behind somewhere so they could shoot hoops during delays. But when you're in the Midwest or you're in Pittsburgh or somewhere like that where you get a lot, guys get into crazy stuff. And Richie played in Cincinnati for a while.
Oh yeah, he did.
A couple of years. So I'm wondering if he had any good rain delay bits.
He probably has. He played in the big leagues enough where you have a bunch of rain delays on the road. He's probably got some good stories.
The only sport where this happens, you know what I mean?
It's crazy to me. I understand.
It'll happen in golf too, but it's different because it's not a you don't have an official round at, he's played 8 holes. That's an official round.
I know.
We'll just extrapolate it over the rest of the holes.
And I wonder how bad the rain is actually tonight.
I don't know. I mean, it must have come in earlier, and they're projecting that they won't get it all in. Because here's the thing that they don't like. They don't want to start a game and stop if they don't think they'll get in 5.
Right.
If it's going to get worse. And, dude, Raph told us in the KNBR Weather Center.
We should have trusted Raph,
should always. He's always watching systems, dude.
No, he's always right.
Whenever I'm stressing about weather, I do text Raph, and he's like, no, bro, it'll be good by here. I'll be like, is my softball game happening tonight? Oh, bro, yeah, you should be good to go, bro. But yeah, they don't tarp the fields, bro. Maybe it's too flooded. You don't know.
Remember when we had him do the update for Bill Martin? He was like, you know what?
KNBR weather.
Your guy Raph knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, dude, he did. We played, and Raph said that was like the highlight of his career at KNBR.
Yeah, come on, Raph.
Dude.
Enough with Marty. Become a meteorologist.
Hey, come on, bro. It's me, Raph, bro, doing the weather, bro. All right, we'll take a quick break. There's an update on some Steve Kerr info, huh?
Yes.
Steve Kerr met with Bob Myers. Excuse me, Bob Myers. Mike Dunleavy. Yeah, I do too. He might be meeting with Myers about which TV network to work for. Anyway, he met with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy.
Yes.
And then he said he's going to take some time away.
He's going to do a golf trip this weekend.
Is he golfing with Tom?
That was always a part of his plan. And then he's going to come back on Monday and meet with Joe and Mike about his future. I would say this is a positive development because if both parties just want to, divorce, then they probably would have done that already by Monday.
Is he golfing? I want to know, is he golfing with Tom? That'd be great if he was, dude. 808 KNBR, Tom's influence on Steve Kerr's return to the Warriors from this weekend's golf trip. You know what I mean? How is he? Is he going to convince him to come back?
I would not be the least bit surprised if Tom and him are golfing this weekend.
I would, yeah, dude. If there's a trip and there's golf, I think Tom's involved.
Tom tanks the Warriors.
808 KNBR.
I want my friend back.
808 KNBR. Tom wants more time to drink with Steve in the backyard. All right, when we come back, Sam Amick will join us. We'll pick his brain about what's gone on with Steve Kerr, what he's hearing from inside the Warrior building, and whether or not he thinks it's more likely now than it was maybe 2 or 3 days ago that he returns as head coach. We'll do that with Sam Amick next. It's Dirty Work, inexplicably, on a Wednesday on the I'm Not Even Supposed to Be Here Today leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back on Dirty Work. Surprise dirty work for everybody involved. Derek Papa, Adam Copeland. And it's a pleasure to be joined by Sam Amick, covers the NBA for The Athletic. And we were originally going to have Sam on tomorrow, so he's helping us out today, jumping on. Sam, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Good afternoon. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you as well. So let's talk about the new development today. Steve Kerr, I guess, met with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. on Monday. It sounds like they had a 2-hour meeting. And nothing finalized yet. They're going to meet again next week. And we got a lot of reports, Monty Poole, Anthony Slater, everyone kind of suggesting that maybe this thing is going to be where Steve Kerr walks away. But just from your feelings, Sam, do you believe that because we get another meeting next week that things are trending in the direction of maybe Steve would return?
No, I don't know that you can push it one way or the other. It does feel like at this point, that if you had a pie graph, if you will, trying to figure out, where the ball is and whose court it's in, that it's more, more of that pie is on Steve's side at the moment than it is the Warriors. And, I think there's certainly a Warriors component, but it feels like everybody is trying to see exactly where he's coming from, trying to see exactly where his head is at, trying to gauge his level of interest in staying and doing this thing for a minute going forward. I think 2 hours is a healthy chunk of time. So to be honest, I look forward to learning a little more about kind of what that conversation entails going forward.
Yeah, and we also got, I believe you reported on this, Sam, where Mike Brown could be one and done with the New York Knicks if the Knicks don't advance to the NBA Finals or win it all. And he's the name that's been brought up with the Warriors as well. What do you make of Mike Brown's future with the Knicks if he does not go to the NBA Finals?
Yeah, I mean, that one is just gotten louder. Some of it is just elephant in the room. James Dolan never does interviews. Certainly, for the listeners, that's the Knicks owner, if you didn't know. He never does media. He happened to do an interview in February, I think it was, where he very bluntly stated that he thought this team should get to the finals and should win the championship. And, at first there was part of me that was like, I know he said what he said, but I was trying to get deeper on it to find out, is Mike truly in trouble? And it's always tough to pin down exactly where the chatter begins, but there is just a lot of noise in the industry about that being very real. Do I think if he made the finals, I think he's probably safe at that point, most likely. But Jim Dolan has a lot of cash. He's printing money at the moment. I don't think he would worry too much about paying Mike's last couple of years out of the deal. I think they gave him 5, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, as far as the Warriors component, everybody loves Mike and the Warriors organization, and obviously an incredibly respected and experienced coach. So, it would make sense for him to be in the running.
Talking to Sam Amick, that covers the NBA for The Athletic. Circling back to Steve Kerr, is there any different feeling around it than when we talked to you last week? I know we talked about the Monty Poole report, and you'd said you'd confirm kind of everything that he had reported, that it seemed more like he was on his way out than sitting down to stay. But after that meeting, is there any different feeling around whether or not he would return, or is it still just kind of the same up in the air? Maybe you have to convince him to come back, or he's got to be convinced to come back.
Well, I mean, it's roughly the same, Adam, but I think that the New Yorker interview was eyebrow raising.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was just from a strategic standpoint of what compels you to grant that interview right now. And I don't know the timing of when Steve might have talked to the magazine. I don't know if they included that in the piece. But that's the kind of thing that shifted the conversation toward, okay, is this maybe not just about coaching? Is this about Steve potentially going into the political realm? And obviously Mark Spears had said publicly the stuff about the Warriors at times can be a little strained when Steve would weigh in on politics and world affairs. So that got me thinking, maybe he's going to greener pastures that have nothing to do with basketball. But If he was just going to walk away, it doesn't feel like it would take this long. But I'm certainly not prepared to say that I think that means he's coming back. It's just obviously a process and a tough decision for all involved here.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, we know that Joe Lacob is looking for something different philosophically with the basketball team. So, in your opinion, Sam, if Steve Kerr were to walk away, do you think that they're not going to do a total rebuild here? But what would be the huge changes that Joe Lacob would want to do to the franchise as far as just trying to get younger and compete with the teams like OKC or San Antonio, all these other Western Conference teams?
Yeah, I mean, there's not necessarily it's funny, there's not really a model right now among the more successful teams. The OKC went the route where they kind of groomed Mark Daigneault. He coached for their G League team. And before that, Billy Donovan, who at the time was their head coach for the Thunder, and you had this synergy and kind of this, almost like a player going through the developmental system and getting the head coaching job. So that's the OKC model. Houston just goes out and plucks, Ime Udoka from the Celtics after his controversy, but that's a different model. San Antonio, they did elevate Mitch Johnson in a similar fashion to Mark Daigneault, but not as layered, not as much history there. So I don't know what the Warriors would do. I think we talked last time, guys, about how, past is prologue a lot of times, and Joe Lacob, when he hired Steve Kerr, showed two things that, he wanted to make a big splash. Steve was a very famous TNT analyst at that time after his playing and executive career. But I know I poked fun at myself for criticizing the move back then. I actually went back and found the column, and it also reminded me that, Joe had frequently played golf with Steve back in the day. So kind of just also shows you that, like, some of these candidates potentially are going to be a hybrid where they're very legitimate, but also if there's a personal tie-in to Joe and the Lacobs, that could, put the foot on the scale a little bit, because I remember Joe being real quick to mention that he and Steve played golf together. So, I don't know. They're not there yet. Do I think they've maybe picked a few names around quietly, potentially, but it does seem right now like they just focused on Steve and what he's going to do.
Well, after the Steve situation gets settled, I guess Warrior fans will turn their attention to offseason and the draft and whatnot. I saw you had a piece yesterday on the NBA's proposal for the new 3-2-1 draft lottery to try to curb tanking and get teams to stop doing that. And some of the provisions in it are interesting in what they would not allow teams to do in terms of you couldn't win the number one pick back-to-back years, a limited protection of picks from like 12 to 15 or something like that. What's the biggest change here? What do you like about this? What's fascinating about this 3-2-1 proposal? And then I guess, do you think it'll pass, and does this help the tanking problem?
I mean, it will help the tanking problem. I guess I'll start with the back end. Yes, yeah. I think it'll pass. I think it also could continue and will continue to change between now and the vote on May 28th. The reason they had a GM meeting yesterday was to get feedback and then implement some of that feedback into the proposal. But they've gone from having 3 proposals to having this one, that they're now focusing on. I mean, do I think it'll curb tanking? I do, mostly, but it's going to be really disruptive. I mean, for one, there's a lot of fascinating stuff to it, but the relegation tier, if you will, the bottom 3, I mean, those teams are going to be scratching and clawing to get out of the basement, because, and the reason they call it 3-2-1, as you guys know, is it's 3 lottery balls, 2 lottery balls, or 1 is what each team gets. Well, the bottom 3 only get 2 lottery balls, as opposed to positions 4 through 10 getting 3. My only contention there is like, all right, you're going to truly find out who the worst teams are, but then those teams that need the most help are going to have a lesser chance of getting said help. So the draft itself and what it's there to do is going to be less effective. And small market teams in particular, I'm sure, are not loving this new change. But, I am a little bit almost like, watching a car wreck. I hate to say it. I'm dying to see what it looks like when, like, the bottom 3 are trying to get out of the bottom at the end of the season, and the 4 through 10 teams are having to keep winning to keep them at bay. Now the other quirk is it's a little crazy that the bottom three and hopefully folks can stick with me on this, the 9 and 10 seeds, the way it's structured, would have the same chances at the number one pick, which is kind of a heck of a thing.
I mean, that is kind of wild. We'll see how that works, but it's just it's sort of another soccer element coming in here with that, like a relegation battle for they're calling it draft relegation. So like, you don't want to end up in a couple of certain spots because you won't be eligible for certain picks. You won't be able to protect certain things. I mean, it could be interesting. I don't know how much teams will care about that at that position is my thought.
Yeah. I mean, it's the percentages. I mean, that's the other valid point is that it's like 5.1% versus 8.4%. I believe
much different, right?
It's not. I mean, across the board, it's just kind of like the message is clear. Just go compete.
Yeah.
But to your point about relegation, it is funny. One of my editors, we were trying to get the story out real quick, and he said, "Hey, this whole relegation part's confusing. Can we just say that the bottom three teams only get 2 balls?" And I was like, "Nah, you for sure have to leave relegation in there because it is drawn from soccer. That is why they did it. You know, they find that system interesting, and they can't, relegate those teams out of the league, so they're going to try to do it this way in the draft. But it's maybe a short-term thing. It's got a sunset clause where it would have to get voted through again in 2029. But it's certainly going to change the landscape starting next year.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. Going to the NBA playoffs, we got the Lakers up 3-1 to end the game 6 tonight. Game 5. Yeah, game 5 tonight. As far as, I mean, we know Austin Reeves is coming back, and we'll see when Luka Doncic can return to the team. As far as Kevin Durant and the bone bruise on his ankle, do we know the severity with that? And as far as his future with the team, there's been rumors that maybe he's worn out his welcome with the Rockets. Anything to that, Sam?
No, and I don't ever do media on media crime, but some of that reporting, and I think even the author would admit this, like, got circulated as if it was, deeply reported as opposed to speculated, if that makes sense. And that's not my read of it. I mean, does that mean that the favorite word we use to talk about the Rockets is vibes, right? So, like, how are the vibes? And at times they have definitely not been good. But, Kevin, in terms of his health, it's a pretty serious bone bruise. I mean, you're talking about him being out again tonight. Him, even though the optics weren't good, I do believe what the Rockets shared the other night in Game 3 when he wasn't on the bench because he was trying to get treatment, when he was in the facility during the game. But if they lose, make no mistake, and fittingly, I'm currently getting off the freeway and about to be at Crypto for this game tonight, they're going to have some serious questions to ponder because on the one hand, they can look at their group and say, all right, we lost Fred VanVleet, we lost Steven Adams, we lost Kevin Durant at the end. So that's the excuse, that's the explanation. But, there's also a lot of other evidence and signals that even when they were healthy, that there was just something a little off about this group. So they've certainly been tied to, like, rather than getting off of Kevin, which I'm not saying there's no way that would happen. I have no reason to think that now. Them trying to be additive and maybe going after Giannis is certainly something that people are talking about. Şengün is a guy that the Bucks were interested in him. You could do something there. Amen Thompson's a wonderful young player. Lots of questions if they fall out here.
Sam Amick, the voice you hear, covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us every Wednesday right here on Dirty Work. Sam, enjoy Crypto, enjoy Game 5, and we will talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Sam.
Hey, thanks, boys. Be good.
Great stuff there. Sam Amick with us there on the UMA guest line, saying maybe not really that much of a different feeling. I do want to talk more to you about the Steve Kerr thing because he met, they said, for 2 hours with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy the other day, and he's going to take some time to think about it. That is an interesting point, though, from Sam, saying you'd think if he was gone, he would be gone by now, almost, right? Like, he didn't say that exactly, but he's like, you'd almost think, like, if he wasn't coming back, we would know. Not to say that means, oh, he's back. Like, the season's not even totally over. You're not super late in your coaching search. It's not like the NFL. You know what I mean? Where in the
Right.
NFL, it's like the second you get rid of somebody, you better have guys lined up because they're going to start getting plucked and there's a class every offseason. Steve Kerr's in a much more unique and different situation because of who he is and what the roster offers with Steph Curry and his legacy, right? But it is weird. I do sort of feel like, when he said I'm going to take a couple of weeks, it has been almost a couple of weeks, right?
It has, yeah.
I mean, and we're expecting some news on that next week. But and I guess that was agreed upon between them. They would take some time and figure it out and get together and talk about it. And now he's talked about it and he's going to reflect and go play golf. But it is odd. You'd think like if he wasn't coming back, maybe we'd know that more firmly. But the reports have been he may be on his way.
Yeah, I mean, for a while now, it's trending in the direction that he is going to leave the organization. But I think today was promising. I think that if it's clear that both sides want to move on from each other, then it would have been done by Monday. I think that even though Joe wants to do this rebuild and start anew with a new head coach and, try to get one more championship for Steph Curry, I guess with another head coach here, then he would just do it already. But there is something with him where he wants to go out and get these big-name free agents or guys he could trade for, whether that's Kawhi or Giannis, and he wants Steve to be a part of that. A part of that. So I do believe that today was a good sign that if Steve and Joe are both like, let's take more time to think about it. There's no rush. Well, if they were thinking about getting a new head coach, then they would rush to do that because you want to start that process right now. There are teams that have filled, vacant spots. Taylor Jenkins, the former head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies, did go to Milwaukee. So there's not like a slew of jobs open right now. So you're not too worried about that where other coaches are getting plucked up. But I do believe that today was probably promising that Steve will return. We just we won't know until next week. But I do believe that things are trending in the right direction.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webby. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We thought we would be off air at this point. We had a schedule for a Giants first pitch against the Phillies at
Not even supposed to be here today.
At 3:40. So we're like, nice 40-minute show. We did see some rain was coming in. And then this afternoon, they moved the game up to 3:10 to try to get in at least 5 innings before the rain would come in. We went through the pregame show. We did our talk back. We did award-winning Diamond Notes. We did this date in Giants history. You heard Murph out there talking about this date in Giants history.
Yep.
We had the Around the Park segment, and then they said we're not playing ball. They postponed the game till tomorrow. So we have an abbreviated pregame tomorrow, starting at 9:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus will get you right up to the abbreviated pregame. Then you'll get the Giants and the Phillies in Game 2 starting at 9:35. Game 3 then will start at 2:35 tomorrow afternoon. 2:35 right here on the Sports Leader. And they usually in those games also do an abbreviated pregame, but we will see what the exact timing is of that if they do that at 1:35. Sometimes on a doubleheader they do an abbreviated, Tim.
We're going to get the full boat tomorrow. The second one's going to be the full boat.
So
First one will start directly with Vitello.
Beautiful.
Second one, full boat.
I didn't want to jinx the fact that I might have to be here getting hosed. I just wanted to I figured if I thought it might be me, then it would end up being Greg Silver.
Greg Silver.
And I was right.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Silver, you better do some pre for me.
Greg Silver.
So we got 2 games tomorrow, doubleheader, 9:35 and then 2:35. Is that right?
That is correct.
You, Greg. What was that? I said, screw you, Greg. Screw you, Greg. I had that. All right. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I got some fun stuff for us to get into, and we are going to do that in just a little bit because I got a slew of stories and topics that we've got to talk about. Did you hear about this guy who found out he had a tumor, a brain tumor, because he was laughing so hard that something happened with it, and he had to go to the hospital?
That sounds
The
insane.
reason he was laughing was a missed kick by Younghoe Koo.
From last year?
We'll tell you about this. There's some fun stuff here that we got to get into. We haven't talked chonkers at all?
Oh, chonkers?
You know what I mean? I've
the-
seen chonkers, dude. Chonkers
seen
not
them?
far. You can hear chonkers like from my house, basically.
You should play left guard for the 49ers. Could use them.
Well, they signed five offensive linemen. Chonkers might be the biggest. Certainly the heaviest.
2,000 pounds.
Certainly the heaviest.
C-line's huge.
That's 1 metric ton, Derek.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah. What is 1,000 pounds? Nobody knows.
No.
What do you call that? Nobody knows. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get into some fun stuff, and then we'll talk to Rich Aurelia at 4:50. Also, we'll go over this meeting that Steve Kerr had with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. We got a Frankenstein show. We'll patch it together next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. The Giants were rained out today in Philly. They'll play tomorrow.
Giants baseball rained out today due to rain.
Somebody on the text line, I said that earlier. They were like, well, yeah, rained out due to rain. What else would it be? I'm like, I was quoting Marty. Nobody loved a rain delay like Marty, man.
It's a Marty classic.
We're delayed in Cleveland, 808 KNBR. What would you name your bat? If you had a glove, what would you call it by name? First, middle, and last, 808 KNBR. That's some good weekend Marty rain delay, dude. Anyway, Giants will play a doubleheader tomorrow in Philly, 9:35 first pitch and then 2:35 first pitch. Both of those can be heard right here on The Sports Leader. I want to get into some fun stuff in a minute, but just wrapping up the Steve Kerr conversation because Rich Aurelia is going to join us in about 35 minutes at 4:50.
And also just an update here, Bags is going to join us at 4:30.
Oh, okay. Well, Bags will join us then next segment at 4:30,
segment.
and then we'll have some fun in the 5 o'clock hour. Steve Kerr met with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy for 2 hours on Monday per Shams Charania to discuss his future as head coach. There is no resolution yet, but the sides are expected to meet again next week. Steve, we said, is going I guess he made it known he's going golfing. He had a golf trip planned.
He had a planned golf trip that he's going to go with this weekend.
Do you think the plan was always to decide after the golf trip?
He's going to decide, like he's going to play golf and then decide his future. Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, when it comes to Steve, we did wonder, he does love his golf.
We did wonder whether or not Tom was involved in the golf trip.
Right.
We're questioning that. Somebody on the text line 408 checks in at 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. And you guys, the phone lines are open. Give us a call. We can talk whatever. We had no show map today as we planned for the Giants to be playing. So we're kind of piecing it together as we go. We put together a guest list. Sam, Amick, Rich Aurelia, Andy Baggerly joins us next. But 408 checks in and says, if Steve shows up in a torn AC/DC shirt to his next negotiation, we'll know Tom had a hand in his decision.
Yeah. Here's a gift. Here's a parting gift. Retirement gift.
Dude, that was the funniest thing, dude. They would wear it out. He'd wear it, and it was falling apart at the seam of the collar.
Oh, yeah.
The sleeve basically completely had come off.
You saw a nip.
Remember he had that? Yeah, he had that hole under his pit that went over his nip, dude.
Right, yeah.
Tom won't roll a suitcase or drink from a straw.
I don't know if Steve's going to be rocking that, though. Steve is a good friend to Tom, but he'll never wear a piece of his wardrobe.
Tom probably still had those. Probably had that AC/DC shirt when he was selling Cutco knives down in Compton or wherever he was. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
He was going door to door selling knives in the ghetto.
That shirt has seen some things.
It cracked me up. So anyway, the Warriors are going to meet again next week with Steve Kerr. You said before we got Amick on, you said you were feeling more like it's leaning because again, the Monty Poole statement was. Feels like it's 15 to 20% he would return. He said it feels like he's headed towards the door. He could still turn around, but it seems like he's walking towards that door. Why do you feel more like it's trending in a return than it was before this meeting?
This is just a total guess. I'm assuming that this meeting was where both parties lay their cards on the table and say, this is what I want from you. And I think that Steve probably told them, I don't want to be here for the foreseeable future. I want to be here for one more year. And I don't want to abandon Steph Curry and Draymond Green because I want to see their careers end. I want to be a part of that. And as Steve said in the New Yorker article, that it'd be much easier if all of them are on the same timeline, where Steph Curry's contract expires, Draymond Green contract expires, all their contracts expire the same time. But it makes it weird now where he could leave, and he'd be happy to leave probably, but he doesn't want to leave his guys. He owes it to Steph Curry and Draymond Green to see things through. So I think that Steve... everything that we've read in the Anthony Slater article says that Joe Lacob wants certain things and Steve wants certain things. The fact that that wasn't resolved by Monday tells me that both parties want to move forward with this. They want to try this out one last time. And Steve just needs to think about it. He needs to go do a golf trip with Tom to decide his future on one more year with the Golden State Warriors. If it was where Joe's like, I'm tired of this, I want to move on, I want to start this rebuild with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and if Steve was like, I'm out the door, I already got something lined up with Amazon to be an announcer, then that probably would have been done Monday. I think this is being prolonged and pushed. And in the article today, they say that there's no rush here. It says to me that...
That's in the Shams Charania thing, says there's no rush. And it should be... Well, go ahead. Finish your thought. Go ahead.
I was just saying that I think that Steve saying, let me just think this through a little bit. Let's let Joe Lacob and Mike Levy Jr. think it through a little bit too. But I do believe... I know that Sam can't, report anything. Nothing is, concrete today. But I have a better feeling about this today that we're going to get another meeting come next week.
Yeah, Shams Charania writes, team sources remain adamant that this is purely a basketball decision based around Steve Kerr's desire to keep coaching. And Steve has said, quote, I still love coaching, but I get it. It says the decision is based around Steve Kerr's desire to keep coaching, management's desire for some offensive philosophy and staffing tweaks, which is interesting. Offensive philosophy and staffing tweaks, which I want to get into that in just a minute.
Yeah.
And whether there's a collective belief that the Warriors will be able to utilize transaction season to better beef up its roster to compete in a crowded conference. So that's a pretty well-defined, laid-out division on who is looking for what in this decision. I want to note, too, that Shams Charania writes, the Warriors management has not started any type of coaching search. League sources say that would only commence once Steve Kerr opts to depart. And I want to say whether they've done their due diligence behind the scenes and started saying, hey, would this be somebody interested, or putting in, I'm sure they've put together a list of names. You have to. You got to be prepared. But the fact that they're not publicly interviewing or anything like that means that they're committed to really figuring out what the best thing is for Steve Kerr and the Warriors. That really does mean this doesn't seem like a shady dealing here where, okay, is Todd Golden coming in? Is he coming into the building right now and talking to Lacob or Billy Donovan? Like, I'm sure they've made calls to agents because you have to. You got to make sure their organization is set up.
Yeah.
But publicly, they're saying nothing is official with Steve yet, so we are not going to disrespect that negotiation or muddy these waters. Now, what's interesting in this division, when Shams Charania says the report or league sources or team sources are saying the decision around his return is based on his desire to keep coaching, so I would say that's one side of Steve. Mm-hmm. He wants to keep coaching. It says management's desire for some offensive philosophy and staffing tweaks. So that's the Joe Lacob, Dunleavy side of things. When they say offensive philosophy, you have Steph Curry. What does that mean? And what offensive philosophy do Joe and Dunleavy want that Steve is not providing?
I think it's where his style of basketball was obviously successful for a good deal of time, winning 4 championships. But you see different type of offenses run with the San Antonio Spurs and Oklahoma City Thunder that they want more of that. And I can't say specifically what that is, but I think it's where his brand of basketball has gone stale in their eyes. And I don't know if it's gone stale to Steph Curry, which I think is, obviously his decision rules all in my opinion, but it's clear that they want something different. And I don't know what that means as far as the coaching staff. Does that mean they want to move off of Terry Stotts and, Jerry Stackhouse?
Or does it mean they want somebody who's their guy on, like, this is always weird when it's like somebody hired separately by management instead of the coach, right? If like management's like, well, we have an idea for who we want the next guy
but
to
that
be.
never works.
It never works. So I wonder what they mean by that. Or do they want a different structure to the staff? Do they want different, like, for example, and I don't know exactly what the composition is or titles they give everybody in terms of the coaching staff in the NBA, but there was that weird shift in baseball where like Jason Varitek was just fired or reassigned by the Red Sox as their game plan coordinator.
Yeah.
Remember the Giants hired Donnie Ecker under Gabe Kapler, and he was the Giants' offensive coordinator? I was like, we had that. It was a hitting coach. I mean, that's just, they're calling it different things. And I'm like, I don't know how you can strategize because baseball's about situations, right? It's different than in football where this is the game we play. And I know you can do that in baseball stylistically, but you have to have the players more than philosophy, right? So when they say that, like, I don't know what that means. Does it mean a development into a modern age of a different type of coach on the bench? Do they want an addition of certain things that aren't there currently? I don't know what that means per se. More of a say in who the coaching staff is. Like, I'm not really sure what that means, but I don't know. Does any of that, if we're talking offensive philosophy, to me, I go immediately Steve Kerr's like, what?
No, I run the offense here.
What are you talking about? Like, that's where I'm like, if I'm Steve and I'm like, so what are your guys' concerns? They go, well, we want more of a stay in the staff. You're like, okay, that's probably something you can work out and come to terms with together. Work on that together, figure that out. But then when you go, we've got a different thought on offensive philosophy. Like, Joe Lacob, what did you know about offensive philosophy before you bought this team?
Well, that's the part that
you bought Steph Curry's team.
That's the part that would piss off Steve Kerr. I from Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s side of things, I think that Steve would have more respect because he played the game, not at a high level, but he still played in the league. I think that once you get down this road of the owner and the GM tell you that you got to start changing things, then that's the part that Steve's like, why am I here then? Like, I had a good thing going with Joe and with Bob Myers, and now you guys are telling me I'm doing things wrong. Like, that's the part where I side with Steve with leaving, where once your boss tells you, look, I want you to keep coaching the team, but I want you to do it differently. Well, why is now not good enough for you?
Yeah.
Because I traded away your favorite player in Jonathan Kuminga? Too bad. Like, if you want a championship, trust me. Trust me for what I've done the last 12 years as head coach, and I won 4 championships. Now, if you want to be a contender, then we got to go out and do something significant this offseason.
Yeah.
Whether that's Kawhi, whether that's Giannis, whether that's LeBron. I don't think any of that's happening. I'm sure in the back of Steve's mind, he's like, I don't think any of that stuff's happening either. But maybe it's just fun to ride off in the sunset with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. But if it's going to be where Joe's, riding me because I'm not doing his offense or I'm not doing this or that, then why the hell am I here anymore?
Then we're talking Jerry Jones stuff. You know what I mean?
And
just run the plays I gave you, Steve?
Yeah. And it never works. It never works when an owner comes in or a GM comes in and says, I want you to hire this guy on your staff. Because Al Davis used to do that all the time back in the day where Lane Kiffin wanted to get rid of Rob Ryan. And he was just like, why would I do that? It's my staff. I'm the head coach. Once you have the front office
That's Buddy
interference,
Ryan's son.
once you have the front office interfering with your staff that you created initially, it's a different deal when like Tony Vitello comes in, he's the new manager of the team.
Yeah, you build your staff. Just like Kyle, you pick your staff.
But if Buster Posey and him are in a collaboration on the staff, then that's different. If you establish for 12 years that it's your staff, and then the last year of your contract, the last year of you coaching the team, Joe Lacob comes in and says, not anymore, buddy, then why would Steve be here? That's where I think this meeting took place, where Joe says what he wants and Steve said what he wants. And it's like, all right, it's clear we both want the same thing here. We want Steph Curry to have a 5th championship. So what can we do to make that happen? And Steve needs to go play golf to think about it.
Steve said, let me talk to Tom. Let me see what Tom thinks. Dude. 408, as he said earlier, Steve shows up in a torn AC/DC shirt in the next negotiation. We'll know Tom had an impact. 916 says, or cargo shorts would be a good sign, too. Tom had an impact. Nobody's got a handy in cargo shorts since Nam. It's one of my favorite lines.
In a super bed? That's not a bad one. That's
one of my favorites. More people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. 408 says your Tom Tolbert hockey update. Nens 1, Ning 0 right now.
Oh, the Ning.
We are on live right now because the Giants got rained out today in Philadelphia. Doubleheader tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch for game 1, 2:35 first pitch for game 2, and an abbreviated pregame, as we already did half the pregame, so if you missed it, tough S. You got to catch an abbreviated one tomorrow, starting with the Tony V show at 9:15 tomorrow morning, a Giants doubleheader. When we come back, we'll go out to Philly and talk to our guy, Andy Baggerly. Covers the Giants for The Athletic. And then Rich Aurelia joins us at 4:50. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Bags next on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. The Giants were rained out in Philadelphia today. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. First pitch for game one at 9:35. The second game scheduled to start at 2:35 right here. You can hear it all right here on The Sports Leader. We're joined now by Andrew Baggerly. He covers the Giants for The Athletic. He joins us on the UMA guest line. He's sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Andy, we got through that 3-city East Coast road trip with no problems, and then 2 days into this one, man. April in Philadelphia, it got us.
Yeah, well, it's sort of what happens. I prefer I don't like the games in. I know some people are like, put a roof on all those suckers, but I just don't like. Baseball should be played out in the sunshine, right? And then some days you get liquid sunshine. So I went on an Alaskan cruise and the weather was terrible the whole time, and the guides every day would say, "Enjoy the liquid sunshine." We wanted to murder them about 4 days.
Jesus, yeah, it's cute once. You know what I mean? I don't need that on this cruise. I don't need that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I paid the $10,000. It's not coming back. The weather's crappy. You don't need to make me pretend that the weather's great. But no, it will be a long day tomorrow. But maybe it's a good time for the Giants to take a little time out. I mean, they had a travel day, obviously, and we're here all day. For a day before the series began yesterday. But the offense clearly needs to get on track. They've been shut out 6 times. They're not drawing walks. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can get into. So, maybe another little hit the pause button is not the worst thing.
Yeah, I want to get into the lineup a little bit. I mean, yesterday, just 2 hits. And Jung-Hoo Lee came in on fire. I mean, he's been incredible. Still over 400 since, even after the 0 for 4 last night, since April the 10th. In his last 16 games, in OPS over 1,000, 8 extra base hits. What did you make of the lineup that came out today where they had dropped him down from 1 to 7? I thought it was interesting just because they saw a lefty yesterday. Another one was scheduled to throw today. But what did you make of that lineup change for today?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was only batting leadoff against a lefty because he was coming in batting 400 over, his previous 2 weeks. If he wasn't red hot, I don't think that, they want Jung-Hoo Lee leading off against lefties. And Jesus Luzardo was really good. I mean, he was tough on everybody yesterday, really made guys expand, got ahead early. So I think that probably better reflects, what they hope to do against lefties. Elliot Ramos led off a lot against him last year, was fairly decent in that spot. So, I don't think it was a huge surprise. I was a little curious whether Joao Encarnacion would get a start because, he didn't start yesterday. And if he doesn't start 2 straight days against the lefty, what's he even doing on the roster? So he was in the lineup, and I imagine he'll be back in the lineup when Christopher Sanchez faces them in what we presume will be game 1 tomorrow.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Just focusing on last night, some positives, even though it was a tough loss, 7-0. Luis Ariz, another great defensive play with the backhand grab and flip to Willie Adames on the double play in the third. There was a lot of talk about his capabilities at second, but has this been a surprise to the coaches in front office for what he's doing at second base this year?
Surprise is a tough one. You know what? I would say I'm a little surprised. I think, there were a couple plays in maybe the first series against the Yankees where he didn't have maybe a ton of range where a couple balls scooted past him. And I thought, oh boy, how long until they start putting in a defensive replacement? How long until he's DHing? But man, I mean, he's really come on since then. He's been terrific. He's been sure-handed. He's got making good double play turns. I mean, he's not going to be the rangiest second baseman, but he is making some good plays that have required him some dexterity on his part. So yeah, I think they have to be thrilled. I mean, he hasn't made an error this season, and I'm knocking on wood as I say that before people start yelling at me. And he's I think among the more valuable infielders in baseball, and I think that's not exactly what anyone would have predicted. So hats off to him. He's put in the work. I know people are going to be really quick to say, "Hey, Ron Washington, genius," but as much respect as should be paid to Wash, and I'm sure he's had a lot to do with it. I was talking with the front office executive today, and he said, it's the players. You always go with the players first. They're the ones who put in the work. They're the ones that improve. They're out there every day. So you got to credit the player first. And I think Luis Ariz deserves a lot of credit.
He does. He's been fantastic. He's been the best offensive player. He's been really good at second base. And by the way, I saw it in the game notes yesterday and today, now 67 consecutive plate appearances without a strikeout. longest since Nori Aoki. That name kind of blew me away.
Between you and me, he's going to make an error and strike out 3 times tomorrow now. Great. Wow.
Well, he's got 2 games to do it, Bags. 9:35 and 2:35. You can hear them all right here on these sports. And I know we'll have to wear that tomorrow if either of those happen. And the last time he struck out was against the Phillies back on April 7th. I wanted to ask you about the moves they made today, because I know Blake Tidwell was optioned down because of the usage, and you have some more road games here, not an off day coming up, I don't think, until the 7th of May, because they come on home and play a series against the Padres. Gregory Santos was called up. He was competing for a roster spot out of spring training. What did you see from him, and what are the Giants hoping to get from him? What role do you think he'll fill?
Yeah, I mean, probably short relief, not long relief.
Yeah.
He's a guy who, when he's feeling good, he can run it up to 102 miles an hour. Kind of a neat story. He's back after making his Giants debut just from like a week before Camilo Doval made his debut, if you remember back.
I do, yeah.
It's kind of funny, the 2 catchers who are on the Giants roster, one guy is the president of baseball ops now, the other guy is his special assistant. Kirk Casale caught his debut, and Buster was on that roster. So kind of neat to see him come back. He definitely had a smile on his face when we asked him today about coming back to San Francisco. He got Matt Gage. He was a Giants farmhand who was released. He's back.
Caleb Killian. Yeah, he was traded away.
He was traded for Chris Bryant to the Cubs, and now he's back. So kind of a neat little storyline about how this bullpen's coming together, and Santos gets to join those other 2 guys as part of it. But Tidwell threw 47 pitches in a mop-up role. They sent him back, and Tony Vitello told us this afternoon, interestingly, that they want to stretch him out. They want him to start again.
Yeah.
And maybe they want to groom him as a replacement for, if Adrian Hauser is struggling, or if someone else gets hurt and they feel they need a little more rotation depth. You got Trevor McDonald, you got Carson Wisenhunt, but I think they want Tidwell to become an option that they can consider. So that's the plan for him. They will get an extra arm for Game 2 of the doubleheader, an extra player. We presume it'll be an arm. And they've got some choices here, because Logan Webb's going to start the first game. He was supposed to start today. And Hauser's supposed to start the second game. But, and this is my hunch, I think they might whole staff it in Game 2 tomorrow, because they'll have the extra pitcher. They just called up Santos, who's fresh. They might be better positioned against the Phillies to do, sort of a bullpen game. Because if they have Hauser pitch tomorrow along with Webb, like you mentioned, they don't have a day off. When they get home from Tampa this weekend, they play the Padres on Monday. And I don't know if you want to run a whole staff game out there against a division rival at home. Whereas if they push Hauser to start the opener in Tampa 2 days from now, then guys won't stack up, and they'll be able to just, it'll be Molly Webb and Hauser,
right? Yeah, on the back end.
So they might be kicking that around. Should we just bite the bullet now and have, the sort of the bullpen game be the second game of the doubleheader? The other thing is when you have that sort of all-staff game as the Game 2 of a doubleheader, you've already gotten through Game 1. You've already used who you're going to use. So there's a little less uncertainty there. So I don't know. That's my mind. But we'll see. We'll see what they do.
I think that makes sense, because otherwise, as you said, you're using 2 starters on one day, and you don't get that day of rest to build that back up. And it's not just going whole staff again in like Game 1 against the Padres. It's after a cross-country flight, too, coming back from Tampa. Do we have any idea who that might be? I always forget you get to bring up an extra arm for the doubleheader. Do you know who that might be, or who they may go with?
I mean, whoever they can get here in time.
Yeah.
Obviously, the AA team is closer, but I don't think you'd have to make a 40-man move to bring up someone like like a Bednar, or someone who's at AA just for the day. So I would imagine that maybe like a Spencer Bivens, or I think Carson Seymour is on turn, so they could skip him at Sacramento. I would probably guess one of those 2 guys, but that this is why they had some tough choices at the end of spring. Whether it be with a Seymour or Tristan Beck, these guys that didn't make the team, they're like, look, they're all going to pitch at some point. They're all going to help us, probably make, double-digit appearances plus for us. So that's kind of where we're into. You get in the schedule and things happen, and you got to call guys up.
And Seymour is scheduled to pitch tonight in like an hour for Salt Lake, but I haven't seen a change on that yet. So you're right about his being on turn.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Just going around Major League Baseball bags. We saw two managers get fired who have taken their teams to the World Series, and Alex Cora and Rob Thompson in the last few days. Are you surprised with these drastic changes this early into the season? And we know how owners follow other owners. So do you think this could be something we could see from other struggling teams across baseball?
It's a little early. Because normally we see these moves being made. Maybe in May, but they're two high-profile teams, and you got a third one with the Mets. I mean, the Phillies their payroll's over $300 million this year. I mean, and I think everyone feels terrible about it because Rob Thompson was just a complete professional, and everyone, no one has a bad word to say about him, and everyone's sort of like, this is what happens when it falls on the manager, but it was really no fault of his own. So. And there was the complicating factor, of course, which the Athletic reported about Dave Dombrowski actually trying to get Alex Cora to as soon as he learned that Boston was going to fire Cora before it was even out. Dombrowski was trying to get Cora to accept the job with the Phillies. So, gosh, I wonder who's going to be managing the Phillies next year. But so that was the really interesting wrinkle there. But it just kind of goes to show that these jobs are chaotic, and if you don't get off to a good start and you feel like the team could use a turbocharge in a different direction, teams are going to be willing to make those moves, especially when there's expectations on them. And it's got to be interesting if you're Tony Vitello and you basically take in this job and you're a month in and 1/15 of your cohort has been fired. I mean, it's just kind of, not that he's not aware of this. I mean, he's followed baseball his whole life, even if he hasn't been in the pro side. He knows these jobs are volatile, but it's got to be a little bit eye-opening.
Bags, just circling back to the Giants, Raffael Devers, I know he spoke to you guys, was it yesterday maybe? He spoke to the media, was it yesterday afternoon?
I think it was today.
Was it today?
No, that was today.
That was today that he spoke to you guys. So I know we just haven't heard much from him, and I was saying this, I know he's struggling, and there's a responsibility for guys to speak to the media, and he's really, he struck out, I think, in nearly a third of his at-bats as a Giant, way below his career numbers for about a decade. But he's not a guy who is really front-facing anyway. Like, he's not when things are going great for him, he's not a dude that's out in front talking to everybody anyway. But what did he have to say about his struggles right now? Because it seems like he's missing middle fastballs and pitches he would normally hit.
Yeah, we only got a few questions in about 4 minutes before he said he had to go. So we didn't get, and this was not a therapy session. I mean, he basically said, why do you have to say I'm frustrated all the time? I don't like doing these with you guys because you make it negative and you talk about how everyone's frustrated, and I don't like that. So he says he's not frustrated. He says that he's, working on adjustments, and baseball's a game of ups and downs. He said he's not changing his swing at all, not making like we're talking minor adjustments. But basically he was kind of like, he's upset that the team is not doing better. But mostly he just kind of was upset at us for trying to stir up controversy when all we want to do is ask him, hey, you're not hitting. Can you tell us why that is? It's like, we're just doing our jobs, buddy. So. Yeah, I don't know if he really understands that or if he really wants to understand that. And like you said, he's not really he's a pretty private person. Sure. But you know what? You talk to the Giants, and I wrote a story last week, and I talked to Buster Posey. They're satisfied that he's coming here as a professional every day, ready to work. I guarantee he probably plays both ends at tomorrow's doubleheader. Yeah. He played 163 games last year. He posts, he's and that's what they care about. And he's out there early doing early work at first base. He's gotten better every series as a first baseman. I know it was a little bit of a rough start, just like last year when he learned the position. He got better, from week to week. So I think he's going to be fine there. Would it be nice if he, shared a little bit more of his thoughts instead of just sort of, kind of brushing us off a little bit or just saying, he's not frustrated. Is that kind of a bad look for him? That's for you to decide. But that's kind of what you get, with him. So I think the Giants won't care at all. They just hope he starts hitting soon because, as you mentioned, he's drawn 6 walks. Patrick Bailey's hitting $140. He's drawn 6 walks. I mean, not only are they not getting the run production, they're not getting, sort of that base fuel in the engine of all the like Schwarber. Schwarber changes the game twice by drawing a walk, one of them helps to push Turner to third. He scores on a sacrifice fly. The two doubles the Phillies hit led to runs because of walks. The two doubles the Giants hit came with the bases empty. So that's kind of what's really been missing with this Giants offense. And they're not going to get the walks from Arise. You're not going to get the walks from Jung Hoo Lee. That's not what their game is. You're going to give 1,300 plate appearances to those guys. You're not going to be in the upper half in the league in walks, but you need the guys who do draw walks to do that. And the problem with Raffael Devers is he's just getting fastballs right down the middle because hitters are not afraid of him whatsoever. I mean, you don't draw 112 walks like he did last year when pitchers have no fear of going after you. So that's got to change. It's really hard to imagine the Giants being a functional offense without Raffael Devers being a big part of it. And right now he hasn't been.
Well, and if he figures it out and gets back anywhere near to his career averages, we're in for a hot next 5 months, but it hasn't been there in April. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for the Athletic. Bags, enjoy the night off and a long one tomorrow, so rest up.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay. We'll do our best. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll catch you later there. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. We do it with him every week here on Dirty Work and on the other KMBR shows as well. So, dude, that Devers thing is wild.
That doesn't sound good, the way that he went about things with the media today.
I don't know. That kind of made me laugh, actually. Like, one, he's like, dude, you guys are always so negative. I was like, dude, so he's a subscriber to The Athletic. That's wild. The other thing I thought was, he's like, I love that he frustratedly tells them in like 3.5 minutes before he has to go that he's not frustrated. I'm not frustrated. You guys are always trying to make it sound like I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated.
Yeah, it's clear you're frustrated.
I got to get out of here. I got stuff to do.
Then why didn't you talk to us before, Raphael? I don't care that he doesn't talk to the media, but then, don't come out there and be like, all right, you guys are wasting my time here, and you guys are so negative. Like, come on, dude.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that's kind of par for the course. I feel like that's kind of it. He's not a guy, it's not his first language.
Yes.
He's not a guy who speaks to the media and wants to a lot anyway. So, again, like Bag said, I don't know if he totally gets what we're doing or if he wants to understand it.
Yeah.
Also, pretty easy for him to just say media is media, but when your first media is Boston, it probably changes the way you see the media too, and how he was talked about when he left Boston. You know what I mean? These are people that he sees every day, people he was with every day for the time he was 20 years old.
But it's not like people here are coming after his character.
No.
That was going on in Boston. This is just about him not performing well.
Well, I could have said, well, wow, he reads The Athletic, or he reads SF Gate headlines.
Don't we all?
Raffael Devers tells media F you in, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like that's how they run with that stuff.
Of course they do.
Which isn't what happened. No, I'm not frustrated. You're frustrated.
No.
We can talk to Rich Aurelia about this. He might be frustrated. He thought he was getting away from us today. Dude, I don't think
not
so,
today,
Rich.
Richie.
You better grab a glass of wine and settle in, Rich, because we got questions.
We do the show, you do the show.
Yeah, that's right, dude. If we're on, Rich Aurelia is on. He's on deck, and then he'll be in the box with us next. Dirty Work rolls on Wednesday.
The hell is that?
I was going to say White House Correspondents' Dinner, but that's a whole other dinner.
By the way, it's literally labeled on my board, crappy media laugh.
Yeah, it's pretty good, dude. All right.
With a cheer at the end?
I don't think they did that when Devers was like, this is your fault. You're frustrated. All right, Rich Aurelia next. Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Chipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins Dirty Work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
There we go.
All right.
Can't go to Rich till we get no sleep till
This is
Brooklyn.
cheering me up.
Yeah,
no Giants baseball. We're on the air.
Well, dude, we're
no
on the
sleep
air.
till
We're on the air, but
Brooklyn.
more importantly, dude, everybody loves to drag somebody down with them. And if we have to be on the air, so does Rich Aurelia. Rich Aurelia joins us on the Human Guest Line. He's sponsored by Ayala Morgan and Bizard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala Morgan and Bizard. And by Surfside, it's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. Richie, what's up, dude?
What up, Rich?
Not much, man. Not a bad day. I did a pregame show and, take my salary home for the day, and then it's over. That's it. And I'm done.
It's like getting a knock in your first at bat. It's like a hit in your first at bat. You're like, dude, I'm made. It's all good. Everything from here is gravy.
That was awesome. I mean, it was a little weird. Right in the middle of our show is when we got notice of of the game being postponed, and we're watching, with Dave and Hunter on there, and there's no tarp on the field, no rain yet. But hey, whatever, man. The crazy stuff happens. So good luck to those guys tomorrow, though. Doubleheader in the studio where you won't see me in there.
Rich doesn't have to do the game tomorrow now. It's tomorrow's guy's problem. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I was off anyway tomorrow, so go get him, Wody.
There you go, Wody. Well, Rich, I know last week you were upset that we bumped you for DeJon Stribling getting drafted, but now we moved you up. So this is our doing you a solid here.
Yeah, you're coming up, bro.
Well, yeah, it's like, one of those everything, always evens out, right? Like the line drives in the blue pits or the line drive outs. I don't really believe that, but thanks for getting me on a day early, guys.
All right, talking to Rich Aurelia here on the UMA guest line. So, first thing for you that comes to mind, doubleheader-wise, do you remember the first time you played a doubleheader in the majors?
And I to be honest with you, I can't remember. I think I've played a few. Don't really remember a lot of them, but, I think one like they have tomorrow, the split doubleheader, those are tough, man, because, one, you knew you were going to be there early already because it was a getaway day and you had a day game. But now you got to get there early. You got to play. Then you got to sit around for a couple hours and then play another game. That's the hard part, just getting the body going again. And I'm sure there's going to be a pretty good amount of those guys that are going to play both games tomorrow. That's the hard part, cooling down. And especially in that Philly clubhouse, man, when you're in there between games and, you see that clubhouse guy cooking up them cheesesteaks in there. There's a lot of temptations going on between games in that clubhouse.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. So we're a little over a month into the season right now. Just where you at with this team where, the struggles initially, playing the Yankees, the way they looked offensively, and I don't think they still got on their offensive funk, but the pitching's better than anticipated. The bullpen was better than anticipated. Just where you at with this team where Tony Vitello says they're maturing right now? Do you agree with him?
Well, I think for one, Tony's maturing in the fact that how he's handled the bullpen, which I think has been great.
Yeah.
I think how he's trying to handle this lineup to try and juggle some guys around, whether it's lefty-righty matchups or guys that are hot or guys that aren't. So I commend him for the job he's done with what he's had to kind of work with so far, because offensively they've really, it's been pretty much non-existent with the exception of a few games. And here's my thing with this team. It's like, I go down to spring training, I look and, man, they look good on paper, right? And they look good down in spring training and everybody's excited and everybody bought in, but you get to the regular season and you have a few issues, besides a rise, you don't really have a high average guy in this everyday lineup. So that's number one. Number two, you got a team that does not walk at all. That's two. Number three, you got a team that can't steal a base. and 4, you got guys that strike out a lot, and 5, you're not hitting any home runs. So there really is, like, we were talking on the air today about trying to, like, got to start trying to manufacture some runs and trying to do some stuff, but it's very hard to do when you're not getting guys consistently on base and guys aren't walking and you don't have base stealers and you're not hitting the ball out of the park. So the offense to me is like kind of an enigma right now where, you got a bunch of guys trying to figure out, not even who they are, but like how to get out of their funk.
Yeah.
And it's just work in progress for me, I guess, is how I would describe it right now.
And they've been feast or famine. I was saying to Derek, I'm like, they haven't played a lot of close games where, like, they've come back a couple of times. That series in Washington, they had one really tight one on that Saturday. But it's sort of like they go down and then they lose, or they go up and they just kind of hold it and win. But there hasn't been a lot of, like, battling back and forth and any consistency throughout any number of games. So I feel you on that. Raffael Devers is obviously struggling, I mean, maybe more than anybody besides Patrick Bailey, but nowhere near his career numbers. He's striking out a lot. He's only got 6 walks, and he's swinging through, like, middle fastballs and pitches that he wasn't even seeing last year when he was going better, and guys were attacking the zone against him. There was a thought or a report last week that he wasn't talking to the media. Today, I guess he met with them for a bit, and Andrew Baggerly was just on with us and said that Devers told them, like, he thinks the media makes it negative and he's not frustrated. They make it sound like he's frustrated. I guess more my question is, what's the responsibility of a guy at Devers' spot to meet with the media and to answer or to get a better scope of what's going on with him? I mean, I know it's part of the job. He's not a guy who talks to the media a lot anyway, but how do you view that as a former player? When you're going bad, nobody wants to answer questions about how tough it's been. He wants to hit.
No, nobody wants to answer those questions when you're going bad. But there's a couple things, I don't know honestly. Like as far as is it a part? Is part of it a language thing?
Sure,
I don't know because
absolutely.
when I was in spring training, I was there for about 6 days, and that was during the time where he had the hamstring, and I personally did not even see the guy one time in 6 days. So he was probably rehabbing in the training room or whatever. So I can't speak to the fact of, like, is he not comfortable speaking English? Does he not have a translator? Whatever that is. But as a professional, you need at some point to understand that, reporters are trying to do their job. And I don't think, I at least from what I've heard or read, I don't feel like anybody is saying he's frustrated.
No.
I just think everybody watching him is frustrated because, this is a guy you trade for. He's basically your big acquisition in the last few years, and he's not gotten off to the start that you want him to get off to. And the fact that he is striking out just a crazy amount of times and let's be honest, he's striking out on fastballs right down the middle a lot of the times. That is frustrating for fans and media who covers the team to understand. And, we talked about it a little today in the I don't even know, is it called a pregame when there's no game? The thing we did before when there was supposed to be a game.
It was pre-postponed. Yeah, pre-postponed.
Yeah,
you guys
we were
did it. Yeah.
hitting on, the question of, like, as a veteran player, when do you, try and make an adjustment or mechanical adjustment? And there's different times. I mean, there's a fine line between, he's not an older player yet. And when, at least in my, knowledge of hitting and my history, when I was swinging and missing fastballs down the middle or fouling them straight back, there was probably a little sense of swinging too hard, which basically makes your swing longer and slower. And 2, it's probably just some minimalistic little mechanical thing, whether your front elbows first move is flying up or your back elbows dropping too much. It's always something small and minuscule. Do I think Devers is going to do this all year? No, he's not going to do this all year. He's going to get, hot at some point or another. I mean, will he have his normal numbers? I don't know, but he's too good of a hitter for too long of a time to have this continue throughout, I would even say through the first half of the season. Hopefully he figures this out really soon.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Just going to last night and the positives of the game, even though it was a 7-0 loss. Luis Ariz with a great defensive play last night, the backhand grab, then flipped to Willie Adames for the double play in the third. There was a lot of talk about his capabilities coming into the season at second. Has he surprised you with how good he's been defensively?
I don't want to say surprised because I hadn't really seen him play second base in years.
Right.
Right? I mean, when he went to the Padres, they basically moved him over to first base because they had Cronenworth signed for a long-term deal, and he was their second baseman. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised, but I know that he probably has a chip on his shoulder coming in here, hearing that stuff, and, saying to himself, I'm going to show these guys. I'm going to show them I can play defense. And he's been, listen, again, we know he's not going to have the most range out there. He's made some really nice plays. He hasn't messed any up. He hasn't cost you any ball games. And, we were talking, what is his value, right? So we were talking during the game last night in the NBC Sports, newsroom there. And we pulled up a stat of since 1975, there have been, I think, can't remember the exact number, maybe 8 or 9 or 10 players that have won 3+ batting titles since 1975. And all of them except 3, not including Arise, all of them except 3 are Hall of Famers. And 2 of the other 3 are Hall of Famers in Miguel Cabrera and Jose Altuve. The only non-Hall of Famer was Bill Madlock. So that should tell you something of what type of offensive player he is. Yeah, he's not going to hit you a bunch of home runs, but he's not going to strike out. He's going to get his hits every day, and he's going to be on base for you. He won't walk a lot, but, he's kind of more the prototypical guy, I think, that they really want in that lineup right now, and he's the only one that's kind of capable at this point of doing that.
Dude, Bill Madlock, at one point a San Francisco Giant in the 70s,
yeah.
I want to say. Yeah, Madlock could hit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good note on Bill Madlock. Giants will play a doubleheader tomorrow at 9:35 first pitch for the first game, a 2:35 first pitch for game 2. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Rich, I was wondering this because we talk, as Niner fans, we talk a lot about Philadelphia, and I've seen a number of games in Philly. You played shortstop. I know you couldn't really, maybe not hear them from there, but are the Philly fans at Phillies games as mean as they are elsewhere? Did you ever experience that?
Probably the worst place for a visiting player to play. By far.
You played at the Vet too, right?
Yeah. They're knowledgeable. They know stuff about you. They're pretty close. There's pretty close quarters there at that Citizens Bank. It's a tough place to play. As an infielder, I didn't catch the brunt of it, but we go back to Barry playing left field there, right, where he was just getting abused out there for a number of years. And, I think Barry came in one day with probably $10 worth of quarters in his back pocket because they were throwing quarters at him out there in left field. But it's one of those places probably if you play for them, you love it. And if you're there as a visitor, you just you can't wait to get out of there because they are absolutely brutal on you there in Philly.
I bet you do. Do you remember the game? I think you played in it, right? 2003, the Kevin Millwood no-hitter game.
Yeah, that was at the Vet.
That was at the Vet. Yeah, that was brutal. I was going to ask how you did, but it was.
Well, I obviously did not get a hit. I think I got left on deck. I want to say Marquise Grissom made the last out. I think I got left on deck. Probably. I'm guessing it was 0 for 3.
Yeah, well, that was a wire-to-wire Giants. It was a 1-0 win too. They weren't putting up runs either. That was a wire-to-wire season. That was a lot of fun. I never fell out of first place in 2003. One more I was going to ask you about, just a baseball history note, because I know you love the game. Today's the 40th anniversary of Roger Clemens' 20 strikeout game in Boston in '86. Oh, wow. I saw a little video where he was talking about it and kind of walking through some of that day in that game. He almost didn't make it to the game in time. He was stuck in traffic because there was a Celtics playoff game.
Oh, damn.
He got a police escort that saw him running down the street and said, "Follow me." His wife drove, and he got to the game almost as they were taking the field and got dressed and went out there and struck out 20. Rich, he didn't walk anybody. I didn't even know that.
Oh, my God. That's some kind of outing. First of all, just to probably just show up and strap it on and go out and play. You could do that when you're younger.
Yeah.
But, I remember I've seen highlights of that game, and, it was just filthy. It's like that, in my era, it was like that game Kerry Wood.
I was going to say, yeah.
Where he was throwing, wiffle up there and, ball moving 4 feet. And, that's kind of like the David Wells story of his no-hitter
like
showing up
hungover.
at Yankee Stadium at like 7:45 in the morning, straight from going out all night. It's amazing that some stuff like that could happen. But, you mentioned Clemens in 86, and like for me, man, all I remember is, he started, I think, Game 7 of the World Series against my Mets growing up as a kid.
Oof.
I remember they, showed him, he went in and shaved, after they took him out to, for the big celebration. And my Mets got him again late in the game. So that's my memory of Clemens from 86.
There you go, dude. Yeah, the Clemens thought he had it, and the Mets came. That's a problem, dude. You're playing a Game 7 for the Red Sox. You ain't walking out a winner, back then at least.
Well, I think, some of my connection is, I guess, they had to be down 3-0 to come back and win, right?
Yeah, that's it.
With Dave stealing that base. So
No, definitely. One more for you, Rich. Just going around baseball, we saw two managers that took their teams to the World Series fired in the last few days here, and Alex Cora and Rob Thompson. Just your thoughts on, the front office making changes like that, and just your own experience, what that does to a clubhouse. 'Cause I know that happened to you, I think in 2005 with the Cincinnati Reds, where you changed managers midseason.
Yeah, there's probably a different feeling with different situations. I mean, when I was with the Reds in 2005, I mean, we weren't playing well, and, Dave Miley wasn't a big name, so that was kind of like, we just need, just changes of scenery, change of voice, whatever. But the two guys that got let go this week, I feel were pretty respected by their team, their players, and their club. I think the positive thing for the Phillies is, wasn't Mattingly was on their staff already, right?
Yeah.
So he has a pretty good feel of what they are. With the Red Sox, I don't think, was Tracy on their staff? I don't even know.
He was their AAA manager. He was the Paw Sox manager.
So that's, it's weird situations, and I think it's a little soon. I mean, I would think to get rid of, especially guys that have had a track record like Thompson and Cora had. But that's why those front office people get paid the big bucks, I guess, to make those decisions and to feel what's best for their ball club. And now you'll see. Now you'll see what happens. How does the club respond? And if the club responds poorly, then it's probably going to fall on the players. But if the club responds in a positive way, they're probably going to say, "See, change managers. Look what we did. Now we're back on the winning track." So it remains to be seen. But I guess it's a "what have you done for me lately" type of world right now in baseball.
Well, it's rare, but it's happened. I mean, the Marlins famously against you guys, 2003, McKeon, I think McKeon might have been the dude who fired Jeff Torberg in April.
Right.
There were 6 games under 500. They fire the manager, and then he takes over. They have the best record in baseball after that and win the World Series. Yeah. It's rare, but it's happened in the past. So maybe this is something that helps turn them around, or it's not. and it was a weird move,
You don't know. Yeah. You really don't know what's going to happen. And, it remains to be seen, but I'm sure both of those guys will get an opportunity somewhere else down the road to manage again. They were too good to not have that opportunity again.
Rich Aurelia, the voice you hear on the Ume guest line. We do it with him each and every week here on Dirty Work. Rich, enjoy the night off, dude. Collect that check and kick your feet up. Enjoy the doubleheader tomorrow.
Yeah, I pulled over to talk to you guys, and now I'm getting back in traffic now.
All right, good for you, dude. Good for
enjoy
you.
that.
Enjoy the traffic, bro.
Listen to the rest of the show.
All right, we'll talk to you later, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
See you guys
later, man. The great Rich Aurelia, dude. Love talking to Richie, man. He's fun each and every week, dude. Dude. The Marlins one was so weird when McKeon took over. Funny thing is, he fires Jeff Torberg. They were 16-22, so they're 38 games in. It's early May.
Yeah,
but I don't even think Miguel Cabrera had been called up yet.
Oh wow!
Or and I Dontrell might have been called up at that point. Dontrell was so deceptive and unhittable early on. So nobody could figure him out. And then
Dontrell was amazing.
And then he had that effect where everybody kind of figured him out. That's why they traded him almost at his peak,
right,
to the Tigers with Miguel Cabrera. The haul they got in return was Cameron Maben. The Marlins got back, and I want to say they got none of it equaled Miguel Cabrera ever. But they also got back Andrew Miller, who was the top pitching prospect at the time. And he became one of the all-time great relievers not a huge saves guy, but was a big setup guy in the late 2010s. Anyway, Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Giants will play a doubleheader tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch for Game 1, 2:35 first pitch for Game 2. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, I think Tim has cobbled together a sound soiree for us.
Oh, fantastic.
Like a shoemaker. He's cobbled it together.
I love a good cobbling.
Yeah. You like a cobbler, Tim? Little shoe man?
Just call me the cobbler.
All
we got
right,
it.
Don't be so weird about the feet.
Peach
Tim.
cobbler?
Tim always weird about feet. All right, we'll take a quick break when we come on back. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Your sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. The Giants were rained out in Philadelphia today. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. 9:35 first pitch, 9:15 pregame for Game 1, an abbreviated pregame. Logan Webb slated to pitch game 1 against Christopher Sanchez. That was the matchup today. Andy Baggerly said to us, and I would kind of go with his thought process too. I wondered how they would navigate this doubleheader starting pitcher-wise for game 2, considering they don't have an off day until next Thursday, a week from tomorrow.
Right.
So if you throw both Webb and Hauser tomorrow, Webb's on 1 extra day of rest, Hauser on normal rest, but then Webb then would have to pitch on short rest if you kept everything normal, or you'd have to skip a start at some point and go to a bullpen game. Usually, since you get the extra arm, you get to bring up 1 extra guy for the doubleheader. For game 2, they would go with the bullpen game. So I'm still tracking what's going on with the River Cats tonight, only because Carson Seymour is scheduled to pitch tonight. He's on the 40-man roster.
Okay.
They're in Salt Lake City. It's a bit of a closer flight, a little bit, than Sacramento, I know.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. They've got nobody on the 40-man that's in Double-A right now that could come up and help them, which is in Richmond and closer to Philly, obviously. But if they were to go with Carson Seymour, he'd be on basically normal rest to throw tomorrow. He could start the game or pitch in long relief in the game tomorrow if they could get him there. If not, I'd be with Bags where it's somebody like Bivens or somebody else that they could get on a plane tonight to get him to Philly late tonight in order to be there for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, that sounds easier than the whole thing of bringing up Carson Seymour. So this thing throws off, the Giants.
They'd all be. It's the same exact issue.
Right. Okay.
Because they're both in AAA is my point. You just have to get either one on a plane. I'm just saying if for some reason I see that Seymour is now not the starting pitcher, that would indicate he's the guy brought up for tomorrow. But then you can keep everybody on normal rest. You can go Hauser on Friday. He'd be 1 day back, I guess. But 1 extra day of rest is not a negative.
No, so we'll see how things play out here with the Giants pitching. But yeah, this whole thing of the doubleheader kind of throws everybody off. But we'll see.
Yeah, 9:35 tomorrow, 2:35 for game 2. All right, we've cobbled it together. Tim was able to dig up enough stuff for us to get us a little sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your sound soiree for Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. This is sound that we were all going to miss because we weren't supposed to be here today.
There was no soiree to do.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago there was no soiree. Now there is. Tim ran into the kitchen and opened the fridge and concocted something. And we got a bit of sound here. So if you don't like it, there's one man to blame and one man only, and it's Thin Tim Webb. All right, let's start in the NBA. How about this? De'Aaron Fox.
All right.
San Antonio Spurs.
Of course.
He's talking about Wemby, and he makes a comp for Wemby. I don't know if this is what kind of guy he is, what kind of superstar he is, what kind of chef he may be.
What?
Maybe he says he sounds like a. Do you think maybe he's talking about Wemby and he goes, "Oh wait, you're turning me on with a French accent."
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox starts
you
talking about it.
You good by me?
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to start dating a French woman. We'll see what De'Aaron.
Easy, Stephen A.
See what De'Aaron Fox has to say. Here he is talking to Wemby.
How would you describe the impact this man has and the radius and gravity he has on defense?
It's like no one else. I mean, between probably him and Steph, like those are the only guys that you see that have the type of gravity that they have. And it's amazing to play with, but with Steph, you can't just throw the ball to the moon.
I mean, yeah, I guess with the impact on the team, yes.
I like that he said
similar.
There's nobody, and then he said, wait, Steph has that gravitational pull. Like playing against him, you have to. But he's right that like Wemby takes up so much space.
Right.
You're never not aware of him. Steph is like running around. You have to be aware of him.
Well, just the fact that they're both like unicorns, like something we never seen in the NBA before, where Steph Curry revolutionized the three-point line, or just being a three-point shooter, I should say, where Victor Wembanyama is this guy, this freak that's 7 feet tall, can play defense, can shoot threes. Like, it's incredible what the San Antonio Spurs have done within a year, where I think last year they won 34 games. And now, Stephon Castle, all these guys, De'Aaron Fox, Victor Wembanyama, they've turned this team around where there's no, like, growth period. There's no ascension. Like, this year we're seeing what's going on with the San Jose Sharks, where they're finally getting good. And then next year you have expectations. There was never that with the San Antonio Spurs, where would you be the least bit surprised if they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder?
No, that'd be the one team I think could do it.
Yeah, but they've dominated them this regular season.
I think they're the one team that I think has the personnel that could beat OKC. Like, if OKC gets through the West, they're back-to-back champs.
Well, Boston's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good series. I think that's fun. I think OKC's got too much.
The two defending champions back-to-back here. Yeah, that'd be very fun, but
that's who I'd want to see.
I mean, me personally, I just think like it's too much in 1 year. But then again, if this team's loaded, and they are right now, the way they're playing, and Mitch Johnson, the coach taking over for Greg Popovich, he doesn't have a ton of experience, but right now they're fascinating. So, yeah, I understand what he's saying. Like, in the styles of play, totally different from Steph Curry and Victor Wembanyama.
You're saying the gravitational pull.
The gravitational pull of what they're doing to their basketball teams, yeah, the impact is insurmountable.
I think he also makes it the comp to the defensive side of the ball. I think that's what he's saying, because he's like, on defense, you have to do everything away from him. Like, you can't do anything to go attack Wemby. You've just got to stay away from Wemby.
Right.
Because he's too athletic. He can get too far out on you and block jump shots. He's going to rebound everything inside. You can't take it inside because he'll dominate you. Like, I think that's kind of what he's saying is nobody tilts the floor like him. Steph on the offensive front. And Wemby's great offensively, but really, I mean, he won Defensive Player of the Year, right? He was first team all defense last year.
Yeah.
He was like that as a rookie. So I totally hear that. Like, if there's a guy that size, you can't go anywhere near him. Everything you do is operating away from allowing him to affect the game. It's like staying away from Barry Bonds. Like, you just couldn't throw to him. He's going to change the game if you throw him anything. So don't throw him anything.
No, he's unbelievable right now. So I understand what he's saying in the comp. It's just, different styles of play, but what they mean to their basketball teams on the same level as Steph Curry. I get that.
How about this one here? The Ross Tucker podcast. Miss Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell was on the Ross Tucker podcast.
You love to laugh.
Yeah, number 33, DeJon Stribling, is drafted number 33. Did I see he's going to wear number 2?
Is he? Okay.
Is that right? Or am I?
Diamador Lenore wears 2.
Lenore wears 2. I saw him holding up a number. I can't remember what number it was.
I'll find it for you.
I thought it was a single-digit number, too. Anyway, we'll figure that out. Maybe it was 6 or something.
It might have been 2 for being a second-round draft pick.
Lenore's like, yo, what the hell? DeJon Stribling, drafted by the Niners, number 33 overall. Greg Cosell was on the Ross Tucker podcast. He's giving his pre-draft ranking on DeJon Stribling.
I mean, I have conversation with coaches, and you know this. Coaches and teams have players all over the board, and, like, I'll give you an example, and I don't know if you were going to bring this up. Maybe we'll bring it up next week or the week after as we talk skill players. But I spoke to a coach, not with the 49ers, by the way, with another team who's been in the league for 35 years, okay? And he had Stribling rated ahead of Mekhi Lemon. So, you can go through a lot of coaches, and they'll tell you all different things based on their evaluation of players.
Sorry, this was before or after?
This was before the draft. I think this was after the draft, right, Tim? This was after the draft.
After. Yeah, I mean,
that's why he's saying not with the 49ers, because he's like, I don't want you to think this was what they thought specifically and then did that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that DeJon Stribling was very impressive, and people, they mocked him to the second round. So people thought that, Mekhi Lemon was getting a lot of hype, and Omar Cooper Jr., Denzel Boston. But really, this guy fits what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. And it's clear that, yes, maybe, at 33, that maybe not a reach, but a guy that we weren't anticipating. So was he going to be there at 58 when they drafted again? Probably not, because it was clear that most coaches felt, very good about this guy. Like, there was a report out there, the Colts were interested, the Rams, maybe they could have traded up to get him. So if Greg Cosell's high on DeJon Stribling, so am I, because that guy knows football.
It's sort of funny to me, too, because we talk about, like, consensus versus what the Niners think and what their consensus is on players. Matt Mayoka told us the week before the draft he knew for a fact there were 16 players the Niners had that they graded as first rounders. Then when they did their introduction stuff and they talked, or their post-draft presser, and John Lynch talked about drafting DeJon Stribling, and he said he was one of 16 gold helmets that we saw in the draft.
Right.
That to me meant the Niners had him graded as a first-round talent. I think the Niners think they got value on Stribling. I think the Niners think they got value on a guy that they said, we think he's a first-round talent based on this class. Doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks. We grade him as a first-rounder. And all we're really hearing about him is a lot of teams liked him and a lot of offensive-minded coaches liked him and thought he was a skill set that they could use.
Do you remember 2 years ago when Ricky Pearsall was drafted? I think a lot of us had, what we had, First Amendment.
21st Amendment.
Yeah, we were all for that draft party. People were like, Ricky Pearsall, who is this guy? All I needed to know was that night, I think Bleacher Report does their draft show, where C.J. Stroud was like, damn, that's the guy. That guy. That's the guy that I wanted. I wanted that guy. So Kyle knows what's going on. I think that I think once you get to that pick in the second round, he understands like what other teams are interested. So I understand like some people are like, that may be a reach, but to them, no, it's not, because he fits what they want to do. And if other coaches are interested, then it's probably safe the 49ers took him in the second round. Same thing right now where like things play out with the draft and coaches know what you're doing. Like you have this whole thing with Mekhi Lemon where the Steelers were on the phone with him, wanting to draft him.
Yeah, I didn't totally get a read on this story or understand what happened, because he was about to be drafted by the Steelers.
At 19, yeah.
And he went to the Eagles, right?
Yeah, so the Cowboys were there at 20, and they led, or whatever it was, maybe I may have the order wrong, but the Cowboys knew that Mekhi Lemon was going to go to the Steelers. And that's where I think Mike McCarthy probably talked way too much to his former team in the Dallas Cowboys, the coaching staff there, where they knew that, and they knew that Philadelphia wanted to come up to get him, so they allowed that, which is kind of interesting in division. But, yeah, I think teams are aware of, who's going where. So the Cowboys sound like they play the Steelers there. Mike McCarthy's not too happy with the Cowboys right now. It's where Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then, 5 seconds later, the Philadelphia Eagles call, and then he gets drafted by them. So, yeah, it's a whole weird thing with the draft.
Is this round 1 or round 2?
Round 1 with Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon goes number 20 to, so 23 is where the Cowboys were.
And they traded it.
The Cowboys were at 20. The Eagles were at 23.
They traded up 3 spots.
And the Steelers were at 21.
Right.
So the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon saying, we're going to take you at 21. Before they get to their spot, the Cowboys trade away that pick. They swap with the Eagles. The Eagles take Mekhi Lemon out of USC, wide receiver, and the Steelers then takes Maxi Hanashore, and then Malachi Lawrence goes to the Cowboys.
Yeah, so that's where, the Cowboys know information about the Steelers. They used it, to get more draft capital, have the Philadelphia Eagles move up. So to relate that to Deshaun Stribling, I'm sure the 49ers knew that if they weren't going to take him at 33, eventually a team was going to come up and take Stribling. So why not just take him at 33? Even though it might seem like a reach, it's not a reach to them.
Moving on here in the sound soiree. This one made me laugh yesterday. So not a lot of Australians in Major League Baseball history. There's a handful. They're flaring up a little bit more now. Grant Balfour, one of the great angry Aussies for the A's. Liam Hendricks, of course, out of Perth.
Yep.
There's a handful of Australians that'll play. Travis Bazzana made his Major League debut yesterday for the Cleveland Guardians, and he's the first ever number 1 overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft from Australia.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he's Australian, was the number 1 pick in the draft a couple of years ago. He made his big league debut yesterday. Check out his walk-up intro. Here you go.
Bazzana for Cleveland, the second baseman, number 37, Travis Bazzana.
Hell yeah.
That's my jam.
I like that, dude.
No, this is a patient guy. Did you hear what they were playing?
Well,
is that at work? Down under.
You hear what they're playing? God, I love this song.
Such a good song, dude. Also, it's so unique to what he can do. Everybody knows, you think Australia and you think music, nobody's going like AC/DC immediately. Everybody goes to this because
of course
it's talking down
under.
It's
a song about Australia.
And he does. He comes from a land. Somebody said, man, dude, he came from a land down under. The first comment on the tweet was, he came from down under to Cleveland. Oof.
Back in the day when I was producing the show for my pops and Bonte, anytime Andrew Bogut would come on, we'd play this. And then on the phone, he's like, you had to play that song, huh?
You got to do it, eh?
Yeah, but this is Casey Schmidt's walk-up song.
Yeah, it is.
And he's not Australian.
No.
But I like it.
He's from San Diego or something,
amazing.
right?
No, he's a man at work.
Yeah, he's from Southern California. I'm stoked that Bazzana came up to this. I hope he keeps it. I hope it stays as his walk-up song.
It should be.
It should.
It fits him well.
All right, moving on here in the sound spray. One more here. This is another baseball stadium one. This one made me laugh. I sent this to our thread yesterday.
We're not doing Ray J? Come on.
Well, that's coming out. There's no audio for that.
Oh, yeah, there is. Isn't he on the Cam Newton podcast?
Oh, dude, was that where that came from?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we might have to get some audio. We might have to do that during the next break here to crank in some Ray J audio.
Crank, eh?
Because we'll do a whole segment on that. So the Reds, the Cincinnati Reds, where are you going to go?
Yep.
They've got a promotion in stadium where, do you remember back in the day when the Warriors, we talked about this, when they were bad in the Cohan days, and if they scored 100 points, you got a coupon for free chalupas?
Yeah, I remember
Taco Bell.
I remember it very well.
You
Yes.
got to live Moss, right?
Well, where are you going to go?
So the
churros, whatever.
The Reds have a promotion like that. The Reds have a promotion where fans win free pizza if the Reds get 11 strikeouts in a game as a team.
Okay.
So they get 11 strikeouts as a team. The fans win pizza. They got it yesterday.
Not if the Reds strike out 11 times.
No, they have to. Their pitchers have to record
I know.
11 strikeouts. They got 11 strikeouts yesterday in a game over the Rockies. They got it in the 9th inning. And they got it on an ABS challenge. Check out the audio. It's electric. Yeah.
Just missed. ABS challenge powered by T-Mobile.
The catcher has challenge to call a ball.
Stevenson's 1-1 tonight. Can he win pizza for those in the stands? The crowd ready to burst. That's a strike. Pizza for everybody.
Pizza.
Music's playing.
does it for the people.
What a great call.
Dude, that's
on
always
dude.
fun, man. Like, those were good times, even though the team sucked. But like the Warriors days where the team was bad, but if they got to 100 points, free chalupas, free churros for everybody.
By the way, I think the ABS challenge is electric anyway. When you're like waiting for it, you're like, and especially when it's like you're on. I like it better, I think, when my pitcher, when the other team is challenging, like the Giants pitcher, like Logan Webb throws one, it gets called a strike.
Right.
And then the batter challenges, and then you wait, you're like, wait, was it a strike? And you're like,
Yeah.
because then you're like, F you, sit down.
That's a strike!
That's right.
The announcers know it too.
I love that he's building up to it. He's like, can he win pizza for everyone? Like he's setting the stage for
Yeah,
it.
I know.
Dude. That's dude. The
I
ABS.
love that.
If you needed more electricity from the ABS.
Now, do we know what type of pizza it was?
No, I think you get a coupon. It doesn't say. It's just whatever their promotion is. But
that doesn't matter. But okay, free pizza's free
Hold
pizza.
on, dude. It doesn't. They're giving you.
If it was free Chuck E. Cheese pizza, I'll pass.
You took your ass to a game. They performed while you sat on your ass drinking beer, and they hand you a coupon for free pizza on the way out.
I'll take free pizza.
If it tastes better than the coupon it's printed on, I'm good. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
bad pizza's like bad sex. It's still good at the end.
Okay, wait, I don't know if
That's a saying.
by who.
Me right now.
That famous guy said it. What's his name? Oh, yeah, Jesus.
Jesus said that. Remember Jesus said that a long time
Yeah,
ago?
dude, yeah. Reminds me of that famous line from 42 when Branch Ricky's like, I want a pizza that feels like sex. Remember that? Remember that line?
Yeah, I do remember Harrison
Yeah,
Ford saying
I remember him
that.
saying that. I think it's in the deleted scenes.
Yeah.
I want a man with the strength to eat bad pizza like bad sex. All right, that's going to do it for your Sound Soiree for Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. Wilt Chamberlain, known for the greatest record that anybody, I think, has ever put together, and that's
scoring.
Claiming scoring, claiming to sleep with 10,000 women in one lifetime is a hell of a claim.
It's pretty impressive.
And I think sometimes he's like, I exceeded that. Well, Ray J, musical artist Ray J, brother of Brandy, known, of course, for her role on Moesha on UPN.
Of course. Ray J known for
As you well know.
a great video back in the day.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian. It's a good video. I haven't seen the end, though. I never make it all the way through. I've seen the first 3.5 minutes. Ray J went on the Cam Newton podcast. Is that where this happened?
I believe so.
And he made a claim that it supersedes, it for lack of a better term, it dunks on Wilt Chamberlain's claim of 10,000
Does it
women.
now?
Is it possible? Is it at all possible? We'll get into that next. The Ray J claim. Who's more believable, Ray J or Wilt Chamberlain? We'll get into that next. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We're with you till 6 when Krug takes over, talking more Ray J on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday, hump day edition of the show. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you.
It's about to be a hump day.
Yeah, well, every day is for Ray J and Wilt. Giants baseball postponed today. Doubleheader tomorrow, 9:35 first pitch tomorrow morning. Murph and Marcus will get you ready for that. Starting at 9:15, and then game 2, Giants and the Phillies, 2:35 tomorrow afternoon. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader, and then we'll pick up whatever's left, whatever crumbs are left at the end of the day. I'll be here with a dustpan to wipe up the last couple of minutes of the show. So we saw this. I saw this story yesterday. I sent it to you guys. Cam Newton does a podcast.
Yes, he does.
He wears hats. I think he's wearing a hat in this podcast. Anyway, he's doing he's trying to do the Club Shay Shay thing, or like the Shannon Sharp thing.
Trying to do the Club Shay Shay
where he's
thing.
talking to like athletes, but also artists and musicians.
In nice chairs with alcohol.
Yeah, they just sit there and they booze. But they're getting a lot of stuff out of these pods. Some interesting content. So
it's good tint.
Do you remember when Phillip Rivers returned to the Colts this past year, and Larry Krueger said to me, he's one of the great sires of all time. Because he has, 10 children?
I do remember that line,
12 kids or something, Phillip Rivers. Like one of the great sires. Now, Ray J, he's an artist, musician, brother of Brandy, famous originally for making a sex tape with Kim Kardashian like years ago.
I've heard, yes.
Yeah, so I've seen. So he was on the Cam Newton podcast, and the reason not the reason it made news, but I think for sports fans, what immediately stands out is if you followed basketball or you've been a sports fan for a long time,
you know about
Wilt scoring 100 in a game, and you know about Wilt Chamberlain loving the ladies.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if anybody loved the ladies more than Wilt did.
He loved the ladies, and then some.
So in his 1991 autobiography, and I need to preface this, I said I thought it was 10,000. In his 1991 autobiography, A View from Above, Wilt Chamberlain claimed that he slept in his lifetime with 20,000 women.
And kept track of them and, wrote it all down like a book.
It's one of the most talked about and debated personal claims in sports history.
Yes. Because how would you average it? What's the math there? How many a day? How many a year?
Some people have tried to do the math and questioned whether it's realistic, but Chamberlain himself stood by the number. So Ray J goes on yesterday on the Cam Newton podcast, and he makes a claim that he's not quite at Wilt, but he's
putting up similar numbers.
If Wilt was Kobe, if Wilt was Mike, then Ray J's Kobe. I don't even know how I'd figure that. I'm comping Wilt now as a basketball player.
Same ballpark.
As a basketball player to another player, which is so silly. Here's about a minute and a half of their conversation. Check out Ray J's claim to Cam Newton and their back and forth here.
We did a celebration, booby trap, celebrated my 10,000. I had about 400 or 500 girls that I with came through, supported. It was a massive parade.
You're talking about different partners.
10,000. I think, a little bit more now.
Different partners.
What you mean?
Like, this could go
what you mean?
How many times you've had sex. But
No. These are 10,000 different people.
You said 11.
It's at like 12.5 now, but I wanted it to get to like 11, so I was guaranteed 10.
Okay.
I didn't want to be at 9,000, and I wanted to be at 11. Then I said, okay, we went to 10.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I was over.
Do you know what the average is?
What the average what?
Like, you're 45, no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can only 1,000 more bitches. I can't do any more.
But the average of the volume of different sex partners, do you know what that is?
What do you mean?
Like,
I understand the math and the skill.
So that's sleeping with a little over 1.5 women a day for 30 years.
Yeah, the math is different because when we're on tour, we're thinking 5 to 10 a day.
A day, bro.
A day, so you're scaling it.
Okay.
You're scaling it.
Okay, Ray
Anybody else
J.
want to take a shower?
Yeah, after hearing that, yeah. So the way he's talking about it too is like, I need to get to 11,000.
He said I was guaranteed 10. I don't want to be stuck at 9.
It sounds like he's talking like record sales.
By the way, he says he's not going to get to Wilt's number because he can only do 1,000 more.
Yeah, I know.
Like, how did you get to that
falls
number?
off.
So the question is first, did you ever believe Wilt's claim?
I think he's embellishing, but I think he put up something respectable. Yeah,
That's like a light night at the ballpark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like $25,000. That's like, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's not an intimate show.
Okay.
You know what I mean? At a concert.
Okay, let me ask you this. In relation to other R&B artists, like Usher or, I don't know, like even like Michael Jackson probably back in the day, like the numbers that Ray J claims he's putting up, you think like other R&B artists are like, just like Ray J's not that.
Dude, you think
Ray J's not that well known?
Bro, like Genuine's hanging numbers. You know what I mean?
Genuine's
like
definitely
putting
hanging numbers.
Yeah, like McKnight would have been fine.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean? Casey and JoJo, dude.
Yeah, Casey and JoJo, Prince back in the day. Like, I'm sorry, like Ray J.
Prince? Yeah, okay. D'Angelo, yeah.
D'Angelo, definitely.
Oh, hell yeah.
How does it feel, that music video alone? Yes, I would say that, I believe Wilt. I think Ray J's probably
I feel like Ray J's is I don't know. I feel like Ray J's is believable because of being on tour. Like, because of how much you tour and how like Wilt was touring too as an athlete.
Oh yeah.
But still he's only limited to whatever NBA cities there were in 1960 something.
Like how tall was Wilt? Or was Wilt? Like
pushing 7 feet
tall?
Yeah,
and how tall was Ray J?
Oh dude, I don't know. Up to Wilt's knee?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think Ray J's a big man.
So I get it, like Wilt, people are curious. He's
Ray
that
J's
tall.
a short king. Yeah, we'll honor him on May 9th.
Yeah. But then again, like, did he put up better numbers post Kim K music video?
Better
numbers. Not music video, but like the sex tape that came out because people got, knew what they were working with.
I don't think Cam believes him, by the way.
No.
I think Cam is calling BS on it.
I think Cam probably thinks I did more than you, man.
By the way, I was looking at this podcast up. It's called the Funky Friday podcast. Toward the end of the 3-hour interview, that was, by the way, near the end.
How long?
They discussed everything from his sex tape with Kim K to OJ Simpson and aliens to his number of partners.
Damn.
I might have to go deep on this.
I'm curious about what they bring up with the aliens and OJ.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Is he on the same page as me?
You think when you talk to Greg next, you'll be like, did you see that interview with Ray J talking about the juice?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's like Ray J doesn't think they should have that juice, the juice up in the new Hall of Fame either.
Dude, every time I see my dad, he's always like up on the latest news. Like last time I saw him, he was like, you see this thing with Vrabel and Rossini? Good Lord.
Jesus, you got to question all of the reporting.
What the hell's going on there?
Dude, I saw Vrabel, by the way.
Jesus.
Patriots fans are hilarious. Vrabel did like a season ticket holder event, standing ovation from the fans.
Yeah. Oh, recently, after the draft?
Oh, dude, you know that he was back in the facility the day after day 3 of the draft? His whole thing where he was going to counseling on day 3 of the draft.
It wasn't really counseling. It was a day away with his wife.
I thought he was like checking into a thing. No, he was like, no, I'll be back Monday. He just took a day off.
Yeah. I totally get that. But some people talk about he's going to step down. I don't think that's happening. Like, people are reporting
Niner fans think Kyle took a day off. Niner fans like, what's he doing? What's going on?
Yeah, people are saying like Mike Tomlin may step in. I don't think that's happening. I think that once we get to training camp,
Tomlin, no.
No way. I mean, like, yes, even like with the A.J. Brown trade, he'll come in.
I'll take over the Patriots. I'm not here to talk about no Rossini. I'm not here to talk about Vrabel. I'm here to play football games and win football games. That's about all we're going to do here. Drake May thinks he's the starter. He's going to have to earn it.
He says that.
He's going to earn it.
He says at the end.
And everybody was like, whoa. What? With the Super Bowl.
What was that last thing you just said?
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not talking Vrabel and Rossini.
And I rescinded the trade with A.J. Brown. What the hell's going on here?
We're going 9-8 and we're going to make the playoffs.
But no, did you see the video of Mike Vrabel going to, he's in an airport.
Yeah, I think he was on his way to Boston from whatever he was doing, or wherever
he was. And this TMZ guy's just following him the whole time.
Photographer, and he's just in his face asking questions.
And dude, good on Mike Vrabel to not slug on that guy. He could have gone like Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini back in the day when anytime the paparazzi came after him.
Could have gone Randy Johnson, dude.
Yeah, Randy Johnson too. But yeah, dude, Vrabel's going to hear that for a long time. But then once we get into the season, I think it will go away.
Yeah, it's going to be something that sort of noisily, I think, follows him around.
Yeah, but not like his entire career. Like, yes, people will joke. It's the same thing with Belichick. People brought up cheating every single week when they went 16-0. Then eventually it just went away.
Yeah, but people still tie it to, it became a whole topic again when he didn't get into the Hall of Fame. Anyway, it came down, will this affect Vrabel's Hall of Fame candidacy as a head coach? What's going on with Rossini?
I know, so excited.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame numbers from Ray J, though.
So you don't believe Ray J, but you believe Wilt?
Of course I believe
Wilt. You believe
Wilt.
the bigger number?
20,000?
Yeah.
I think that's a little much. But who am I?
They didn't even have calculators back then for Wilt. I didn't know they could count that high.
I mean, like, what was he taking like vivid detail of everything? Like,
I don't know if you have like
I've always heard like, Yeah, I've always heard he took like notes of it and like put it in like a notepad or something.
It'd be really funny if the only record we had of it was Will holding up a photo that said 20,000 on like a piece of paper.
Exactly. Exactly.
He's holding it up, sitting in his locker, dude, just holding up that paper.
When Steph Curry passed Will Chamberlain for the all-time leading scorer in Warriors history, there was a joke going around where Will Chamberlain, is in heaven with God, and God's like, "Hey, Will, did you hear the news? Steph Curry broke your record." He goes, 20,000? He goes, no,
dude,
Steph wasn't doing
no
that.
one's breaking that, dude. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Maybe 20,000 prayers. You know what I mean? That's going to do it for your Ray J Minute on a Wednesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get ready to put the show to bed. Larry Krueger is coming up at the top of the hour with some Niners Nightly. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Putting Up Numbers leader.
Time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb putting the show to bed for a second time today. We opened the show at 2 o'clock. We initially thought waking up today we'd have a show starting at 2 and ending at 2:40 for Giants pregame. Then this afternoon we found out they moved the game up a half hour to 3:10, so we only had a 10-minute show.
Yeah.
So we played the show open and then immediately played the show close. Like we were putting it to bed. We did a 10-minute show, signed off, did Giants pregame, Diamond Notes, talk back around the park, this date in Giants history, and then they announced the game's been postponed until tomorrow. And they said, Derek, Adam, you guys can't leave. You have to be here till 6.
Not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
So here we are, dude. So we
You
got
know
it in.
what? Is what it is. We had a little nap earlier with our putting the show to bed, and now we woke up and did, what we do, like 3 hours a day? So all good.
3 hours and 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. But who's counting?
No, who's counting? We actually didn't miss that much time. I think we were off from like 2:10 until like 2:50-ish, 2:53.
Exactly.
So it wasn't that much time off. So nearly a full show today, which means we'll get very little, if any, dirty work tomorrow. Because a 9:35 first pitch, 2:35 pregame. Excuse me, 9:35 first pitch, 2:35 first pitch, 1:35 pregame, game in between, 9:15 for the morning game. And we'll see what the Giants decide to do with that second game. They do get another pitcher for the doubleheader that they can call up to expand the roster.
All right.
And Andy Baggerly told us maybe Carson Seymour. He was scheduled to pitch today in Salt Lake City for the Sacramento River Cats. And then the other option, he said maybe Michael Bivens or something. I said Michael Bivens. Spencer Bivens. Mike Bivens of Bill Biv DeVoe. And
he probably got more than Ray J, too.
Yeah, Mike Bivens. I don't know.
Oh, man, that song. Come on.
Yeah, Bill Biv DeVoe. New edition, though. They fell in some hard times, too.
They did,
Some of those guys. Bill Biv DeVoe had like one hit.
Yeah, Poison?
That was kind of it.
Yeah, but people love that song.
Well, I saw that. I told you
I can't name you a Ray J song.
No, I told you I went to a Bell Biv DeVoe. It was called the Bell Biv DeVoe Poison Tour.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, how many other songs are they going to do that I know? Like, you've named the tour after the song everybody knows. So I thought it was cool because it was like a bunch of R&B artists. It was like SWV, Bell Biv DeVoe headlined.
Right.
Brian McKnight was there. Genuine was there.
Oh, Brian McKnight, yeah.
I think Anthony Hamilton might have been there. But it was cool. But they all basically, D'Angelo, I think, was there. They all sang like, I don't know, 5 or 6 songs. It was dope.
Right.
So they all just played their hits and then got off. They all performed for a little while. And then Bell Biv DeVoe came out, did Poison. They opened with that. But then they did a bunch of like New Edition songs, which was cool.
They did?
Because they're all New Edition.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
They're all from New Edition. Then Bobby Brown broke off, did his own thing.
Ah, I see. Gotcha. Okay.
Ralph Tresvant's the other one.
Gotcha.
He was the fifth one. And then they added Johnny Gill later on to replace. So there's 6 technically, but the original 5.
Yeah. I'm still saying
that's my
that,
New Edition knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, Ray J talks a big game. I'm still saying Tony got more. I'm saying Blackstreet got more.
What about Tyrese?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's.
We start going rappers. You go. It's a whole different game.
Well,
dude,
rappers
you know what I mean?
a different game too.
You want to go the game? You know what I mean? We're.
Oh, the game? He probably got some too. Yeah.
I like Derek.
How many people are like watching that interview, being like rookie numbers from Ray J?
Yeah, dude, I know. Lil Wayne's like 12.5. That's it. He's like, seriously? He's
and Lil Wayne's like, I look like me. Like think like Ray J's actually like a good looking dude, but like
I look like me and I talk like this. That's incredible kind of numbers that I put up.
That's a little more Cosby, but yeah.
But Cosby's that's more throaty, I think.
Yeah, a little bit.
Anyway, that's dirty work.
She licked me like a lollipop.
lick me like a lollipop. All right, let's put the show to bed here. Getting goofy. 9:35 first pitch for tomorrow's early game. 2:35 for the second one, and hopefully they both go long, and I don't have to come in here. All right, Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, shout out our guy Cole Lapel. His last day today has been a pillar of this place. I love that guy.
I love our guy Cole.
Best of luck in the future,
Shout out
my
Cole,
friend.
man.
By the
He'll
way,
be back, though.
He's pulling one of these where he's like, yeah, it's my last day. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, I got another gig, but I'll be back probably. I'm not like getting off the. I was like, don't be saying bye. Don't be making me say bye to you and saying I'll be back. If I see this guy working a shift here in 2 weeks.
No, I want that.
After I say goodbye. I do too, but don't be making me, we're not doing some send off. You know what I mean?
You have to come out to the East Bay, Copes. There's a good bar at the East Bay Rotator. It's a good bar.
We literally went there together.
Did we? Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. It's months ago.
Have you been there besides that one time?
No, I've not.
Dude, screw you, dude. You should go to this bar that Cole works at that we went to together with that one time, the only time I've
Well, note to self.
Note to self.
Me and Copes went to Rotator.
Oh, yeah. All right, dude. Yeah, I didn't have anything prepared,
There's
did you?
a photo of it.
Yeah, there's a picture of us there.
Yeah, I forgot about
note
that.
to self.
Note to self.
The only thing more electric than winning an ABS challenge is winning an ABS challenge that also wins a whole stadium pizza.
The crowd ready to burst. That's a strike! Pizza for everybody!
Pizza for everybody! That was electric, dude, in Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark. That's going to do it for Dirty Work. One of the best shows you didn't know you were going to get today on a Wednesday evening. Thanks to Sam Amick, Rich Aurelia, and Andy Baggerly. If you missed any of those, they're all available. TheSportsLeader.com and the TheSportsLeader app. Much appreciated to those guys who jumped in after thinking we weren't going to have them on today, and they helped us fill out the show. Tim, great work today. Thanks for getting the soiree together, man, and doing all that on the fly. Awesome work. I'll catch you later, bro.
I'll catch you.
All right, good deal.
Maybe not tomorrow.
For our first rain delay show of the season. Larry Krueger's coming up next with some Niners Nightly. And for the second time today, for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Welcome. Larry Krueger back with you. It's Niners Nightly. Hope everybody's having a great one. Welcome to our Wednesday, April 29th extravaganza. The great Chase Sr. is going to join us at some juncture this hour. We will visit with him, the czar that all is chat sports. We want to talk to you, though. 808-KNBR is the phone number, and if you want to chime in, you've had now a couple days to kind of think about it and kind of chew on it and read about it. What do you think of what the Niners got done in the draft? 808-KNBR. You've heard some people weigh in. You've probably got a few opinions of your own. Throw them our way. We'd love to hear from you. We always start with today in Niner news. And we can run down some news quickly because there's not a lot of it. But the Niners did invite Kentucky wide receiver Matthew Henry and a Virginia linebacker named James Jackson to their rookie minicamp. They're having a rookie minicamp on May 8th and 9th, next Friday and Saturday down in Santa Clara. I will be there for that. Juwan Jennings in the news today. He's not coming back to the Niners, but he may be going to Miami or Minnesota. Those are the teams that are looking hard at Jennings. Could you imagine Minnesota with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and JJ? Two JJs, Juwan Jennings and Justin Jefferson. They can battle it out for the Double J nickname. But, man, that would be a hell of a receiving core for Minnesota. I mean, that might be the best receiver going. That's one of the slithery, difficult guys to cover in Addison. And then you got this guy who wants to kill you and block you into the Gatorade and make all the tough catches. So I'm hoping he goes to Miami instead of Minnesota, but good luck to Juwan. Adam Schefter says the Niners would love to trade Brandon Ayuk, and other teams might even be interested in having Brandon Ayuk, but they're having a hard time reaching Brandon Ayuk, and it just kind of makes you wonder what's going on with Ayuk. Is he going to play again and he's just hiding out, or is he not going to play again? Part of me just thinks that if he had footage that showed him looking great, I think we'd be seeing it right now. It's totally in his best interest, financial best interest, to make the league see exactly what he's got if he's got something. So that one's going to be interesting to watch. I have no idea what's going to happen there. The Niners also have signed running back Sincere McCormick, so they've added another running back to the stable, and they added the ex-Cal Bear. Patrick McMorris was signed. Niners did not necessarily get a lot of safety help in the draft, and maybe McMorris will help on that front. I heard an interesting podcast today with Chris Sims, and Sims was talking about Deshaun Stribling, talking about what a nice size speed candidate he is. And he makes the point on his podcast that it's pretty clear now, a couple days after the draft, that the NFL valued him higher than the consensus mock draft opinions or that the media or the fans did going into the draft. And that's, not surprising. But that's really the case. And that's why there's been so much pushback against Deshaun Stribling. According to Sims, and I don't know if Sims is in the know on this or not, but he does know Shanahan. He said the Niners wanted to trade down and take Stribling a little bit later, but that they just were like, hey, you know what? Let's not take a chance on trading down and not getting our guy. We're hearing rumblings that other teams want him, so let's just take him. We like him, let's take him. They liked him, they took him. And, I think it's going to wind up being a pretty nice pick. Now, the other, I thought, really interesting thing that came out of Sims's podcast today is he says that he thinks that we're headed towards a Ricky Pearsall, Deshaun Stribling showdown for the starting spot next to Mike Evans. Niners, they run 21 personnel, as most of their base plays come out of 21 personnel. They ran it 37% of the time last year, which is not a huge percentage. But who's going to be that second wide receiver in the base? Is it going to be Pearsall or is it going to be Stribling? At this juncture, I'd probably say it's going to be Stribling, but rookie receivers don't do a whole lot typically in the NFL, and this is a absolutely huge year for Pearsall. So I think that's going to be interesting. Pearsall or Stribling, who's the number 2 next to Mike Evans? And that could, as Sims described, could be a sneaky training camp battle royale. Pearsall was the number 1 pick. Stribling was their highest pick this year. Let's see, let's see who's ready to roll. Louis Riddick says he thinks Stribling, by the way, has true number 1 wide receiver potential. I saw that today. I was like, wow, Louis Riddick, loving Deshaun Stribling. So that was good to see. Vic Tafur wrote an article today. He's listing Oklahoma defensive tackle Grayson Halton as the player he thinks is most likely to outperform his draft slot. I kind of agree. I kind of agree with Big Vic. 6'3", 295. Halton is athletic and fast. I mean, God, you watch this guy move on film, you're like, that guy's 300 pounds? I mean, that's one, Grayson Halton, Oklahoma, now with the Niners, has to be one of the fastest looking 300-pounders I've ever seen. Now, maybe it's the 57. He wears a linebacker number, so maybe he looks more like a linebacker because he's wearing the linebacker number. But this guy is cooking, and he's 300 pounds and powerful. All the talk about they reached on this and they reached on that. Nobody mentioned that they got Evan Halton about a round and a half after he was slated to go. That was one of the great steals of the draft. So I thought that was interesting coming from Vic Tafur. He likes Grayson Halton. SI says that Jaden Duggar, the Niners linebacker that they took on day 3, is one of the most underrated players in the entire draft. I'm looking forward to seeing how Raheem Morris uses Jaden Duggar, because Duggar has ridiculous length. I mean, like 35 or 36-inch arms. He's like one of the longest guys you're ever going to see as far as arm length. And he's fast, and he played stack backer. Are the Niners going to use him as a stack backer? Or are they going to do what, treat him like Jalen Walker and have him rush off the edge? Could it be Romello Height and Jaden Duggar off the edges in Raheem Morris's 5-man front looks this year? I'm not sure. I think that's going to be one of the fun things to watch this summer in training camp is how do the Niners utilize this incredibly long and rangy, unbelievable athlete that they drafted out of Louisiana in Jaden Duggar, who's just physically everything you want. And as far as length and size and speed, he's just a big, rangy stack backer who can run for days. Now, he's raw. He's really raw, and they're going to have to coach him up. But if you're just looking for the last guy in your linebacker room, you want that guy to play special teams. This guy's going to be awesome on special teams. And you want that guy to have some kind of a role, and develop. And with Greenlaw there and Fred, you got a really smart room. You got KJ Wright, who's got a very similar body type to Jaden Duggar. He probably sees a little bit of a young KJ Wright in Jaden Duggar. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can get out of Duggar and how they utilize him. Is he a stack backer? Is he an edge rusher in Raheem Morris's 5-man fronts? Is he, I'm not really sure. Not really sure what it's going to look like. On that note, who's still a free agent is Leonard Floyd. And Leonard Floyd has followed Raheem Morris almost anywhere he's gone the last few years, and he was here with the Niners. Could the Niners bring back Leonard Floyd? I mean, if they needed extra pass rush, I bet you could probably get Leonard Floyd for nothing. The Athletic says the Niners are a top 5 team after the draft. They have Seattle 1, New England 2, Denver 3, the Niners 4, the Rams 5. How about that? 3 of the top 5 teams in the entire league are all in the NFC West. Man, that is going to be a battle royale extraordinaire between the Niners and Seattle and the Rams. And then Monty Ossenfort had himself a hell of a draft in Arizona. Arizona's building up. So this division suddenly just looks really, really good. As far as somebody's asking me, asked me earlier today, who are my favorite guys in the draft? I think the Niners got 2 things done in the draft that I really loved. They added 5 guys to their defensive front. Grayson Halton inside in the draft, Romello Height outside in the draft. Then they got Mikhail Kamara as an undrafted free agent, and they also signed Bryson Eason and James Thompson, 2 really, really exciting defensive tackles undrafted. And when I was looking at the draft, about 3-4 weeks before it came down, I was looking at the numbers and how everything was panning out, and I'm like, gosh, there's an awful lot of good defensive tackles that are winding up in the 5th round, 6th round, 7th round undrafted. Sure enough, 49ers get Bryson Eason and James Thompson in the undrafted market, and both those guys look like a ton. Eason is a converted linebacker who's fast and makes plays out of his area, and I thought he was going to be kind of a sloppy-bodied guy. I kind of recalled Tennessee having some big, kind of oversized defensive tackles. No, this isn't that guy. This guy is a converted linebacker, and he's got speed. Really fun to watch, and James Thompson might even be better. He was great at Wisconsin. He went to Illinois this year. He was fantastic there. 6'6", 310, 36 reps of 225. That's got to be one of the best numbers of any position this year. I mean, that's a huge number. Man, I mean, I was at the gym 3 weeks ago. I put up 225 twice, and I was giving myself pats on the back. This guy put it up 36 times. He's just out there pumping this thing one after another. I mean, that's crazy strength. 36 reps for James Thompson at 225. So, and the film's good. Man, he's quick feet, major strength. I mean, 49ers, I mean, you got to credit. Maybe they went for a couple reaches early, but man, they have to be as good as almost any team in football at locating guys day 3 and after the draft that can help them. So the number one thing I loved was the Niners got 5 defensive linemen, 6 if you want to consider Osa Odigizua, who technically was acquired with a 3rd-round pick. So there's no reason that you couldn't throw him in there as your draft class. So Osa, Halton, Height, and then Kamara, and then Bryson Eason and James Thompson. Watch these guys in camp, man. You're going to love it. The other thing I thought was a real get for the Niners, lots of speed at wide receiver. 49ers receiving core last year was molasses. I mean, they were so ridiculously slow. It was like really tough to watch. And when I turned on the All-22 after the Seattle game and I watched it, I thought, wow, this is the least separation I've ever seen in my life in a pro game. But what did the Niners do in the draft? They got Stribling. He runs 4.36. What did they do after the draft? They signed Wesley Grimes out of NC State. Wesley Grimes flies. I don't know if you guys watch any NC State football. This guy ran 4.35 at the local pro day. He's 6'2", 195 pounds. He ran 4.24 earlier this year on campus. So we're talking about a guy who can absolutely run. And then the Niners also signed Will Pauling out of Notre Dame. He's a slot receiver and he's little, but man, the guy ran 4.37. He had a 42.5-inch vert. He had the guy blocks. He had 6 touchdowns. It's pretty good player. Notre Dame, guys typically achieve to their talent level, and Pauling's got some juice. So, to me, if you said, what did the Niners get out of the draft? That's what they got. They got speed at wide receiver. They got some developmental O-linemen. We'll see about that. But they got 5 or 6 guys on their defensive front, and that's what Lynch said he wanted to get done. Okay, the other thing I want to hit on here, I'm going to play the cut. I think it was blatantly unfair what Warren Sharp did to John Lynch this weekend. He glommed onto the Grant Cohn quote of did you reach for guys, And then he just wrote this scathing article, and he just held John Lynch's feet to the fire on it. We're going to play this cut, and I'm going to tell you why I think it's blatantly unfair in a second. Here is Sharp in his analysis. It's a little bit trimmed down because I couldn't stomach the whole full 3 minutes. Here it is.
So I went back and looked at every pick he made earlier than consensus the last 4 years. 15 of them more than any other general manager. 0 outperformed expectations. Many were cut. Some didn't even make the team after being drafted. His most egregious reaches in the last 4 years were all guys that were supposed to be drafted in round 6, 7. He took in round 3 or 4. Let's talk about some of them. Jake Moody in round 3 at pick 99. He was expected to be undrafted. The 49ers cut him. Round 3, Cameron Latu, expected to go in the 6th round. Didn't play a snap his rookie year, was cut before his second year. Round 3, Nick Martin, expected to go pick 192. Lynch took him at pick 75. He played just 15 snaps last year. And there are many, many more. Lynch has gone off script more than any general manager the last 4 years, ranking 31, 28, 31, and 32 over those 4 years. You simply can't defend these moves. This is not opinion, it is fact. The results clearly show he's been very, very wrong to draft like this. His inability to understand this, self-scout, and see how he might want to improve, frankly, is scary. Now, I know some 49ers fans are going to say, well, they win a lot of games, so he must be drafting well. No, they win in spite of Lynch. Their 3 biggest on-field contributors to wins the last several years have been Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Brock Purdy. He got Trent because Dan Snyder pissed him off. CMC was a trade, and Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. But after the draft, Lynch himself gave the credit for the Purdy pick to quarterback coach Brian Greasy and scout Steve Slowick. Those 3 players, combined with the coaching of Kyle Shanahan, are leading the 49ers to wins. I don't think that we should crucify any GM who diverges from time to time from the consensus at all. But Lynch is a special case who does it more than anyone else, is now on record saying he doesn't care about the consensus, and it has been proven that his strategy is a colossal failure when you evaluate his reaches.
Wow. Off the top rope, Warren Sharp. All right. He makes a lot of good points, but I think it's blatantly unfair. John Lynch is the general manager, but this is a team effort. You know, I remember my parents used to take me to the Pops concerts in the 70s, and we would go watch the great Arthur Fiedler be the conductor, and he would conduct, the symphony or whatever. My parents used to drag me to the Civic Center for all these. I'm far more cultured than I really appear on the radio. Let's just say that. Anyway, Arthur Fiedler was a great conductor, right? He conductor for the Boston Pops for years and years and years. I came out west and did the Pops concerts out here in San Francisco for years. He is a conductor. He didn't play every instrument in the band. He decided, okay, now it's time for the percussions. Now it's time for here comes the flute. Here comes the violin. Now it's time for the drum. He's a conductor. That's what Lynch is doing. He is the maestro. He's not making every pick. Chris Furster drafted Carver Willis and Enrique Cruz. Chris Kasarik probably drafted Romello Height and Grayson Halton. Kyle Shanahan drafts a lot of these offensive players. I get it. Lynch has the title. But if you're going to sit there and say that Lynch wasn't responsible for the Purdy pick, then how about all these Trey Sermon, Jalen Hurd, C.J. Beathard, Dante Pettis nightmares that obviously came from Shanahan? You cannot come off the top rope at John Lynch and not at least mention Kyle Shanahan has the bottom line. He's the big dog in the room. He's the guy with the big contract. He's the guy who hired Lynch. Lynch is his handpicked general manager. Now, I'm not saying Lynch is a stooge. He's not. He's a great face of the franchise. I'm not saying he's a perfect evaluator. He's not. But so when you win, it's Kyle and the players, but when you lose, it's Lynch. Is that how this is going to go? Is that the deal? This is a team deal, okay? I do agree with one thing Sharp said. I agree that the Niners would have won a Super Bowl by now if they had drafted better. But to put it all in Lynch's lap, absolve Kyle and the coaching staff of all blame, to me, is grossly, grossly unfair, okay? Are you telling me that John Lynch picked Cam Latu, that John Lynch picked Jordan Watkins, that John Lynch wanted Jacob Cowing, or is it possible that some of the offensive coaches, wanted some of those players? I'm not saying John's the best. And I have my own frustrations from this draft. My biggest complaint is that the Niners' interior offensive line is no stronger today than it was when I walked out of Lumen Field watching Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams kick ass up front. And to me, I don't know why that's not going to happen again. And that bothers me. You could have had Chase Basantis. You could have had some strength up front. You went for some speedier developmental offensive linemen later. Can you block Byron Murphy? Can you block Leonard Williams? I don't know. So that's my big complaint with this draft more than anything. But they win as a team, they lose as a team. And for Sharp to come off the top rope at Lynch and not even mention that Kyle Shanahan probably had the final say on many, if not all, of those offensive picks, a ton of failure there is, to me, that's blatantly unfair. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come back. We're going to throw that question and more at Chase Sr. If you want to chime in, 808-KNBR, the number. It's an impromptu with the rain out tonight. We weren't going to have Niners Nightly, but we're doing it. We'll do it live. And we'll have more next on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Thing sucks.
We'll do it live. The dysfunctional Bill O'Reilly. Very, very entertaining. All right. Another guy who's very, very, very entertaining is Chase Sr., the czar of chat sports. He covers the Niners. He covers the Eagles. He does a bang-up job covering both, and he's with us on the Uma guest line to talk a little bit about the Niners draft. Chase, how are you?
The Bill O'Reilly clip is always a legendary one. We'll do it live, baby.
Just the anger, because it's like so genuine. You could just see him. I went to Pete Rose's show back in the day when he was working. This is a long time ago. He was working for Sports Fan Radio Network. And Chase, this guy, every time he went to a commercial, he would just berate his producer for like 90 seconds. You guys don't know. It's like, I'm like, Pete, can you be a bigger jerk? But I could see O'Reilly being kind of like that as well. Just hammering the poor producer to death. All right. What did you think? What did you think of the draft? I saw your initial stuff and you hated it, but over, 48 hours, it sounds like you've either warmed to it or you just don't want to hate it anymore. I can't decide, but where are you on the Niner draft? I didn't love it. We'll get into why in a minute, but I didn't hate it either. I gave it a solid B, and I'll explain why. But give me your thoughts on, or did you grade it, or what did you think of it?
Yeah, so here I am with it. I like some of the players that the Niners drafted, and that can't be confused with me not liking the value of where they were drafted, right?
Right.
And so I think that's important to decipher here. I was probably the first person who covers the Niners and talks about the Niners who started talking about Dejon Stribling as an option for San Francisco. I had him going to the Niners in 2 of my mock drafts as early April. And so I really liked the player in the pre-draft process and scouting him. I looked at him as a really good option for Kyle Shanahan's offense. We're talking about a receiver who was productive at 3 different schools. Some people knock him for that. I don't. And some people don't like the route running from Ole Miss. Go and look at the tape of what he did at Oklahoma State. He's 6'2", runs in the 4.3s, tracks it really well. He's dynamic after the catch. I'm sure a lot of people have seen that catch and run where he pivoted really quickly and was very explosive and pulling away from that Georgia defense, which was a highlight reel-worthy play from him. And what Kyle Shanahan values at the wide receiver position, I talk about it with these prospects every year at the NFL Combine, blocking. Stribling does that. And so I like the player a lot, but at 33, I thought it was a little bit too early. And I was watching your interview actually last night with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on KNBR. Great job during your draft coverage. And Shanahan had said, yeah, we're at 33. We've got all day to think about it, but there's a player there who we really like. Turns out that player was Dejon Stribling. And I see why the Niners like him. I just thought he went 20 picks too early. And look, reaching is a big deal, and it can be very detrimental. If there's a player there who you really, really covet, I understand, but you think about how the Eagles approach the draft and Howie Roseman. If there's a player who he loves, what does he do? He trades up to get that player. He doesn't reach for that player. He has learned from some big mistakes, and to me, the Niners have not learned from some of these mistakes of reaching, which has burned them. You and I have talked about this, Larry. It's impacted their depth. And the draft does matter. We're talking about cost-controlled assets who are under club control on affordable deals in the salary cap era for the next 4 or 5 years. That's how you build a sustainable winner. And if those players turn into starters or depth pieces, that's vital. And for people saying, oh, day 2 picks don't matter, really? For an organization that drafted Fred Warner in round 3, how has that worked out for San Francisco? So that's kind of my thought on the draft. Night 1, I loved what they did, trading back, getting a 3rd-round pick back if they traded away for Osa Digizua. That's smart. But elsewhere in the draft, I thought there were times where they severely reached. I like Kalon Black as a player. Anytime I watched Indiana last year, he was phenomenal. but he was probably going to be a fifth-round pick. You took him with a top 100 selection, and those are valuable assets even in a weak draft.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. Now, Warren Sharp holds Lynch's feet to the fire, and I just played this cut, and that he, his 2-minute thing or whatever, and I get it, and he wrote a whole article about it, citing chapter and verse. But, I don't know. I mean, is John Lynch has the title, but are we supposed to pretend that Kyle Shanahan is not have the final say? Are we supposed to pretend that Kyle Shanahan wasn't hired first? Are we supposed to pretend that Kyle Shanahan didn't hire John Lynch? I mean, Kyle Shanahan makes the cake, right? He's the guy. So are you telling me that John Lynch drafted C.J. Beathard and Trey Sermon and all these donkeys that couldn't play at all on offense, and they're all Lynch's guys, and none of them are Shanahan's guys? I thought for Sharp to go, if you're going to go chapter and verse, man, you got to at least acknowledge the reality that Niner fans know and that it's known throughout the football world, which is Kyle Shanahan. This is the Kyle Shanahan show.
Yeah,
he's
no
the
doubt about
guy.
it. Yeah, and I talked about this in a video today. It's very important to acknowledge that, look, I know John Lynch is the GM. Obviously, he's got some say. To be frank and to give him some credit, he's made some nice trades and they've made some nice signings in free agency. He deserves credit for that. But also, Kyle Shanahan is one of those coaches, very rare in today's NFL, and only the Andy Reids and the Bill Belichicks have gotten these types of duties on their plate before losing them because they weren't good at it, because it's hard to oversee player acquisition and coaching. He does have a lot of personnel say. And so I talked about this today on Twitter too, that, Kyle Shanahan has so many strengths, right? Scheme, play calling, play design, gets the most out of quarterbacks not named Trey Lance. Offenses that produce yak, really good running games, double-digit wins in 4 of 5 years. If he wins a Super Bowl, Larry, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the most influential offensive minds ever, right? Weaknesses, though, game management, blowing leads, clock management. Teams struggle to come back in games if they go down early because they can't dictate the pace, flow, and rhythm of the game. How many times have we seen the Niners score first and you're like, wow, this team looks incredible. When they have to come back, it's opposite. The offensive line philosophy, I hate it. And then lastly, having too much say in the draft when he scouts prospects for 2 months compared to scouts who scout prospects year-round, leading him to reach on picks. And what head coaches are paid to do, but what their mindset is and how they're wired. How do I win in 2026? This is why Sean McVay hated the Ty Simpson pick, because he knows that Ty Simpson, on a team that was the best team in football last year, in my opinion, all around, didn't win a Super Bowl. And Ty Simpson is not going to help them when their quarterback is 38 years old. Devontae Adams is coming down to the end of the road, and there's a minimum window where the Rams can win a Super Bowl. Same thing with Kyle Shanahan. He's looking at 2026. How can we win this year? That's my job. Natural to feel that way, right? That's human nature. But what does that lead to? Him leading on picks to fulfill needs for that season instead of looking at some of the best prospects who are going to be the best players 3 to 5 years from now. That doesn't help out Kyle Shanahan because he's focusing on what's directly ahead of him. So I think that's a little bit of an issue for San Francisco. Can you imagine, Larry, like what if Howie Roseman handled player acquisition and team control and then Kyle Shanahan coached? I mean, the Niners would be an absolute wagon, but they just don't have that setup because Shanahan's trying to run the show.
Where's Sirianni in the draft? Did they just lock him out, or is him and Big Dom making a ham and cheese or something? Where's Sirianni? Are him and Dom bowling? Where are Dom and Sirianni during the draft?
I mean, Sirianni's definitely got some input on offensive personnel. He was a wide receiver, and they've drafted and they've acquired some really good wide receivers under his watch. But, like, if you ever see those draft calls, it's like Howie Roseman operates at, like, Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, just fully in control. And so he's the one who's making the picks. But, like, they have a collaborative process where Howie involves the scouts. You know, prior to day 3 of the draft, they have a big conference. And he goes around to every single scout. Who is a me guy who you want in this draft? And if that player later in the draft is on the board, like, they will consider that type of player to add to their roster if the scout believes, who's been scouting these guys for, years at this point, that, they're worthy of that selection. I don't think the Niners have as much of a collaborative approach, and I think that type of collaborative approach is very important. And I think the Niners draft process right now is just a little bit flawed. And this is why it's frustrating, because if they hit on some of these picks, they're already a really good team. They already win a lot, but they would be even better if their rosters were a little bit better and they started hitting on some of these selections more.
No doubt about it. No doubt. And it's amazing, Kyle Shanahan's like the Teflon Don, it's like nothing sticks to him at all. It's like everybody's decided he's like the king and he's awesome and nothing, he can do no wrong and nobody's going to say anything negative about him. But if he's demanding trading up in the third round for C.J. Beathard, if he's convinced that Joe Williams is a player, maybe draft weekend should be his Cabo weekend. I mean, I'm not trying, and I'm kind of joking, but you know what I'm saying. I just think that, his skill set is as a play caller and a play sequencer, and maybe nobody's better. Is it the same skill set to be able to look at two guys who are 320 pounds and say, that guy's going to be a Hall of Famer and that guy's going to be a bench warmer and that guy's going to get, it's like a different skill set. So I think it would have been miraculous if the greatest play caller in the league today and the greatest play sequencer in the game today also had the best eye for personnel, better than any GM. So, maybe it's time to kind of mix it up a little bit. I'm not sure if Jed's got a real problem here because Kyle handpicked John. They're a group. They're a unit. They're a team. They're locked together. They like the way they do things. They've gotten close to winning, but they haven't won. And I don't know if Jed can I don't know that Jed can finesse this. I don't think this can be finessed. You're going to either have to figure out how to bring in a really sharp young GM to add to their mix without somehow, John can't lose face. Kyle can't lose face. They can't have, it's just a major endeavor to somehow take the personnel control and give it to a third entity that isn't John or Kyle and still keep this thing on the tracks. I don't know if Jed can do it. I really don't. I don't even know if he's going to try.
Tough. Yes, that's tough. And, I personally don't want Jed York to be a meddling owner like Jerry Jones. I think he's good at what he does. And, Jed didn't even know that the Niners had signed Christian Kirk because he was overseas checking out some soccer games. And, he's been a good owner. The Niners have had a lot of success. But I don't want that as the alternative, too. You know what I'm saying? So I think you make a good point. And the thing that kind of backs up your talking point, Sean McVay didn't want to draft Ty Simpson in the first round. Les Snead made that pick. But if roles were reversed and Kyle Shanahan was the head coach of the Rams, given how much control he has right now of the Niners, there's no chance that Simpson gets drafted. Or if the GM didn't want Simpson drafted and Shanahan wanted him, then yes, that would have been the pick. So that backs up exactly what you're talking about.
Who's your favorite player acquired this weekend outside of Osa? We'll move Oso, Diggy Zoo. That's too easy. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. Give me somebody that you like, either a draft pick or an undrafted player, or a theme from this draft that you were really happy about.
I really like Ephesians Prysock, the Washington corner drafted in the 4th round. So I'm not going to go casual on you and give you an easy name. Ephesians Prysock. I think it's very rare to find corners who are 6'3" with that length, who run 4.4. And this is somebody who started more than 40 games at Washington. He's a very experienced player. And at times with the Huskies, I thought that, he struggled a little bit in man coverage, right? Playing press man. And that can be very difficult if you got scoot and run. But under Kyle Shanahan, the Niners have had always a very high zone defense rate. And they drop back in zone very often. So with 4.4 speed, with length like that, with height, I really like the fit of Prysock to the Niners in the 4th round, the value there, and the player that he can become. It wouldn't surprise me if he gives Renardo Green a run for his money to start outside of Diamador Lenore as a boundary corner as a rookie. I think he's going to make some things very interesting. And he wasn't a big interception guy, but he had 20 pass breakups the last 3 years. So I'm very excited about him, and I think that he can give San Francisco a physical nature in that secondary as well with that size.
I like some of what they did up front. I mean, I think they, If you count Osa, they added 6 players to their defensive front. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And granted, a couple of them are, Bryson Eason and James Thompson. They're undrafted, Mikhail Kamara. But I think they really kicked butt with some of those undrafted picks. I like James Thompson a ton. And I liked him a lot coming into the draft. I think that was the thing I was happiest about. Number one happy thing was I think they got 5 or 6 good defensive players up front. Okay, so I love that. I think Chris Kaceric's gonna be happy. A happy Kaceric is a good thing. Though I do love the F-bombs at practice. I mean, the guy is awesome. But my second favorite thing is the speed at wide receiver. They got some speed even after the draft. Grimes, Pauling to go with Stribling. I like speed at wide receiver. The thing I hated the most is that the Niners, my biggest complaint is that they left this draft. And, I mean, I walked out of Seattle, Lumen Field, just bumming that Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams just owned the 49er offensive line from pillar to post. I mean, it was like from the anthem, that thing was done. And the Niner interior just looks so underpowered. I thought strength in the interior was a must. Not only did they didn't get it, they added 5 backup offensive linemen, 3 in free agency, 2 in the draft. I didn't get the plan on the offensive line. You desperately needed Chase Besantis' strength. He was there for you, and you passed on him. And then you got kind of more mobile offensive linemen. I don't see them being able to stand up to Murphy or Leonard Williams still, and that bothers me.
I mean, I just couldn't believe that Jennings Dunker and Emmanuel Pregnon lasted as long as they did. And if I'm the Niners, I'm taking one of those players to be a plug-and-play, rookie, cost-controlled player for the next 4 years at left guard next to Trent Williams. And I think a better left guard makes Jake Brendel a little bit better. So, Larry, on the Krug Show, you and I have talked so much about how much we value the offensive line. I'm a believer that you win and lose games in the trenches. What I don't understand for the Niners, under Lynch and Shanahan, they've always valued the defensive line. They just don't value the offensive line. So when Emmanuel Pregnon was there, Jennings Dunker, those are 2 players I would have looked heavily at. The Niners instead, they go with Carver Willis in round 4, who, was a tackle in college. They're going to move him inside. But that left guard competition is going to be Carver Willis, Robert Jones, and maybe Brett Toth and Connor Colby. So I'm not too happy about it.
Well, and they're also set themselves up where now they really have to go with, like, I would say 10 offensive linemen on their final 53. Because you brought in all these guys, right? So, I mean, unless you're going to kiss off the Enrique Cruzes and the Carver Willises and just be like, you know what, we're not taking them, you're going to have 10 offensive linemen because you signed 5 backups. And unless you're going to cut guys you signed or cut guys you drafted, you're going to have 10 offensive linemen, which would probably be the most of any team in pro football. What's still left to do in your mind? Do you think, now we're in a period of free agency where the compensatory formula is no longer applicable. The Niners care about the compensatory formula. They play it like a fiddle, better than almost anybody else. I think they have 25 compensatory selections since the advent of the formula. I think they far and away the most in football. Some teams have none. What do you think? I mean, should they sign a veteran free agent, a David Njoku, an offensive guard, a Nick or a Joey Bosa, even a Leonard Floyd? I could see Leonard Floyd coming in here, since the Niners have Raheem Morris.
Yeah, I mean, they added a lot of defensive linemen in the draft. I wouldn't be opposed to a Joey Bosa, but really for me, the position is free safety. And the Niners right now don't have a free safety. Now, if they think Marquise Siegel is that guy, maybe he can be that guy. He started last year as a starter and then got benched because he needed to develop. And then he stepped in that Eagles game when they were banged up at the safety spot. I thought he played really well. Fantastic tackle on Devontae Smith in the open field on a critical down. He's got 4.3 speed. And I thought early in the year he was in position to make plays. He just wasn't able to finish some of those plays, but the sticky coverage at least was there. But at the strong safety spot, I like Malik Mustafa as a player. Not as high on Jair Brown. I liked him at Penn State, but he just hasn't really worked out. I just think the Niners need a veteran free safety who would really fortify the third level of their defense. So I would look at a Jesse Bates trade. I would look at a Budda Baker trade. The Niners did open up a bunch of cap space with the Trent Williams contract and with reverting Osa Odighizuwa's contract into, I believe, a bonus or something like that. So they've got some cap space. They were fourth heading into the NFL draft at more than $40 million. So they do have some money to pay. Obviously, or money to spend. Some of that will go to some of their rookies. But safety is a position I would look at. But if you could pull off like a Kayvon Thibodeau traded edge, maybe a Brian Burns traded edge, like I would definitely look at some of those options.
3 last quick ones before we say goodbye. I was listening to Chris Sims' podcast today. Sims kind of rubs me wrong. I got to be honest. I don't like Sims and I don't like Florio. I don't know why I always keep stumbling into their podcast. It's like I don't watch it. I don't listen to it. Coach Yak posts it, and then I sit there and I somehow get lured in. But Sims made a point, and his point is that he thinks that this summer there's going to be an old-fashioned battle royale between Deshaun Stribling and Ricky Pearsall to see who starts opposite Mike Evans. I think that's pretty interesting. It's go time for Pearsall. Everybody knows it. Hopefully he does. And Stribling, is not as high a pick, and he's a rookie, and he should probably be behind him developmental wise. But Stribling's got 4.36 speed. So I don't know. To me, that's a battle. And there's other guys. There's Watkins. There's undrafted guys. There's Cowing. There's Christian Kirk. DeMarcus Robinson. But what do you think? Who's going to get that starting spot, Pearsall or Stribling?
Yeah, I mean, competition brings the best out of everybody, even if it's friendly. I'm always looking at how the Krug show is doing compared to my numbers on YouTube. So we'll see how Pearsall
stop
goes
pocket
up
watching me. Stop pocket watching my channel.
I'm just supporting the content. No, honestly, I think Pearsall needs to get pushed a little bit. He's in Tokyo doing TikToks, and he's been injured a lot. I'd be grinding, trying to get healthy. I know you want to enjoy the off season, but also saw some vlogs of him at the beach. It's go time for Pearsall. All right, it's year 3. He's been injured a lot outside of the gunshot wound. Even if you take that out, he's been an injury-prone player, but the talent is certainly there. Honestly, I think the best-case scenario, Larry, would be Mike Evans and Dejon Stribling on the outside, and then Ricky Pearsall, his footwork, route running, and how slick he moves, I'd love to see him out of the slot. And I think that would be the best 1-2-3 punch for San Francisco if you want to exploit some mismatches. You've got Evans, who's older, more of a 4.5, 4.6 guy, but he can still make some plays downfield, but he's got a complete route tree, really good size, can go up and get it. Stribling can run really well, and then Pearsall's a filthy route run out of the slot. I would love that if I'm San Francisco.
Mustafa's going to start at one safety. Who starts opposite him, Jair or Siegel?
I would say Siegel because I look at Mustafa and Brown both as strong safeties. I don't think that you can double up there. I don't think they're fast enough or they have good enough ball skills to both play on the field at the same time.
George Kittle tore his Achilles in January. It's the good tear. What? I'm tired of hearing that. I mean, it's the perfect tear. It's the kind of tear that you want to have. What? I mean, seriously. I mean, you're talking to some serious Niner homers when you're hearing about the good torn Achilles. What month do you want to see Kittle come back? There's all this talk about week 1. I mean, seriously. I mean, if I see that guy headed out to the field in week 1, I may tackle him. I mean, I don't want to see that guy anywhere near the field in September. If they should give him on Halloween his helmet with filled with candy. Now from that point on, you can have a helmet. No helmet for George until Halloween. Where are you on George?
An Achilles tear is one of my worst fears in life. So I would be absolutely floored and shocked if he played week 1. I don't think that he does. Let's call it early October to be safe, maybe even November. I'm just not risking rushing back an older player from an Achilles tear who prides himself, obviously, on being in great shape and putting in the work, but his game is predicated on physicality.
I said I had 3. I've got 5. Who's going to hit on who's going to get this job? Corliss Waitman or Jack Bouwmeester? I'm not sure. I think he's a Texas punter, rookie.
Yeah, Texas rookie UDFA. I'll go Waitman. His numbers, really all across the board, were much better than Thomas Morstead's. I know Morstead was steady Eddie, for Brant Boyer, and they had a lot of familiarity from their Jets days. But at his age, I mean, guy was in the NFL since like 2010. You know, the leg strength and the hang time just weren't there. And so I think Waitman wins. And I didn't love some of the numbers that I saw over the weekend of Bouwmeester compared to Waitman as far as hang time and average yards per punt. So I'll go with the veteran and Waitman.
Last one. There's always growth on the roster from year to year. Somebody's going to improve and improve a lot. Who's your guy? Who's your guy that was on the roster last year that, man, is going to make an absolutely Herculean jump forward, and he's gonna really, really do great things? Who's it going to be?
I like the two young defensive tackles, Alfred Collins and C.J. West. I think they have good heads on their shoulders. I think the Niners now have good complements to them. Their defensive tackle room had 4 sacks total last year. As a team, the Niners were dead last. Alfred Collins and C.J. West are more run-stuffing defensive tackles, but in trading for Osa Odighizuwa, pass rusher, putting Michael Williams next to them, interior pass rusher, who can play defensive end, and in drafting Grayson Holton out of Oklahoma, who is in the build of Osa Odighizuwa and is very explosive off the snap. I like how those players can free up a C.J. West and an Alfred Collins. But Upton Stout has star potential, so you got to throw him in there as well.
Well, and he was awesome last year. I'm going to go, or I shouldn't say awesome. He was really good last year. He could be a whole lot better.
Came on at the end of the year for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go Nick Martin and Jacob Robinson, the corner out of BYU. Robinson is really confident. I interviewed him late in the year, and I was like, wow, this kid is really, really confident. I mean, this guy really believes he's going to be a starting NFL corner and a good one, and I'm not going to doubt him. And Nick Martin is just too athletic, too talented to not be successful. So there you go. I'm going Nick Martin and Jacob Robinson. Awesome stuff, man. We always love checking you out on Chat Sports. Tell people if they want to get a hold of you, where they can go find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok at Chase_senior. Give me a follow over there. And then the 49ers Report on YouTube. We're closing in on 200,000 subscribers. So I appreciate everybody who watches the content.
Thanks, bro. Have a good night. Appreciate you.
You as well. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, Chase Senior. Bye. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to hit the phone calls before we get out of here and then say goodbye to Cole LaPelt. This is it for Cole LaPelt, ladies and gentlemen. Mark's in the city, Bob's in Saratoga. 808 KMBR is the number. Anything you want to talk about, now is the time. Your calls are next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
All right, we're coming down the home stretch. It's Niners Nightly, an impromptu Niners Nightly. It was supposed to be Giants baseball tonight. Giants rained out due to rain. Where's that great Marty Lurie cut? We're rained out due to rain. I mean, it's just epic. Tomorrow, it'll be a doubleheader, which, man, when I was a little kid, if you said you want to go to a baseball game, I was like, yes. Do you want to go to a doubleheader? It was like, yes, a double. I can think of nothing better than a doubleheader. Oh, I used to love doubleheaders as a kid. Even in the 80s, like Giants Cardinals, Whitey Herzog, Roger Craig, some of those great doubleheaders, Giants Cardinals. Oh, some good stuff there. All right, Cole LaPelt, saying goodbye to Cole LaPelt. And he has been at the leader for a while. He does an incredible job. I've always told you guys the best thing about about radio and being back on the radio for me is the dudes, the guys behind the scenes. You know, they're some of our best guys, and I root for all of them. I'm here to support all of them in their future endeavors. I always give the guys, hey, you know what? You need my number. You need a recommendation. You need a whatever. Let me know. I'm here for you. Happy for Tony. He's moving on to KPIX, and I'm really happy for Cole. Cole, hit the mic here, bro. Congratulations on a great run at KNBR. Thank you for making donkeys like me look good from time to time. And what do you got cooking, man? Where are you off to?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that, man. Yeah, I've been picking up shifts at Pac-12 Network, and got a new gig at Live Nation, so we'll see how that goes. But who's to say I don't come running home, Larry? We'll see.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure working with you. You're a first-class kid, and we appreciate everything you do. And if you ever need me, if you ever need any kind of a reference or anything I can do for you, you have my number. You reach out, you call me.
I appreciate that, Larry. And it's been a pleasure talking East Bay Area high school football with you, man. Go Knights, by the way.
Seriously.
For those that don't know, Larry's son was Northgate, my rival high schoy. And we didn't play at the same time, but if we did, man, Los Lomos would have put bell to ass.
It is on. You guys had Isaiah Newell. I remember him. He was a pretty good little running back. Went to, I think, ASU. Of course, my good friend Bill Duffy's son. Yeah. Bill Duffy sent his kids there. So, yes, Los Lomos and Northgate. It's not SISH, but you know what? It's a scaled-down version of the real thing. All right, but good luck to you, bro. And as I said, you don't lose my number. You need me, you call me. Let's take a couple calls before we get out of here. Mark's in the city. He used to be my neighbor out in the Sunset, and he has his thoughts on the draft. Mark, you're on KNBR.
Hi, Larry. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. You know, Larry, in this draft, you kind of look at it like two of the needs that we wanted to address was getting speed at the wide receiver so we could stretch the field.
Check.
And then
right?
improving our pass rush.
Check.
Now, maybe we've accomplished that. That's what I think are the big things out of this draft. And you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. But they definitely look like they've gone in those areas and really did a priority to address them.
Well, you know, we're going to see if they did enough. I would have loved to have seen them get one more edge rusher, you know, like maybe hold off on the running back one round and see if you could get maybe like a Jayshon Barham, who I think went to Dallas. You know, I would have loved one more edge rusher, but they got that guy in Mikhail Kamara after the draft. And I'm a big fan of Kamara. 6 feet, 260, but he's a relentless rusher with quick hands, really, 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 really quick. And I can't wait to see what Kamara can do. I mean, he had the block punt and the natty, the fifth defensive end or the sixth defensive end on your roster's got to play special teams. This guy is a great special teamer. So I'm excited about Mikhail Kamara in addition to Romello Height. Mark, have a great night in the Sunset. Try to beat the fog. Back in the day, Mark and I used to shoot buckets every night out there. Bob's in Saratoga, and he's tired of the Lynch slander. I am too. Bob, you're on KNBR.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Bob. What's up?
Hello.
Yeah,
right, great. I am very tired of the criticism of Lynch. I think he's the best general manager in the NFL, and I'll tell you why. Number one, we did get younger, which was one of our goals. We did get faster, and we've covered all the needs that were defined And so I'm looking forward to. We're not going to know until we get through practice and everything, and these guys show what they can do and what they can't do. But I think we've got some really good possibilities of these guys breaking through and giving us those things that we were lacking. So I think Lynch, not only an All-American at Stanford, but a Hall of Famer in the NFL, and he's got all the credentials, and he's really a very nice, polite.
Oh, did we lose Bob there? You call somebody polite on KMBR, and Cole Lapel will just drop your line. How dare you call John Lynch polite? Run him. Bob, have a great night. Sorry you got cut off there, but I kind of agree. I mean, it's not. I don't know that I would agree that John's the best GM going or anything like that. But you know what I would say is that he's trying to spin like 19 plates on 5 fingers at one time. He's, you gotta, it's a true, have you ever done a group project in college? It's like, you gotta incorporate everybody, or in high school. And it's like, you know what? You're only as good as your group. So yeah, I mean, I think if, and it's funny because I'm listening to Warren Sharp and he's like, Lynch has made he's not good. It's not good because of Lynch. He's made a couple good trades. Wait a second. We're glossing over. He stole Trent Williams for nothing. He got a really great deal on Christian McCaffrey. And I like how that's just like, that's just like by the wayside. Like, that doesn't matter. It's like he got the best offensive lineman and arguably the best playmaker of this era. And it's just like, that's just a kind of a side note. But he's also got to work, the Niners use their assistant coaches, and they use their analytics people, and they use their scouts, and it's a little bit of John, it's a little bit of Kyle, it's hard to get everybody, and you got relationships, and you got all kinds of things. Some of your coaches, I'm sure, are great personnel evaluators. Some of them are probably lousy personnel evaluators. So then he's got to scout himself. He's got to scout his staff. He's got to realize who he should listen to, who he shouldn't. He had to learn this thing on the fly. I'm not making excuses. They've had one of the NFL's deeper rosters almost the entire decade. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They've won 10-plus games 3 of the last 4 seasons and 4 of the last 6 seasons. If you had a question right now of who is the most dominant NFL team in the last decade, people would probably vote for Kansas City and then maybe Philadelphia. And guess who's next? The Niners. All right, so I know guys like myself and others, we want that 6th Lombardi. We want it so bad that we can freaking taste it. But holding John Lynch's feet to the fire and not even referencing that Kyle Shanahan is the big dog in this equation, to me, that's, you can't do that commentary and not mention that Shanahan has a big hand in a lot of this personnel failure. And Sharp did that. So that's why I push back on it. Anyway, appreciate all of your calls. Appreciate all of you listening. Ted Ramey's up next, and he's going to continue the dialogue. Brian Peacock, I believe, is going to stop by with Ted. They'll talk more about the draft and all the other things that are hot right now in sports, including the future with Golden State, the Giants road trip, and everything else. So Ted is next. Cole Lapel, you rock, brother. Good luck to you. Thanks to all of you. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow at 6. Damon Bruce will be our guest on our next edition of Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation. Bang! Steph Curry again! And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. Good man! This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
What's happening, everyone? Ted Ramey back with you for a second consecutive day. The only difference is that there's no Giants game today. Rained out, postponed. Doubleheader coming up tomorrow, 9:35, first pitch, I believe. Which, yeah, it's a bummer we didn't get a game today, but then you've got a lot of baseball tomorrow. You'll have double the hot takes to get into, and I would think that the Giants would have the ability to score some runs in the next couple of games. So, yeah, this is something that I'm looking forward to. And I got to jump in on what Larry was riffing on with Cole there for a second, because as we know, Cole is moving on to bigger and better things. Although, Cole, I will tell you that I have this is technically my third stints doing stuff with KNBR, because early days like 09 to 11, I was doing stuff at the Leader, then worked for another radio company, not station, but company, TTN, Total Traffic, then came back to KNBR from 12 to 17, and then now doing stuff consistently in the fall. So, you know, there is no escaping the Leader. And I think there may have been a couple of fill-ins in the 2017, 2018, 2019 at certain points in there. But I digress. The most important thing that I had to talk about is that I will not stand for any Northgate slander by a Los Lomas Knight. We have the Battle of the Creek. Now, Cole, you can jump on here for a second. I want to ask you, because I've seen this on Instagram lately, and people are saying, are people actually calling Walnut Creek the Nut? And I was saying, no, that's, if anybody's calling it that, it's either, it's always
foul.
been Dub C or the Creek. Those are the
Creek,
two
Dub C,
that I always knew.
I'll let those slide.
Yeah, and not that I was ever specifically calling them that, although people would do. If you can watch me on the YouTube stream, we would throw up the Dub, which I am giving you more of the West Side classic side, and then the C. That was how we did it back in 2000 and 2001, back when I was a big hotshot junior and senior in high school, when we all thought we were so cool. I might still think I'm cool. I might not. You'll have to figure that one out for yourself. But yeah, this is if we got multiple people repping Northgate here right now, and you're a Los Lomas Knight, sorry, you're on the outside looking in. Good school though. My buddy is the baseball coach there now at Los Lomas, so I have to give them some love with the great Yogi Yend at the helm. But at least with me and Larry, we can gang up on you. And I also want to jump on where Larry was talking about the 49ers and people coming down on Lynch specifically, because there is the perception that the 49ers, because they have not done specifically well with some of their top round draft picks, Trey Lance is the obvious one that people are going to talk about in the draft capital they gave up to go out and get him, and he ended up not being the guy. And yes, they did have an insurance by way of drafting Brock Purdy, but that seems like, in retrospect, a pretty big error. And then you go back and you look at Solomon Thomas in the early draft and, Reuben Foster. These are some of the other ones that were first rounders that did not pan out for one reason or another. And that's why people are ticked off. I think that's the thing that keeps on coming around. Now, they ignore Bosa because he was perceived as a sure thing, and when he's been healthy, he has been a sure thing, but it's the impatience that we all feel. I have been a 49ers fan my entire life. I have gone to so many games. When my dad was working for the franchise, I was there every home game. I used to, I remember one Christmas, the most excited I was over any gift. This was back, like I said, when I was cool, year 2000, 2001. My dad got me a 49ers license plate frames for my truck. And I was so stoked about that. I was like, yes, now everywhere I know, the world will know that I am a 49ers fan. That was peak for me. That's how influenced I was by the 49ers, that I was happy to be going out there and telling people that I was a 49ers fan. Oh, the caller dropped. I was going to get to a guy who wanted to talk about John Lynch. That's his own fault. But right now, we're all impatient about this. We all want the 49ers to win their next Super Bowl. And since they won their last one, number 5 was Steve Young, and they jumped all over the Chargers. And one of the great moments of 49ers history is the way that they just absolutely demolished. I mean, I know it's not the same as what they did to the Broncos in 24, but still Super Bowl 29 and what they did in that game was pretty remarkable. But then the 3 Super Bowls since, the 49ers have had a chance to win all 3 of those games. I'll always be a Jim Harbaugh defender. However, there's a part of me that will always wonder why, in whatever reason that you were thinking, you had a tired, elderly Ravens defense on their heels, and you decided to throw to the end zone looking to have Colin Kaepernick with a touch pass in the corner, as opposed to giving it to Frank Gore or just having Colin Kaepernick run it himself. Colin Kaepernick, by the way, that game that they lost to the Ravens, I believe, and I don't know if it's been broken since, but at that point he had the highest combined yardage for a quarterback in Super Bowl history, what he was doing in that game. And that was the same postseason that he ran wilds on the Packers and made Charles Woodson look not like the smartest man based on the angle that he took on Colin Kaepernick, who just decided to show off that he had the long stride of a high-quality 400-meter runner. That was peak Colin Kaepernick. For some reason, Jim Harbaugh said, you know what, we're going to see how his touch passing is and go to the corner of the end zone. Like, I remember Steve Young making that pass. I remember Joe Montana making that pass. That was not in Colin Kaepernick's arsenal at that point. Now, the discussion of Colin Kaepernick and the way his career, maybe we'll save that one for a later night with a longer time to talk, because I do think he had ability that was never fully actualized. And different NFL today, he'd be the number 1 overall pick almost without question if he was coming out today. But again, longer discussion there. But these are all winnable games. And I think this is part of the reason why people are upset about the 49ers and they question what's going on in the draft, is that you had a lead in 2 Super Bowls and you lost to Patrick Mahomes, who is a transcendent talent, who has had, one of the great early parts of a career that you can really compare only to Tom Brady, or Joe Montana if you want to go that way. But that team is very, very difficult to beat. And that's why I don't understand people who hate on Brock Purdy. It's like, well, he went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. He went toe-to-toe, and it took till overtime for him to beat Brock Purdy. I would say that that's indicative of Brock Purdy being a pretty darn good quarterback. Now, is he the best in the league? No. But again, I don't need him to be the best in the league. I just need him to be competent and be able to run Shanahan's system and be able to be the guy to lead the 49ers to that level of the games. Now, we go from there about some of the misses that they have had and some of the guys that haven't panned out. Like, nobody knew that Brandon Ayuk was going to have whatever is going on with him. That one was impossible to see. But, with Pearsall, that's one that I feel was not the right move. Even I'm not going to blame him for getting shot. I know there's some people who play the healthy card with him. And there were some concerns coming out of college. But at the same time, I'm just kind of like, I don't know. He's not a difference-making. He's like a finishing piece when you still needed more, because I think, we all saw the writing on the wall with where things were going to go eventually with a CMC, Debo. You go down the list of guys that were, getting towards the end of their time with the 49ers or had left. I mean, that's just kind of where we are right now, to where we don't know what is next with this 49ers team. That's kind of the question. And I don't think they're good enough to compete with the Seahawks or the Rams right now. I hope that I'm wrong. One of my riffs is that I'm always good at being wrong in sports. So that's one that I'm going to have to wait and see on. But I just kind of feel they're stuck in an in-between right now, and this draft didn't do anything but maybe create a lot of questions. I didn't say it was a bad draft. I just have a lot of questions, and I was kind of thinking, okay, well, we'll see what this turns out. I do want to talk a little bit of Giants tonight, which I see Bob calling in from Saratoga. I'll get to you in a second, Bob. And I was thinking all day long today about how eventually Devers will be able to get things going for that offense. And when he does, I think the entirety of the Giants team will start hitting that much more. It's all centered around him. That is the design, right? Like everyone can see that as he goes, so goes the Giants. And I do think that if he starts to get going, then things will start to really, play that much better. But I was looking at the Giants at 13-16. Well, what are you thinking about the American League right now and how almost nobody has a winning record? And there's only, 3 teams that are above 500? That makes the Giants record look a little bit more appealing or less offensive if we look at it, just pulling back, looking at the bigger picture. Now, yes, they're in the same division as the Dodgers. That is a bit of an issue, but we're talking about the Phillies who are having big losing streaks. We're talking about the Mets who are having big losing streaks. We're talking about a lot of teams in the early goings of this Major League Baseball season which are not able to really find a lot of rhythm right now. And it's early. We're 29 games into a 162-game season, so I'm not freaking out. I think getting shut out yet again was a little bit troubling, but I almost liked the fact that today got rained out. It gives you a little bit more time to digest. It gives you a little bit more time to think about what this team's going to do to get rolling again, and we'll go from there. But if anybody wants to get into the call line, it is 415-808-5627, 415-808-KMBR. Let's go out to Bob in Saratoga. He wants to talk a little bit about the Giants. Bob, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I wanted to really talk about Devers. I have played baseball for 70 years. I'm 90 now. And I went to fantasy camp with the Giants 15 times, played 2 games every day, and I did it between ages 60 and 75. But my coaches were Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda, Juan Marichal, Vida Blue, Kruko and Kuiper, and on and on and on, including Bobby Bonds, who was my batting coach. So I've questioned already. I called Bill Lasky on this, and he said he's never going to change his stance, but he's way out of whack on his batting stance. His right leg is way over to the right, and when you're trying to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and plus his bat is straight up in the air over his head, there's no way that he's going to be able to get to a 100-mile-an-hour fastball with that batting stance. And Bill said, no, they're not going to change his, so I'm bringing it up again here because one of the writers from the Chronicle was on today, John, I can't remember his last name, and he
John
brought
Shea?
this up. Yeah, John Shea. And he was right on. He saw it too. So I was hoping that when they brought this new batting coach from Toronto, who almost beat the Dodgers last year, that he might be able to help this guy. But maybe it's a pride thing. He doesn't want to change anything. But he's never going to he strikes out too much. And the reason he strikes out, he can't catch up to a fastball. And they're always throwing him fastballs.
Bob, you're well-versed in baseball. I can tell just by the way you ripped off those names and also who you got to work with at Giants Fantasy Camp. Might I express my extreme jealousy, but one guy who I'm going to listen to forever, even though he's no longer with us, Pete Rose. He did one of the best segments I've ever seen in the history of sports media. It was with A-Rod and Frank Thomas, and he was talking about how he never understood how guys got away from the swing that got them to the big leagues. And he said that it was something that he never did, but he said he would go through times where he was not having his best night at the plate or just was going through a rough stretch overall. And he always said, never change your swing, but he said, move up in the box, move in the box, move back in the box, move out in the box, find something that's going to make that timing work. And I think that's similar with Devers right now, is that he's had a certain level of success that's allowed him to hit for a lot of power and drive in a lot of runs. I don't think that they're going to have him change a lot about his swing. I think that right now they've got to figure it out. It's easy for me on the outside to cite what Pete Rose said, the greatest hitter of all time, and say that's the advice everybody should be taking. But to this day, I still think there's a lot of truth in that these guys have a swing that got them there to that point of their career. It's gotten them to the bigs. It's gotten them to be a piece that the Giants wanted to go out and acquire and put everything around essentially and say, this is the guy that we're going to build around. But it is not working right now. But I think it's got to be something where he moves back in the box, gives himself a little bit more time, maybe moves a little bit out as well so he can get his bat out in front and maybe barrel things up a little bit more. But something's got to change. I do agree with you in that sense. I just don't think it's going to be that much of the actual structure of his swing. I think it's got to be something more about the placement of where he is in the box. But I appreciate the call, Bob. Thank you so much for calling in. And I, again, want to express my extreme jealousy of your Giants fantasy camp experiences because that sounds like
it's the best thing.
Incredible amount of fun to have. Let's go to JT in Oakland. He wants to jump in on this as well. And we do have some Giants talk and Phillies talk coming up in a couple minutes here. JT in Oakland, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, good. Thank you. Yeah, Devers, he's late on everything, so I agree. He needs to go back in the box. I did see that Pete Rose thing. That was fantastic.
One of the best things I've ever seen. I swear, anyone who's listening, I encourage you, just search Pete Rose, A-Rod, Frank Thomas batting stance, and it'll come up. You'll see it. But yeah, sorry, JT, continue.
It's all right. So simple. I mean, it's not, but it is the way he ran it down. But you know what? I just see too much familiarity from last couple of years with this team. Willie Adames, chasing. He's a launch angle guy. I love Ariz. And I don't know. Devers looks slow. His bat looks slower to me this year. But I just see too many similarities from last year. Guys not putting the ball in play. Sorry about it. That's my sleeping car. And including even like Robbie Ray, he throws a lot of pitches, and I think it hurt him later in the year when he kind of lost it. And I think that's what he throws, a lot of pitches. I just see so many similarities. And now with Logan Webb not pitching well, there's concerns even this early in the year because it looks so much like the team from the last 2 years.
No, I agree with you, JT. That does look excessively like what we've seen the last couple of years. It does look just so much like the team that we have seen time and time again that's not coming up with the run production. A couple of years ago, especially, was they wouldn't swing the bat until it was the 7th, 8th, 9th innings, and we used to drive me insane. I'd be like, why are we not swinging in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd inning? Why can we not jump on a starter? Why can we not make him have to work around the zone? They would sit back. They'd be so passive, and they wouldn't do anything till later in the games. And again, it's the lack of offensive production. That's what everyone sees right now. But it's all centered around Devers. I think that's where everybody recognizes this has got to go. That once he gets going, that you will be able to see that much more, that you will be able to see that much of an improvement from the Giants offense overall, is that if he gets going, that makes everybody's job just a little bit easier. And I will say that, they will also make what we've seen from Jung-Hoo Lee more impactful, what we've seen recently from Arias more impactful. Those guys, if they are getting on base, if someone else is moving them. And Adames, if you look at his career stats, he is wildly streaky. And I think that's part of who he is. And maybe they'll start to figure it out a little bit more from here, but that's kind of what I see. Let's go to Joe in Modesto. He wants to talk a little bit about Devers as well. Joe, you got me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, Joe? What's on your mind? Doing very well.
Yeah, the one of the last swings I saw Devers make, I noticed he's moving his head, and if you move your head when you're swinging, your eye comes off the ball. And I used to do that myself when I played ball, and my teammates are like, "Don't move your head," and then I started hitting home runs after that. But the other thing I'm wondering about. Years ago, when Panda was here, an eye doctor fan called in and noticed that Panda, I can't remember if Panda was a switch hitter or not, but
he was.
Side,
I mean, not.
He was. Yeah, and he was having. He diagnosed him over the TV that he'd need to have his eyes checked because he was having a problem on one side of the plate, and so I'm wondering if Devers needs an eye check too.
I mean, it's certainly a theory. I just think right now what you're seeing with him moving his head, and I've even seen him almost get a little bit happy with his hands and his hips in the box. I think he's out of sorts right now, and I think he's pressing, and I think he's really feeling it right now, which is another reason why I'm not upset that they ended up having a day off today, relatively speaking, because I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. Everybody needs to calm down. Hopefully they were able to get some hacks in, work on things, get a little bit more balance, get a little bit more fluidity, and get a little bit just more of a calm nature. I think when you're watching a team like the Giants right now, it feels like there's just a whole lot of pressing going on, and everybody's stressed out, and the cortisol's spiked through the roof, and everybody looks like they're on their wits' end, and it's not a pretty happy team right now. And yeah, I mean, you can enjoy the energy of a Drew Gilbert for as much as you want, but it doesn't feel like it's extending to the rest of the team. Chapman has looked, I mean, I know he can be a little bit of a red ass in general, but he's looked stressed out. Nobody's really looked at ease. And I think you need to have maybe that little bit of a day off to get everybody to kind of reset, relax, and get into a better state of mind. I would hope that's what the Giants will be able to get out of this day. But again, it's all centered around Devers. And I think that's what everybody is seeing. He's got the big paycheck. He's the big trade acquisition. Everyone's going to look at him and say, what is going on here? And we've heard about his swing so far. We've heard about his eyes up to this point. We've heard about him just not being able to figure it out. I mean, everybody's got a different theory on what's going on. And I'm not saying any of them are right. I'm not saying any of them are wrong. I'm just saying everyone focuses on him for a reason, because we all know that if his bat gets going, then the rest of that Giants lineup gets going. And listen, I'm very eager to see what happens tomorrow morning when those games get going. What look the Giants have at the plate, if they're aggressive, if they're passive, if they're more of the same. And I think that's the question that everyone has right now. I've tried to calm myself and not be as freaked out as I maybe was yesterday after yet another shutout, but that's part of what's driving this all right now. They're not scoring runs. They're not getting on base. They're not drawing walks. They're hitting the contact at times. And what's funny is the Giants' team batting average is not that bad, but it's if they get on base, nothing's happening. And that's a problem. You need to be able to turn the wheel. You need to be able to drive guys in. And if the guy you are expecting to be most productive is not able to do so, that's not going to happen. All right, we're going to take a break real quick. On the other side, we're going to talk to Michael Barkan of NBC Sports Philadelphia to talk to him about what we saw yesterday, the change at manager there, get his thoughts on the Giants. And obviously they didn't have a game today, so he had a little bit of free time. And I said, all right, Michael, why don't you pull up to my microphone and give me some thoughts on what's going on. So we're going to get to that on the other side. You are on Sports Phone KNBR.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming it on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are now joined on Sports Phone KNBR by Michael Barkan, host pre- and post-game coverage of the Phillies on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Let me just start here. I know that a lot of people are very concerned out in San Francisco about the Giants' bats. When you look at the way that Luzardo pitched last night, I don't think anybody was hitting that stuff. He was nails last night, right?
He was nails last night, and that was really heartening to see if you're a Phillies fan, an observer of the team, because I'll tell you what, Ted, he has struggled this season, and certainly struggled in parts of last season, and this guy has all the tools, as we've seen, but whether it's tipping his pitches or something that happens when guys get on base, he has struggled in that capacity. And when guys on base, the hitter that comes up afterwards, batting .387, if you got runners in scoring position, it's over 400. So he shut the door last night, which was a great sign. And I know the Giants haven't exactly been world beaters with regard to runs scored, etc., but they got some good hitters on that team, and Luzardo managed to keep the lid on, which I think is real important. So he was impressive.
He was, and I got to see it up close and personal in Oakland for a while when he was out here in the Bay Area. And when he is on, he is just such a phenomenal talent. It's just like you alluded to. There's always been an issue of consistency in his career, among other things. But yeah, it was hard. I know everybody out here in the Bay Area wanted to talk about the Giants bats, but I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't know who was going to touch that stuff. But let's talk big picture on Philadelphia right now, because I am not of the mind that was necessarily the move to make. Granted, I am not managing a baseball team. No one, thank God no one's put me in that power to be a general manager for a team, but
it's coming.
It's coming. Fingers crossed. But this is an issue that I have with sports right now, is the way that just coaches willy-nilly go in and out. I work in hockey as well, and I would just watch the Kings make another first-round exit, and they've gone through a number of coaches, and I kind of get to this whole idea of like, well, guys, maybe it's not the coach. So maybe give me 30,000-foot view on why this was the move for the Phillies to make, considering everyone seems to be so darn upset about it. Is it just, hey, the axe has to fall somewhere?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. One, the standard changes season by season, as you know, and this season for the Phillies, the standard is win the World Series or bust. And while that was a tall order, certainly when they've made the playoffs the last 4 years, they've got 2 division wins, they've got a pennant win in 2022. And by the way, when Rob Thompson took over for Joe Girardi, so the audience is expecting more and more, and you've got a lineup that's $300 million worth of hitter.
Yeah.
You've got the batting champion in Trey Turner. You got 2-time MVP in Bryce Harper. You got an all-star or a former all-star in Alec Boehm at third base. You've got some players on this team that ought to be able to carry it. And I left out Kyle Schwarber. So the expectation of the fans and of the media for this team is you got to at least make the playoffs. And once you start falling to 9-19 through 28 games into the season, it just becomes less and less likely that you're going to make the playoffs. Not that it's impossible, but we all know, come on, if you're going a certain way, you're trending a certain way. Phillies had lost 10 straight games. They had lost 11 of 12 games, and they decided off day coming, they're going to make this move. But here's the thing, Teddy, what other move can they make in the middle of the season? Dombrowski's not going anywhere. Preston Mattingly, Don's father's not going anywhere. And none of the players are going anywhere. That's the old adage. You can't fire the players. The only thing you can do to shake things up is to fire the manager. And unfortunately, Rob Thompson got the axe. And you know, we heard Trey Turner talk about it before and after yesterday's game, saying we've got to take some accountability for ourselves. Right. And that is the one thing that sends a message to the players. You just cost a guy his job. You did Trey Turner, and you did Bryce Harper, and you did Kyle Schwarber, and Alec Boehm, and everybody up. Oh, and Jesus Luzardo, and Christopher Sanchez, and everybody, Andrew Painter, the rookie. You've all cost this guy his job because you didn't play up to your capability. And so that's the move that had to be made. Now, there's the matter of the roster and the lineup and whether or not the right guys are in there. And they're in for a lot of money, as I said. But this is what you've got this season, and they got to make the playoffs. And I know that means a lot of winning between now and then, but if they don't, people are really going to be upset around here.
So just play devil's advocate. Why is the sense that there would never be a rectification with Thompson, considering he'd had the success before? If it's me looking at sports, past performance is usually indicative of future performance, barring age, which we know there's a natural decline, Father Time, undefeated and whatnot. But why was there no sense that or why was there the sense that it needed a moment, some sort of catalyst to get this team in the right direction, that it wouldn't just work its way out?
I think because of the complacency that we saw from the players, and these guys were not getting it done. They weren't hitting. They weren't pitching. This starting staff that was supposed to be the best or among the best in baseball was failing. The relief pitching wasn't doing any better. Not that that's the strength of the team. And the lineup was not doing anything. Forget about scoring guys who are on base. How about just getting on base? And they were failing to do that. It had happened last season and seasons past, and it always does with a team. But 10 straight losses. They hadn't had a season with 10 straight losses in 27 years. Since 1998, I believe, was the last time that they had 10 straight losses. So this was epic in scope, and I think that they wanted to, they had to nip it in the bud. Otherwise, it was just going to continue. Also, Rob Thompson, and I hate he's a great guy, but he is a great guy. And so I think no one wants to trash him. He went out, he was class coming in, and he was class going out. But he I don't know whether or not he ever brought guys into his office and kind of leaned on them and leaned over him and said, this bleep's got to stop right now. And I don't know if he's that kind of guy. And I think players unintentionally maybe took advantage of that, and it just didn't get done. And so this was the only message to be sent to that clubhouse. There's nothing else you can do. So they whacked him, and hey, they're 1-0 under Don Mattingly. Donnie ballgame, man. We're all about Don.
My theory is that he was saving his big moment to recognize Lee Elia Day when he was going to have his own meltdown. He just didn't get the chance to do so.
Yes. Yes.
So let's talk about Donnie baseball now, that he's got a big challenge ahead for him. And I'm a Mattingly fan, obviously a great player. He's had success managing. And I won't name the outlet, but I did see an article yesterday that says, who is Don Mattingly? And I was like, What year is it? What do you mean, who is Don Mattingly now that he's taking over? But, he's an experienced guy. He knows how to get along with the players. I don't think he needs to go in there with kid gloves on any of these guys. They know what they're tasked with. But how does he galvanize this squad?
I think he galvanizes the squad by making demands on these guys that perhaps Rob Thompson did not make upon them. They need to play. And I understand that when you get up to the plate, it's just you. You can have any amount of coaching and any kind of game plan you want, but unless you're reactive and you're able to handle what the pitcher throws, you're going right back to the dugout. But I think that he can create an atmosphere where guys are sitting up more at attention and realize that they've got to produce at any given time during a ball game. And I also think that, look, Rob Thompson never played in the major leagues. Don Mattingly is a 6-time All-Star. He's a 12-time Gold Glover. He should be a Hall of Famer. It's a disgrace that he's not. He was also former Manager of the Year with the Marlins in 2020. So this guy's got a pedigree, both as a player and as a manager. I just think that you've got to make some demands on guys. And one of the things that bothered me about Rob Thompson, at least a little bit, is that he never wanted to tax the players. Yeah. If a guy was going too long, or he maybe had his pitch count up too high, or he had a sprained ankle a little bit, these guys are getting paid millions upon millions of dollars to fight it out, to do it. And I know it's a long season, and sometimes you got to save him. But sometimes, if a guy's gone 6 innings and he can go 7, you don't bring in the reliever. You let the starter finish what he came in to do. And hopefully, Don Mattingly will do more of that. But you know what? He's a good guy too. I hope he's not too good a guy, and he makes some demands on his players.
What are the boxes that he needs to tick, or is it just as simple as they need to start stacking some wins? And then once they do that, then you can start talking about how he needs to get the lineup going, or who needs to be in the lineup specifically.
I think the lineup is the same. It was tonight, even though it was postponed. It was last night. It's the same as Rob Thompson's lineup. I think what's going to motivate these guys is the very act of change and the fact that there's a new guy in here. And I just gave you his what do they call it? Curriculum vitae. I just gave that to you, but the fact is, most of these guys don't know Don Mattingly. Some of them might know him, but so there's a little bit of a distance there. There's a little respect that's kind of built in just because you don't know who this guy is walking through the door. And I think that's the first thing, to kind of make him dummy up, if you will. Let him start hitting, let him start pitching, get the belief back, and then maybe they're on their way. Look, they were a below 500 team, well below 500 in 2022 when they fired Girardi and brought in Thompson. They went on a run. They made the playoffs, got to the World Series, lost to the cheating Houston Astros. But okay, that's the way it goes. And you heard, I'm sure, that Dave Dombrowski actually offered Alex Cora the job. Cora said, no, thank you. I'm going to spend the rest of this season with my family. And while that might have been awkward in the transition to Don Mattingly, I think when Mattingly came in here, he was asked about wanting to manage again, and he said, I just don't have the stomach for it. I'm happy being bench coach. Everything's great in that regard.
That's what he's got to say, right? I mean,
yeah, well, he's not saying that now. When Dombrowski went to him and said, can you handle this? Can you do this for me? He said, yeah, I've got it. I want to do it. Everything will be great. So, we'll see. I take him at his word. And we'll see what happens. If they go to the World Series, which is, again, a tall order, they go to the World Series, then it's all bets are off. All of a sudden, it's Don Mattingly gets a 5-year contract. That's how it works. We'll see. I'd like to have that problem.
When I was watching the game last night, I was thinking to myself about how Mattingly, an experienced guy who's been there and done that in every capacity. And then you have Tony Vitello on the other side for the San Francisco Giants. And when he had trouble in the fourth with Malley, who was losing his control, I was thinking, I wonder if he comes out for the fifth. Comes out for the fifth. Quick work of the Phillies. I think it was 2 pop-ups and a ground out. And then you get to the sixth where it all falls apart. Control's an issue, walks, hard contact. You saw how it went down.
Yeah.
Was it interesting for you to watch the juxtaposition of Vitello learning it for the first time, whereas now what the Phillies are stepping into is a guy who's, like I said, as experienced as can be?
It is interesting, but also to me, there's a balance between the offense and the defense. And if you let a pitcher come out and work it out, guys run into trouble. Now it's like guys run into trouble in today's game, and like, we got to get him out right now. And I understand that because I get antsy and I get panicky as well. He's given up too many runs. The offense is never going to be able to lift him up. But at the same time, guys grow into each individual game. And sometimes you got to give them a little time to do it. Obviously, it didn't work with Malley, but I think, with other pitchers, you let them, give them a little more rope to either hang themselves or to get out of a situation. And I think managers are way too quick to pull the trigger on guys and get them out of a game. And then you've lost your pitcher. I don't understand whether it's a relief pitcher, whether it's a closer, a 4-out save. Why is that such a big deal? A 4-out save, for goodness sakes. It's like, oh my goodness, they're made of tissue paper. These guys get paid too much money to not be able to put it on the line frequently.
I will. My shoulder's very fresh. I'll go out there and put it on the line for the money those guys are getting.
There you go.
Just to make
now
sure we've
pitching.
got that on the record. You've seen the Giants a couple times now this year. What do you make of that team, given the fact that they're now 13-16? Getting into a month into the season, close to the 30-game mark. I understand there's a lot of baseball left to be played. I feel like the bats will eventually come around, just by regression to the mean, whatever we want to call it. But what's your view from the outside? Because out here in the Bay Area with the local teams, sometimes it's the effect of, I can't see the forest. All these damn trees are in the way.
Yeah, yep. You can't see the forest through the trees. I like the Giants. I've always liked the Giants team. My sister lived in San Francisco for a long, long time. I love the city, and I love the Giants. And I remember when they beat the Phillies way back when, after the Phils had their run in the mid-2000s, and the Giants then took their place. And I just thought it was great watching them from afar. It was great seeing San Francisco getting so excited about the team. I think this team has potential, and it's a long season. And it's different than if you're 3 or 4 games under 500 than if you're 10 or 12 games under 500, as the Phillies were. And I think the Giants can resurrect this season no problem. Logan Webb is a guy who's not pitching the way he has, the way he can. He's obviously older now. When you look at what he brings to the table, he struggled against the Phillies, even though he hasn't pitched against them in a couple of years. ERA is over 6 against the Phils in 3 starts. But I still think that they have the pitching staff that can get things done. And when you look at Arise, when you look at Devers, when you look at Lee, when you look at Schmidt, they've got some guys on this team, and even at the end of the lineup, I think that they can do some damage. Now is the time, if you're a San Francisco fan, to stay the course, to keep hope, and sometimes it doesn't look good, but as long as they get it done at the end of the season, that's the bottom line. I still think, look, baseball is about enjoying the ride. It's not about 16 games and going to the playoffs and then poof, the season's over. Do you like the sport? Do you like the strategy of it? Do you like going to the ballpark? And it's a different game. The summer game is different than the autumn game, Ted. You know that. What's the quote? The summer game is the game of our national mythology. It's having hot dogs and a beer and talking to your neighbor and what happened on that play. And the autumn game is a completely different game, and that's where the Giants are trying to get, and the Phillies too, where you're on every pitch, you're hanging on every single pitch, and how a situation changes for a whole game, pitch by pitch. It's not the same in the summer. It's more like, certainly as a fan, let's go to the ball game. Let's have a great time. Not in the fall, man. In the fall, you're locked in every single pitch.
Michael, great stuff, man. I will let you rest your pipes because I know you're going to have a busy day tomorrow, but I appreciate your time and hope I can bug you again soon. All right, my friend?
Ted, anytime. It was a joy for me, man. Great talking to you always.
Again, that is Michael Barkan, the host of Phillies pre- and post-coverage on NBC Sports Philadelphia. We're going to take a break, but on the other side, we are going to talk some hockey. Dan Rousenowski, the Hockey Hall of Famer, will join me here to talk about the Sharks, about the playoffs. In fact, one team just got eliminated in overtime a few minutes ago. We'll get into that. That's coming up next on Sports Phone KNBR.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's f***ing go on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now joined by the only voice of the San Jose Sharks, the Hockey Hall of Famer, Dan Rousenowski. Dan, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
Hey, Ted, I'm enjoying some great hockey over the course of the last couple of hours. We just saw a series come to a conclusion with the Philadelphia Flyers getting a 1-0 win in overtime, and now Utah and Vegas are battling it out. So it's not just baseball. It's not just MLS soccer. It's NHL action right now in the playoffs that I'm really surrounding myself with.
It's been so good, Dan, and I was watching Edmonton last night, and I was thinking to myself, oof, letting Edmonton get back alive in this series. I was like, that's a dangerous proposition, but I want to go to what the Flyers just did in getting the elimination win against Sidney Crosby and his Pittsburgh Penguins. And while we are at the early goings of the career of Macklin Celebrini, we all know the parallels with the performances he's put out in his game and his competitive desire with Sidney Crosby. Do you feel like it's been 20 years of Sid in the NHL? Because it feels like it's been a blink of an eye. I mean, I know the Sharks saw him in a Stanley Cup final 10 years ago, but I mean, Sid, for this to be, 20 years of his reign in the NHL, it doesn't feel real. And I'm sure there's a lot of change coming for that franchise now.
I'm just putting my arms around the fact that it's been 10 years since the Sharks played Pittsburgh in the Stanley Cup final. I feel like that was yesterday too, but
right.
Same thing with Sid, with Malkin, with Letang. Is this the last time that those three guys are going to ever play a game together? Malkin's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. You don't know how that's all going to turn out. They've always figured out a way to make it work in the past, so we'll see if they come back for yet another season. But, yeah, I mean, it's just amazing how that career is gone. We just saw Andrei Kopitar's career come to an end for the Los Angeles Kings after 2 decades with that team. And, these are some of the greatest players we'll ever see play in our lifetime. And I just think you have to appreciate how great they've been for the game. As painful as it can be for a Sharks fan to recall that moment when Sid lifted the cup at SAP Center, still, what the players like that have done for the game have paved the way for people like Macklin Celebrini to have their excellence.
Another one we're wondering about is Ovi, because they tried to do the big send-off for him in the final game, and he waved it off. Do you have any early thoughts on what's going to happen with him?
I got a funny feeling he might want to give it another go. We'll have to see. I mean, he negotiates his own contract, and of course he hasn't had to do a lot of negotiating the last few years. But he is getting up there. The Capitals are in a transition period where they're starting to retool their team a little bit in anticipation of his career being over. But hey, let's face it, if he wants to come back for another year, I think his negotiating ploy in the beginning was give me a 2-year deal, but I don't think I'm going to see that. But bottom line is that I'm not going to count it out until he says he's not going to play here anymore.
And he still had 32 goals and 32 assists last year. It's not like he's without his use out there on the ice. I mean, he might not be as mobile as he used to be, but I'm pretty sure that you can use a guy like that pretty effectively as you try to extend or change what the transitional time is for that Washington Capitals franchise. Let me ask you about the Sharks now, Dan, as we transition in their direction, because everyone is kind of wondering what happens next for the franchise. And I feel that there is not an unrealistic expectation of what happens next, but there's an early impatience. Everybody wants to see Mike Grier go ahead and make the huge move that's going to be splashy. But if there's one thing that's defined Mike Grier up to this point, it's the fact that he has consistently said he is not going to, quote unquote, rush it.
No, he's not going to rush it. He's going to make a very strong judgment after really deliberating it for a long time. And by the way, also relying on all the people around him. He's a guy that delegates exceedingly well and trusts the opinion of all the people he's put around him. And I think that that's what's made him really a top general manager in his short time in the NHL. He'll do all of those things. And, he kind of added some fuel to the fire during the season-ending session with the media when he said he was open to listening for both of the first-round draft picks that the Sharks have. And I can only imagine what that's all about. Maybe there's some defenseman that's dangling out there that he wants to pick up that's an offensively minded player that would help jumpstart things a little bit. But I don't think he does anything like that until, he totally deliberates all of the possibilities. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. And, of course, for Sharks fans, it's going to be fascinating.
How careful does he have to be to balance a name coming into the franchise with the good vibes that are here? Because even though Macklin Celebrini has turned into a superstar, I won't say overnight, but very, very rapidly, he's very humble. He does not have a big ego when he's around the guys. He's not even 20 years old yet till June 13th. And everybody else with the team is very much the consummate team guy. I mean, Ryan Reeves, you saw the way that he was embraced by the team. You see the way that Tyler Toffoli is, the way that the younger guys like a Colin Graff, or then you've got a Kiefer Sherwood. The balance of personality inside the dressing room is very, very even-keeled, and there's no one name that's bigger than everyone else, despite the fact that the Sharks do have some burgeoning stars in the NHL. I mean, how much does Mike Grier have to consider that?
100%. And he considers that with every maneuver he has made over the course of the last 3 years. It's always about the team, and it's always about really a special culture that's been created within that dressing room. You know that the people are going to change a little bit. They do every single season. But I can tell you that this is maybe the closest Sharks group that we've had, certainly since they went to the Stanley Cup final, and probably maybe even since that 93-94 team when the Sharks came back, improved by 58 points, made the playoffs, and shocked Detroit and almost shocked Toronto. I think those are some of the closest teams we've seen here. And they're all in different ways close, but these guys like each other. They want to hang out together. It all started out in many respects when Ryan Reeves took them all to see the Book of Mormon in New York, and they picked up their first win of the year when Celebrini had a hat trick and a couple of assists, and Will Smith had 4 points in the game winner in overtime. I mean, all those things sort of came together that night for the Sharks to set things up for the rest of the season. And right now, I think we're seeing that as we go into the offseason and start to get excited about who the Sharks might draft, or, as you say, who they might trade for. Is it going to be a name? I don't know if it would be a name in the sense of what you're talking about, but it might be somebody that's an up-and-coming player, because Mike Grier is always, in his acquisitions, he's tried to get players within a certain age group. I'm thinking of the Zach Ostapchuk acquisition, which sent Fabian Zetterlund over to Ottawa. The thing with that is that Fabian Zetterlund was just a little bit ahead of the age group of that rest of the core. And so they decided that in a calculated way, they got an ingredient that they needed in Ostapchuk. And we weren't even sure how long that was going to take, but boy, he really progressed in a big way this year and basically vindicated everything that Mike Greer did to get his services. And, Zetterlund did a great job for Ottawa, and he's, going to be a good player for them. But I think that was a brilliant move. And so they took into all those things into consideration. So I would say that if they're going to, if they're going to go for a good offensive defenseman that's a little bit further along than what they've got in the pipeline, I would suspect it would probably be somebody in that age group, maybe at the upper limit of that envelope, but probably not any older than that, I don't think.
Yeah, and beyond the offensive defensemen, they also just need to be better defensively structured overall. And I know that, Mike Greer and the way that he was able to acquire guys this past offseason was a very different mindset with the NHL and how they were looking at the San Jose Sharks. And I'm sure guys will be looking at things a little bit differently in free agency now, and there is more of the desire to watch Macklin Celebrini and play alongside him because people can see where the franchise is headed. Let me ask you about the overall defensive structure as it pertains to the goalies, because I know there was a lot of curiosity about Yaroslav Askarov and his first full year in the NHL, and he had his ups like the month of November in which he had a high 940s save percentage and looked about as good as you could possibly look in the NHL. He had some other rough moments, but Dan, I know you've been around this. You've seen it. There were times where the defense faltered in front of him and Alex Nedeljkovic in a way that it didn't matter who was in net. They were not going to have a great night. And I think that if the Sharks can make things that much easier for their goalies next year, both of those guys improve something like a half goal per game, just because better structure will lead to better looks for the goalies in general. And I think things will calm down. But with that first year under the belt of Askarov, what did you think now that you've had a chance to kind of look at it in its totality?
Well, we saw what possibilities we've got with this kid in that month of November, when he basically, if I'm not mistaken, he tied Yevgeny Nabokov's record for most wins in November and best month ever in Sharks history. And so that's something to build on. But we also saw, the game in which he kind of fell asleep, let the puck get by him behind the net, and he went back to retrieve it late. And then he tried to knock the net over to prevent a goal, and obviously that was just basically called a goal by the officials, even if it hadn't gone across the goal line before the net came off the mooring. But
let me interrupt. Had you seen that before?
Never, never anything like that ever. And that's the way he is. He's a very creative personality and an interesting human being. That's what I love about him. Because he's going to have these creative moments that are going to be on the positive side too, that come along with it. But he's only played 63 NHL games to this point. That's it. A goaltender doesn't even start to really develop until you get to about 150. So this is a work in progress. I think that Nedeljkovic provides a really nice, I should say his first name, Alex Nedeljkovic, provides a very strong stabilizing force, but also a competitive push, as we saw during the season, so he can settle things down in net. But to your point about the defense in front of him, I think that's issue number one. The Sharks staff has total faith that this guy is going to develop into an elite goaltender. They totally believe in him, and that's one of the reasons why they went out and got him. There's another young man that's in the pipeline down the road, Josh Ravensbergen, who looks like he's going to go off to Michigan State University next year after a fantastic year in the Western Hockey League in junior. Mm-hmm. So that's another guy that they've got in the pipeline, but they don't have to rush him either. They can just allow him to develop and marinate and get better as time goes on. So I don't think there should be too much concern about it, but there are going to be some shall we say, tense moments at times as we see this process of an adolescent becoming a 25-year-old mature adult. That's effectively, in hockey terms, what we're watching.
What do you think about Macklin Celebrini going to the Worlds for Canada? I saw many feel, hey, he needs a break. But in my opinion, Dan, this is Macklin Celebrini saying, my body needs to know what it's like to be playing deeper into the calendar year. And I think that he's using this as the ability to continue to prepare himself for what I think he believes his future is in this league.
Well, I think you're right. And I think also he has a bitter taste in his mouth to a certain degree the last time he represented his country. And that was, of course, in the Olympics when the entire world basically was exposed to all of the brilliance that we've been seeing in San Jose all season, but the East Coast media members were going to sleep at 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern time and only saw the first period of a lot of games. So I really do think that that's part of his process, and he is going to be so prepared for next year and so dialed in. And I'm predicting that Will Smith also has a very strong summer of training and understands a lot more about where he has to go to improve his body to get through an 82-game schedule, well, 84 games coming up. And so I'm really excited to see what the possibilities are there, too.
Another point that was made to me by a friend of mine, Dan, he goes, hey, Ted, Macklin might not be able to do the Worlds for a while for Canada. And I said, you know what? That's not a bad point. If things trend the right way for the Sharks, he might be a little bit busy this time of year.
Well, you're right, and that's the plan, right? The other thing, too, is that Team Canada just lost in the Under-18 World Championships, which was a big upset. The United States lost to Latvia just yesterday, too. That's not the World Championships that we're talking about. It's the U18s, anybody under 18. Yeah. So there are a lot of guys that might get drafted very, very soon, so it's always interesting to watch that. But Team Canada and Team USA expected to be much further along than they got this year. And I think Macklin feels the same way about Team Canada. So, the U.S. won the gold medal last year with Ryan Rousenowski behind the bench. Now it's a different crew that's out there, although Thomas Spear, goaltending coach, is representing the United States there. But, it's going to be interesting to see how he trains this summer, getting back to Macklin about going through what you called it very correctly, a Stanley Cup final-like year. That he went all the way till that distance, played that many games, watched his body take the pounding, and then, again, if you're preparing for multiple seasons like this, you go through a relatively short summer where you have to train your body in a certain way. And I think it's a very interesting scientific experiment that he's undertaking to get ready for that challenge at the NHL level.
We've had almost 2 weeks since the final game of the year. Have you been able to take inventory yet of how special what Macklin did this year at 19 years old to break Jumbo's franchise record for points in a season and start to think about his ultimate trajectory and what he can do in this league?
Well, in a lot of different levels, yes. I think the sky's the limit for him, but I've been saying this for about 9 months now. We've never seen anything like this. With all those great seasons that Patrick Marleau and Joe Thornton had, the great year that Brent Burns had when he won the Norris, the Erik Karlsson season when he won the Norris. We've never seen anything like what we've seen from Macklin Celebrini ever. And that's on a variety of different platforms, whether you talk about his three-zone play, whether he takes over games, how he's able to lead his team into the fight at his young age. I think, as I said, the sky is the limit for this young man. And nobody's going to be happier than everybody that's around the team because he's just such a good kid and somebody that is going to develop into one of the great players in our game.
I tried to explain this to somebody once that the first time I saw Macklin play against Nathan MacKinnon, and MacKinnon was the guy who I had previously considered as his active nature on the ice jumped out at you. You saw how much he moved, where he was at all times, and it seemed like he was everywhere at once. And Macklin was more active than MacKinnon. And that kind of was the eye-opening point of when I realized just what he was turning into. Do you have a moment when you started to realize what Macklin could turn into?
I would say probably, certainly that Pittsburgh game when they came back in the third period. That was another moment. The Madison Square Garden game. The games against Minnesota when they won in overtime against a very good team. Those are a couple of the examples in which we saw all of that magic begin to happen. But so often, just the great chemistry with Will Smith, and then where Colin Graff kind of worked in. It didn't matter who Macklin was playing with. He found a way to make other people better all the time. I'd say that the smattering of those games probably are the ones where I said, wow, this kid really is going to be something special for a long time.
And what's nice about having you with the team is you've been there since day number one. Literally, that's not a reach. That's not hyperbole. You've seen it all. And so to watch the Sharks enter this new window, because we saw the previous window close after their last run in 2019, made it to the Western Conference Final. But that team is all, obviously Barclay Goodrow's back, but it's a totally different team. for you to see it start to build up again, it's got to be satisfying that you're getting this opportunity and you're going to be able to broadcast some very, very interesting moments coming forward. And we can't say that they are assured to be special. And I'll just say interesting at this point because I don't want to get ahead of myself. But, I mean, I know that I feel it coming, Dan, and I have to imagine that you, from your viewpoint of having seen so much hockey, you can see it coming too with this team.
Without question, Ted. And we have to remember and remind ourselves that it's not exactly going to be smooth sailing all the way through this. It's not necessarily going to happen according to Hoyle. It's going to happen with some disappointments. They're, in a sense, not making the playoffs this season might have been the best thing that happened because had they made it, had they made a run, and then maybe next year they don't make the playoffs, that kind of thing can happen. So I would rather see steady improvement. We saw this
right.
Back when Dean Lombardi built the team. They had steady improvement for 6 consecutive years. They ended up going to the conference final a couple times. Then they finally made it to the Stanley Cup final in 2016. I think that this can ramp up a little bit quicker just because of where Celebrini is in his development. And as I said, we've never seen anything like this. And by the way, the fact that I've been here since day one and the fact that I'm going to be able to call these games, that's a privilege that I do not take for granted. This is a special time for the franchise, for the team, and for the city of San Jose, and for Northern California hockey fans, really. And so to be able to do that is a privilege that I really appreciate.
And at this point, I will shamelessly promote the Sharks Audio Network, where you can listen to Dan do those broadcasts for the San Jose Sharks. It's pretty easy to sync up with your viewing process as well. But, Dan, I think this is interesting because this is where the trouble begins. The Sharks have had a free and easy existence for the last 2 years, and that, it was so fun to watch the teenage rookies and Will Smith and Macklin. And this last year, they take a big step forward. But then now I look at how much trouble, the Ducks had to get out of that middling area. Detroit is a very clear example of how hard it is and the trouble they've gone through, not making it to the playoffs yet again. You look at how long it took Buffalo to get where they are, and they're in a hell of a battle. And now that's what the Sharks are trying to ascend to, getting out of this step that they are now to where they are above hockey 500, but still under true 500 wins and losses. But in the conversation, this to me is a much more difficult step, even if their linear progress has been vast in the last season.
Well, you're right. And, you can throw in Philadelphia and Ottawa into that group too, that you just mentioned, and to a certain degree, Utah, because they're just getting back into that whole thing. I look at the Sharks and I compare them to where Anaheim is now, and I think that that's kind of a good comparison. You see Anaheim struggling for a long time, rebuilding patiently. Pat Verbeek has done a good job. They drafted Beckett Seneca 3rd overall. That's turning out to be a really good draft pick. Leo Carlson in the 2nd overall position, fantastic draft pick, and that correlates directly with what Mike Grier is doing with his staff in rebuilding the Sharks. So what we're seeing there is something that you could see in San Jose, and of course it's making the state of California a lot tougher place to go visit than it has been in the last few years, which also makes things mighty exciting. So I think it's right. I also think it's good to point out that it's pretty difficult to build your team from a non-playoff club, even if it's a team like Detroit that's been out for a long time, to get to that point. That's hard to do. But it's even harder to get to qualifying for the first round and then becoming an elite team in the top 5 of the NHL. That's even harder. And so, as you said so wisely just a moment ago, the journey is just beginning for Sharks fans and for that group inside that dressing room. And it's again, if anybody thinks that now's the time to get involved with the Sharks, you better think correctly, because it is the time to get involved. You can live through this. You can go through the disappointments and the hope and the heartbreak. And finally, when the team does get to that point again, which will hopefully be sooner than later, we will all say, well, I was there when, like I said before, I was there when the team won 11 games out of 84 back in 1992-93 at the Cow Palace. And the fans that were there for that time and then are still there for the team going to the final appreciate it even more. And that's what it's all about, being a fan of a team. Win, lose, or OT or shootout loss, you're going to really appreciate the process, and that's as important as the final result.
We've got the voice of the San Jose Sharks, Dan Rousenowski, joining us here on Sports Phone KMBR. Dan, I know you're a purveyor of all sports, and you grew up in Connecticut watching baseball everywhere. We've had a couple of high-profile firings in Major League Baseball in the last couple of days. Rob Thompson goes down with the Phillies. Cora goes down with the Red Sox. And I was kind of comparing this to what just happened with the Kings in their first-round exit, and they had yet another first-round exit, and they've gone through a number of coaches. And I laugh, Dan, because I think maybe it's not the coach, guys. Like, maybe it is the players out there in all these respective sports. And, I mean, I know the axe has to fall somewhere, but I just wondered if that crossed your mind at all because, it happened right about the same time as the Kings were eliminated in the first round again. And all I could think was, yeah, maybe it's not the coach.
Well, exactly. And, as they say, you can't fire 23 players. So one coach oftentimes gets the blame for that, or at least becomes the scapegoat for it. And let's not forget that that's the first envelope that a general manager has, and the second envelope is refer to envelope number 1, right? So
they're not going to fire themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that it's unfortunate, but it also points something else out, Ted, too. The San Jose Sharks organization has been exceedingly loyal and patient with all of the coaches that they've ever had. And I think that's one of the strengths of the organization. They, number one, hire really good people and good coaches, but they also give them the leeway to do their jobs. Same thing with the general managers. And I think that that's the strength of the team. The fact that they have that continuity, the fact that they're not letting the players off the hook and by doing that, and only making a change when it really has been warranted. And let's face it, during the season, it's only happened. I remember once when Ron Wilson got dismissed, and or Ron Wilson came in for Darryl Sutter that one particular year. And I just think that that's a strength of an organization to be able to do that. I can't comment about the Red Sox and Cora. I mean, after all, he had some of the greatest moments in the history of the team. But there's a lot of other things that are swirling around in Beantown these days when it comes to coaches and managers. So who knows how that's affecting everybody.
Dan, you're the man. I will let you go. I appreciate you being generous with your time. I will see you soon. We need to have some wine and talk about the upcoming offseason and more of these playoffs, but I appreciate your time as always, all right?
Consider it done. Let's get this thing together sooner than later.
That is Dan Rousenowski, everyone, the Hall of Fame voice of the San Jose Sharks, joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. We are going to take a break, and then we're also going to talk some 49ers. Brian Peacock will be joining us to talk about the Niners draft and maybe a little bit more as we look towards the summer. And, sooner rather than later, training camp will be upon us. So that's all coming up next. Sports Phone KNBR.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Welcome back, everyone. You're on Sports Phone, KNBR. Ted Ramey filling in with you tonight. And we're going to bring in my good friend Brian Peacock, host of Locked On 49ers. And, of course, there's been a lot of hubbub about the draft and everything that went down with the 49ers, and I wanted to get his thoughts on that. Mr. Peacock, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Just kind of just sitting in the I don't know what word to use, but there's like this calm that is also the most insane calm after the draft, where you put in all this work, and we that cover the draft put in all this work, and the teams that are drafting put in all this work, and then the draft happens and everyone stops and like just fights about everything. It is the weirdest time of the year.
But I have to imagine, though, you're probably thinking, all right, what are the 49ers going to do with their offensive line early on? And then it starts changing, and then there's trades, and there's Stribling, who no one was really looking at. And it was not at all what anyone was expecting. I mean, did you even try to grade this?
No, come on, Ted, you got to wait 3 years. Everybody knows you got to wait 3 years to grade a draft. But it's fascinating. I just went back, because I wanted to see what we said about the 2023 draft on Locked On 49ers. And actually, we did prematurely put some grades out there. And I'll put those grades up again at anybody's hindsight grades today, because it was 100% accurate. Not good grades we gave the 49ers in 2023. And generally, we don't do post-draft grades. I don't know why we did in 2023. I think because we didn't like the draft very much, and it turned out to be one of the worst drafts for the 49ers. And this year, I like the draft more for the 49ers.
Wait, are you implying there was an issue with Jake Moody?
Look, all great Super Bowl teams are built around a third-round kicker. Everybody knows this. Yes. This is the way that every great dynasty is built.
And then they traded D. Winters, who was also in that draft.
He was the shining star of that draft for the 49ers, starting last season, and then just gets booted out of town. I guess Jair Brown's still around, and apparently the 49ers, man, Jair Brown probably the big winner of this 2026 NFL draft, because I thought for sure the 49ers were going to at least draft some competition for him, but the current starter looks like he will remain the starter for the 49ers at safety.
So now that you've had a chance to look at it, what did the 49ers do for their overall team? I mean, they got faster. I think that's one thing that people can see. But what does this change in terms of how you perceive them?
Well, they did one very important thing. They did get faster. I don't know how many of these fast players are going to see the field right away. I think the biggest thing the 49ers did, which was the biggest downfall for their team last year, was add 2 pass rushers. And that was Romello Height in the early 3rd round, and then came back with Grayson Halton in the 4th round, 2 of my favorite picks for the 49ers in this draft. And yeah, they might be a little bit one-dimensional, maybe rotational players, especially earlier in their career, but the first 3rd down the 49ers see in week 1, they both might be on the field, and that is the most important down, right? And so can they help the 49ers get off the field on 3rd downs, which is something they had a big-time problem with last year, and really just completing the overhaul of the defensive line over the course of the last 2 drafts, and drafted 3 defensive linemen in the 2025 NFL draft, Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West. Those guys major in run stopping more than pass rushing. And so adding to that now some rotational rushers in Romello Height out of Texas Tech, who has a ton of speed off the edge. He is relentless. And then Grayson Halton, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma in round 4, who's the interior version of that. And tons of, these guys, their motors run hot. They can get off the ball, and they can get after opposing quarterbacks. And that was something very important that the 49ers had to add this year as those rookies from last year developed their pass rush. And obviously, hopefully the 49ers get back Nick Bosa, and he's still Nick Bosa after his 3rd ACL.
Yeah. Did you see, and I know we're premature in this process, but did you see that they're trying to match a little bit more of what Seattle's been able to do, more of that physicality? Is that maybe something you saw they were trying to go after?
Somewhat. I think to me, they had to, the focus of this offseason had to be building the lines. And I mentioned they did some things on the defensive line with the pass rush, which is important. But did they match what Seattle's trying to do with their offensive front by drafting Carver Willis in the 4th round and bringing in a guy with a broken neck in Robert Jones in free agency to compete potentially at left guard? I'm not sure the 49ers got better up front on the offensive side of the ball. And now you get a little bit older with Trent Williams. You get a little bit older with Jake Brendel. I don't know that they got better in doing battle with the Seattle Seahawks, but it's fascinating that the fast guys that they got, the skill position guys in Dejon Stribling, the number 33 overall pick, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, and then the 3rd round running back, which of course Kyle Shanahan is going to draft another 3rd round running back, right? Kalen Black from the national champion Indiana Hoosiers. These guys are good from a physical standpoint, a physicality standpoint. So does that help you match up a little bit better? I'm not sure how often those guys are going to be on the field because they're both blocked as rookies. More depth pieces, I think, early in their career, and we'll see if they can get on the field and carve out a role. But I think really the players they got with the biggest roles are those guys I mentioned on the defensive line.
With the 49ers and how they drafted, a lot of people were saying that it reminded them of what they used to see with Trent Baalke and a lot of value guys and kind of going after what they perceived as having a better value in the draft as opposed to something that was maybe a little bit more of a sure thing. Did you have that reaction? Because I didn't have that reaction myself. I was just kind of more confused by what was going on, but I think I kind of see why people were having that thought pop into their head.
Yeah, well, just from a standpoint of, it's draft day, the hay is in the barn, and then you get the popcorn and you watch it unfold. And it's one of those things where if they just drafted the chalky player, at 27 and didn't trade down, or 30 or 33, and just drafted the guy everyone expected, that wouldn't have been fun, Ted. You know what's fun is the name that not a single person, I put it out on Twitter a few weeks ago. I said, look, the 49ers are very likely not to draft one of these very common 5 names that everyone has in the mock drafts, like they did a couple years ago with Ricky Pearsall. So who's that player? And there was 100 replies. Not a single person wrote Dejon Stribling in these replies. And there was some wild names that were thrown out there. It was like nominating players that were 3rd, 4th round prospects. But still, Dejon Stribling was not one of those names. So that's what makes the draft so fun. And you get to see people lose their minds when a name like that is dropped. And he has such an interesting name, too. I think it just adds to it. But there's a lot of strengths that Dejon Stribling has, and there's a reason he was drafted 33. He is big and he is fast, and when he has the ball in his hands, you can see him motor, and it's a pretty special ability. The real question is he going to be a route runner in the NFL? And I do have some big questions, and that's, I think, why a lot of draft nicks and tape grinders watched his film and thought he was maybe more of a 3rd rounder than a high 2nd rounder, just because there's questions about, and this is common for guys who run 4.3s. You think about all the best wide receivers, I mean, not only currently, but in NFL history. There's a lot of guys that run between 4.45 and 4.55, right? Your top speed 40 time is usually not the one important factor for a great NFL wide receiver, because those guys are wound so tight and run a certain way, and it's hard for them to break down and run routes. And I think I see some of that in Dejon Stribling's film as well. So it'll be fascinating, but I think the key with Dejon Stribling, the thing that I come back to with him, which fascinates me the most, is it's really hard to find somebody to compare him to. Like, what's the comp right now in the NFL or in recent history of a guy who's over 6'2", over 200 pounds, who runs, 4.3s and has that speed? Usually those are one-dimensional downfield guys. This guy is better yards after the catch than he is getting deep and making plays down the field. And then he has a physicality as a blocker. And that's a rare combination. And I'm having a tough time even finding someone to compare him to.
It's not a great comparison, but though I remember the same knock was put on DK Metcalf, that he was not capable of running routes at the NFL level, and he was a bigger, faster guy. And he's not a first step explosive guy. I think Stribling has a little bit more of a a little bit more of an explosion. I mean, with Metcalf, when he gets going, he's rolling. But that was the knock on him. It's like, oh, he can't run routes at the NFL. He's a big body, looks great, but won't be able to perform. And obviously people learned that, maybe the 49ers should have taken a flyer on him because he ended up going so late. But it's one of those, this is what I think the 49ers are turning into, Brian, is people overvalue the draft outside of those first 5-6 guys to where you have a pretty good idea of who is who and what is what. And then it does get into a little bit more of a coin flip. And I think the 49ers have kind of started to recognize that. Whereas a lot of people are saying, they're afraid to use their high draft picks because they've had, a mishap before. And I'm kind of like, I don't know. I think they're just kind of realizing like, unless it's a sure thing, you might as well try and make some moves and see how it works out in the long run because there is such a high relative risk involved.
I see both sides of this because this was a draft that was thought of as not a great draft and maybe close to something that we saw in 2013, which is, in the modern era, the draft that everyone thinks of is like, this draft was just awful. Nobody was good. And there's a bunch of bad first rounders taken. EJ Manuel was the first quarterback taken. I think this draft class is probably better than that, but maybe not by much. And so I think it is very smart to move down and you're collecting more picks and you're like, look, everybody from 16 to 50 has the same grade. So let's move down and add some more draft picks. But when I watched it unfold, at the same time, they didn't add value with the extra picks that they got because they drafted probably at the 2 rounds early, a guy in the 3rd round with that extra draft pick. So it's like, well, what's the point of adding a 3rd round pick when you draft a 25-year-old like timeshare running back at pick number 90? Why did you add pick 90? And so that's where I fail to understand the vision of all of it. And Kalen Black is a fine player, and he's a prospect that I like, and I think might have a role in the NFL. But he was the 3rd running back taken in this draft, and he probably would have been the 14th running back taken last year. I have no idea. It was just that's the head scratching part to me. And I hear someone like Eric DaCosta, who's the GM of the Ravens. I just heard him speaking recently on a podcast about this, the whole idea about consensus draft boards and what the league is doing. And he was very candid about it. And he's like, of course I know about consensus draft boards, right? And so when I hear the Niners talk about this, they're like, what do you mean? Like, why would we ever use this data that you're talking about? Why would we ever use this thing that exists that actually outdrafts teams? And when we veer away from it, we draft poorly. Why would we look at that? And then I hear a very smart GM that is one of the better drafting teams over the course of multiple decades now in Baltimore talk about, of course we know about this thing, and this is what I think about it, and this is where it's interesting, and that does kind of worry me about the brain trust with the 49ers and their process, and it seems to be a little off, whether it was the Trey Lance move or drafting players wildly off of where they're expected to go. And look, teams shouldn't care necessarily what other evaluators think that aren't in their building, but they should at least be aware of it, and they should at least be aware that every time they draft a 3rd round running back, that player is not good. And every time they veer wildly from what this consensus idea of a prospect is, the 49ers are wrong, not the consensus. And they should at least be aware of that. And the fact that they aren't and kind of don't want to be aware of it, that is somewhat worrisome.
Well, I think what rubbed people the wrong way were the comments both before and after the draft where Shanahan and Lynch alluded to the success they've had in the later rounds, which I think people are saying it's great to get value from the later rounds, but you've also got to be very prudent with what you have in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round as well. Like, I love where Kittle was able to develop from. That's a great story. No one's ever going to deny that. And Brock Purdy, obviously people love those stories, but also that doesn't mean that absolves you when you do have a miss with a higher pick.
Yes, you need to be getting starters with your first 3 rounds. And then there's the Trey Lance debacle where you have this vacuum of not having a 1st round pick for 3 straight years. And then on top of that, they made the trade for Christian McCaffrey. And look, I've said before, I'm the chairperson of the West Coast chapter of Running Backs Don't Matter. And so when you start to put that
Are you
many
sure that's not the
resources
Shanahans?
Well, it used to be. That's what blows me away. Like Kyle Shanahan watched his dad run the ball with everybody, make one of the best trades in NFL history when they traded their star running back in Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey, a more valuable position. And Kyle Shanahan seems to be on the opposite side of that for some reason, where he wants to spend all these resources on running back when I don't know what statistical data he has that says that he should be spending anything more than day 3 draft picks on running backs and just filtering them through and having a good offensive line and relying on his scheme and building a nasty defense. And, that's what got the 49ers to the Super Bowl in 2019. So it got them there in 2021. Mm-hmm. And it's fascinating. The 49ers got a lot better at quarterback. They got better at running back, but the end result has been the same. Why is it? I think it's because they got worse up front on both sides of the ball.
What did you think of the restructuring of the deal and the extension with Trent Williams?
At some point, this dance has to end, and that is another fascinating part of this front office and how they've built this team. Is it's become a stars and scrubs situation, and I alluded to the lack of draft picks with the 3 first-rounders and then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round pick that you trade for Christian McCaffrey. That's a lot of starting players or high-end talent that you should be able to bring into your franchise that the 49ers missed out on over the course of a 2-year run. And you're seeing that lack of depth, and we saw that lack of depth last year when you start to have some injuries to those star players. Then you have this vacuum of talent where you can't replace those players, and then the other players that you're drafting to try to jump in have not been ready for the challenge in a lot of those cases. So the Trent Williams thing is fascinating because Trent Williams is old. We saw some decline early in the year last year, probably because he was just not practicing a lot and he got better as the year went along. But Trent Williams generally misses a few games every year. He's 38 years old. I'm not going to say that he's going to, fall off a cliff because he's a freak of nature human being and he's such an awesome player. But at some point you have to replace him. At some point you have to stop doing this dance with him every offseason. And it's funny because everyone says, oh, cool, that's done. 2-year deal. Trent Williams. We don't have to worry about that anymore. And it's like, are you crazy? Have you not seen what happens in the final year of a Trent Williams contract, which is all they did is just give him another final year of a contract, which will be next offseason. So I have no doubt we're going to go through this again next offseason, and it'll be a guy going into his age 39 season. And so obviously the 49ers don't have a long-term left guard unless they just drafted him in Washington's Carver Willis in the 4th round. And Jake Brendel, the center, is also not signed into next year. He's going to the last year of his contract. So the 49ers are in a situation where we could be sitting here, to start the 2027 season, and the offensive line could be a debacle.
So, but here's the thing that I come back to is that people are saying, oh, isn't this everything that people said about the Rams and the way they were structuring their roster and the way they were going after the big name players and the way that they were seemingly highly leveraging themselves, maybe not overextending, but it was an all or nothing type situation. Have you heard that comparison being made, or do you understand why it has been made?
Oh, yes. And it should be made. And I would say that the biggest thing there is that they hit on a bunch of awesome stud young defensive linemen, and they replenished that thing really quickly. And the other thing I will say, and this was true of Bill Walsh's 49ers, Bill Belichick's Patriots, Andy Reid's Chiefs, if you have coach quarterback, that is your window. And a lot of people, I think, get it twisted talking about the 49ers window. It's like, oh, this is win now. You have to draft for need because it's win now. I completely disagree with that. I think if you make short-sighted moves for now, all you do is close that window sooner. The window is Shanahan and Purdy to me. And if you've got the right marriage of coach and quarterback, that should be the window. And the moves you should be making should not be short-sighted. They should be, how can we maximize, make the best moves to make us better in the future? And all these moves the 49ers have been making since 2021, and that Trey Lance trade and, drafting for need, you start chasing your own tail. And I think that closes the window. It doesn't keep it open for you.
I've been thinking about bad Bay Area trades. The Trey Lance is up there. Josh Donaldson. I'm trying to think of other ones that I would immediately put in that. The Trey Lance one will always bother me just because it made no sense in terms of what I perceive as what Kyle Shanahan ever wanted with his quarterbacks. To me, that always felt like Lynch saying, "Let's get the carbon copy of what just beat us in the Super Bowl." But that's just my outsider's perspective. But it's always.
And a lot of people see, Ted. They see Mac Jones play well when Purdy was out last year, and they're like, "Oh, the 49ers screwed up." And Kyle Shanahan was right. He should have drafted Mac Jones because he was talked out of it. He was talked into the higher upside of Trey Lance, and he should have drafted Mac Jones. I was like, no, that's not the lesson. The lesson was you should never have traded up in the first place because that was the move. That was the thing. And whether or not any of these players is there, and I get into these fights because I see, this is what happens. I spend a lot of time. I watch all the tape, and I'm breaking down prospects, and I have an opinion whether it's high or low of the players that the 49ers draft, and I say it honestly on the podcast. And if I don't love the draft, which I didn't in 2023, and I didn't love the draft for the 49ers this year. I think there's some good players, but I think there's some ways they could have made it better. And that's been a common theme the last few years, especially. The idea that always comes up is like Dejon Stribling would not have been available at 58, or Trey Lance wasn't going to be there at pick 12. And my response is always, so what? That's the point. Don't draft the player. And if he's not there, it didn't matter because you shouldn't have drafted the player anyway, so you probably shouldn't draft him if he was at the next spot, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. And I'm not saying that Deshaun Stribling is going to be bad or shouldn't be worth the 33rd or the 58th pick. But the point remains that it's like, look, there was a better pick to be made on the clock, and if the player that they ended up drafting wasn't going to be there at the next pick, it doesn't matter because there was a better pick to be made.
So what's next as we look into this timeline of the offseason? I mean, what is the next thing that we're kind of waiting for with this 49ers team? Is it just to figure out, who they are as we start getting deeper into the summer window and start getting ready for training camp? I mean, I feel like I have more questions after the drafts than I did before. And I'm not trying to be harsh. I feel confused.
You should feel confused. It's a confusing time then. Like, nobody knows what to do with this because you get weird information and then the draft happens and then it's new information and, there's a lot of hope. And the thing to remember is that, and look, I'm adamant about this. The draft is not for now. Free agency is for now. If you have needs and holes you have to fill, you fill those in free agency. And you draft the best players you can that are going to be good in years 2, 3, 4, right? The draft is a 3-year window. And so when the season starts, expectations should be low for any rookie, unless you're drafting Nick Bosa number 2, who was like the most fully formed player I can remember in recent history, right? Like, that doesn't happen very often. The guy they were going to draft at 27 or 33, as it turns out, the expectation shouldn't be high. He's blocked by 3 veteran players anyway. So, you shouldn't freak out about Deshaun Stribling not having a big role in week 1. He's got to go through the Kyle Shanahan doghouse. He's going to figure those things out. The key for the 49ers right now is that they are better than they were 12 months ago because of what they did in free agency. To add a player like Mike Evans, I think they're better up front. You have those rookies they drafted last year going into year 2. You hope Michael Williams and Nick Bosa come back from their ACL. That's a pretty big part of all of this. What's it going to look like with George Kittle? That's a pretty big part of all of this with those injury guys coming back. But you add a little bit more pass rush, a little bit more juice, and you hope you can run it back and be healthier. I think that's the key. They're already a pretty good team, and they had a much better free agency period this year to make themselves better immediately than they had last year. They got worse last year. They got better this year in free agency. The draft, you just cross your fingers and hope they have some guys that turn out to be good. But you should never expect the draft class to carry you, to a Super Bowl.
Brian, I appreciate your time as always, man. Keep up the great work, and I'll be bugging you again soon. All right, man?
Hey, always a pleasure, Ted. Appreciate it, man.
Again, that is Brian Peacock, host of Locked On 49ers. If you're not checking out that pod, you need to be. So we are out of time. I want to give a big thanks, like I said, Brian Peacock. We also spoke with Dan Rousenowski, Michael Barkan of NBC Sports Philadelphia. A big thanks to Cole and Jordan back at the KNBR studios for helping us put out a great show here tonight. But we are all out of time. Thanks for letting me chill with you for the last couple of nights. And I know what I'm doing tomorrow morning. I'm watching some early Giants baseball. Have a great night, everyone. Peace.